You may be seated. Thank you. Well, welcome to beautiful Sitka, Alaska. Thank you, Sitka, Alaska. Thanks for your membership and attendance. Many have been hard at work to make these proceedings possible, so I want to give a special thank you to the city of Sitka, the chamber here in town, Southeast Conference staff, and our sponsors, and many more. My name is Zach Kirkpatrick, and it's been my privilege to serve as the president of the board over the past year. I want to extend a special welcome to new members and first-time attendees, and we hope you catch the spirit of our mission and vision here over the next several days. I wanted to give a brief background for those, especially that might be new. It's also just a great reminder for all of us that Southeast Conference is the federally designated regional economic development organization for Southeast Alaska. As such, we serve as the collective voice for advancing the region's economy. We were just talking about this, but at last count, we had, we'll call it over 200 member organizations representing 1,200 people, probably over that now too, from 32 regional communities. And the conference was formed in 1958 with a group of people supporting the establishment of a regional transportation system in Southeast Alaska. And this, of course, led to the Alaska Marine Highway System. The conference then remained in place to focus on transportation, maritime, tourism, timber, seafood, mining, healthcare, government, and more. To me, and I've said this before, that's the beauty of the conference. For many of us, it's just an opportunity to step outside our industries or our niches and think collectively about the future of the region. In a few moments, Meilani will present Southeast by the numbers, and that will give us a good snapshot of where things currently stand. Finally, just want to note that the theme this year is rooted in resilience. And we know that 2025 has seen many challenges. Some of us were affected in significant ways. But I think we'd all agree if there's one thing about Southeast Alaskans is we're a resilient bunch. And I think we'll hear evidence of that over the coming days. So once again, welcome. And I now turn some time over to the mayor of Sitka, Mayor Stephen Eisenbeisz. Mr. Mayor.
So is this where I just stand up here and drone on and do the typical mayor welcome and it's very slow and very boring, or? Welcome everybody, good morning. I'm not really sure what time the clock says right now. I don't recognize this time, it is a little bit early. One thing I will promise this group that if I'm mayor when Southeast Conference comes back, we will be passing an ordinance indicating Robert cannot start any earlier than 9 o'clock. So Robert, please take note. I think that's the most applause this group has ever had for anything. So Robert, yeah, take note on that one. It is good to see all my friends back here though. As people started to filter in on the plane, I could feel the excitement growing to see, you know, people who you've built relationships with over the years continue to filter back, to continue to collaborate on ideas throughout the week. That's one of the biggest things about this is that we join municipalities and businesses together for the strength of the region. Southeast Conference has often been one of those that if I was not sitting in my current seat as a business owner, I would still want to participate in because we do transfer so many good ideas between each other. And I'm excited to see that continue today. As you came through the airport today, you might have noticed a little bit of change, right? There was also an abrupt change. You walked through a very nice, new, shiny area and then back into our old terminal. Didn't quite look the same. It is a couple phase process there. We actually just opened up that new arrivals departures gate a couple weeks ago. And so far it's been working out really well. A beautiful facility. Really excited to see stage 2 come to completion. And, you know, thank you to Alaska Airlines as well. I don't see Scott here yet. He must be sleeping in. But thank you to Alaska Airlines for your help on that with the jetway and everything that they've been doing as well. Today, as in most of Southeast Alaska, we did have our cruise ships cancel. So Centennial Hall is going to be very quiet. We had anticipated about 6,000 visitors coming through here today as well. We're not going to have that today. So I think it is my obligation to tell you all that you have to make up for the sales tax revenue that we're going to lose from 6,000 passengers. It'll be very quiet downtown. All the merchants will be very, very excited to see you. Is this where I put a plug in for Russell's? I probably shouldn't do that. But no, again, thank you guys all for coming. It's a really, really good agenda. As I look through here, I see some amazing presentations coming up, like a reception. And then if you look, then there's a banquet. And then there's some other people. I think Marco speaks at some point too. And if he brought oysters, great, we'll have some of those. But again, thank you all for coming. Look forward to chatting with you all this week, and hopefully it's a good, productive week, and the planes will fly to get you out of here. If not, sales tax.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to excuse Dion Brady Howard, the chair of Sitka Tribe of Alaska. We hope to hear from her later, but there was a family medical issue that arose. So we will continue on in our program by inviting Meilani up for Southeast by the Numbers.
It's a good thing I showed up a little early this morning, just in case. Now, this is perfect because my presentation is a little long, and this way we can make sure that Robert gets his full time in the next presentation. So welcome to Southeast Alaska by the Numbers. So this is our, doesn't want to go to the next slide. Okay. I've got
You have
to,
the clicker?
no, I've got to.
You're sharing.
I know, but it's not going to the next slide. All right, I am going to be back in 12 seconds. Oh, I'm not anymore. Mine is on this. No longer zooming. Yeah. Okay. All right. Oh, it still doesn't want to go. All right. We have a technology plan B. It's always good to bring your husband, who is an IT expert, to a conference with you. Anyway, so starting again. Welcome to Southeast Alaska by the Numbers. This is our 14th year of doing this presentation for you, and you have Southeast Alaska by the Numbers in your packets, in your bags if you want them. So we're going to talk today about 2024, the calendar year 2024, all of the data for 2024 and compare it to 2023. So when we're looking at 2024 data, Southeast Alaska had a good year. We added 700 jobs to the Southeast Alaska economy. That is a 1.6% increase in jobs. When I talk about jobs, I am talking about year-round equivalent jobs. We like to make jobs sort of apples to apples, so that way we can compare a job in the tourism sector to a job in the state sector. This is also the point where I like to give a shout out to the Alaska Department of Labor for all the fantastic data they put out and they collect, and so that we're able to share it with you. And looking at that increase in jobs in 2024, it means that we have steadily added jobs to the Southeast Alaska economy for the past 5 years. We've looked at some early 2025 numbers, and we see that we're adding jobs there as well. So we 5 years of continuously adding jobs to the economy, and this means we actually have more jobs in Southeast Alaska now than we did before the pandemic, which is amazing, astounding, and talks about the hard work that so many people did. So where do we have those job increases? We had 300 jobs added in Juneau, 200 right here in Sitka. We had 120 new jobs in Skagway, 70 in Ketchikan, 40 in Huna, 30 in Wrangell, and 30 in Haines. We did see some small job number losses in Angoon, Hyder, and Yakutat, but aside from those 3 communities, we pretty much saw job increases in every community across the board in Southeast Alaska. It wasn't just jobs that was up, it was also our wages. We saw a $99 million wage increase, 99 million, almost 100 million more in wages that went home to in the pockets of Southeast Alaska workers. That was a $3.6 million increase in wages just in 2024 in Southeast Alaska. Where do we have those wage increases? The most significant, if we combine all government, we saw a 33 million increase in wages in the government sector, 29 million in tourism, almost outstripped a government, 12 million more in healthcare, 11 million more in professional services, 8 million more in financial activities. At the bottom of this chart, we did see some losses in timber, small losses in timber, enormous losses in our seafood sector. We had a 33 million wage decrease across our seafood sector. And inflation has normalized. So when we're looking at inflation, we have seen we had those crazy inflation numbers in 2022, but so our wages are actually, total wages are outpassing the growth of inflation. And when we look at that average wage, because of course we did add jobs as well, it's just about steady with inflation. So this is always my favorite slide, the beautiful, gorgeous Southeast Alaska economy. We had about 46,000 jobs in the Southeast Alaska economy last year, 2.9 billion in total workforce earnings. So this is what our economy looks like as a whole. It is diverse, it is resilient. But now I want to move into some of our top sectors. So you see the visitor industry there, and now we're going to look at the visitor industry without all the other, just to pop it out a little for you. So this last year in the visitor industry sector, the visitor industry accounted for 19% of all jobs. And again, like I said, that's annualized jobs, so year-round equivalent job. So nearly 1 out of every 5 annualized jobs in Southeast Alaska is in tourism. It's been the largest job provider for a while now. Last year, it was also the #1 wage provider of any sector in Southeast Alaska, and it is again this year. So 13% of all wages in Southeast Alaska came from our tourism industry. The next closest sectors are 11% in local government, state government, and healthcare, but it is by far our #1 job provider and wage provider. Let's talk a little bit more about our visitor sector now. So this last year in our visitor sector, we had 8,600 jobs, annualized jobs. That was an increase of 500 jobs in our visitor sector. We had 367 million in total wages, an increase of 29 million. So we do the business climate survey every year at the beginning of the year and at the beginning of the spring, but I like to check in with my tourism leaders around now at the end of the summer to try to get that tourism vibe check. How did the season go? And so this is a quote from one of our business leaders in the tourism sector. They said, "Our numbers are up from last year. Our businesses are heavily staffed and running very smoothly this season. Tourists love them," from some Southeast Alaska. So I thought it was a great quote, but good, not everyone is going to have the same experience on the ground. This isn't data, but this is just our vibe check from one of our tourism leaders who had a very good year this year. We had 2.2 million passengers arrive from outside the region. That includes us when we're flying on Alaska Airlines or Delta. But it's mostly our cruise ship passengers. That was an increase of 71,000 passengers arriving in the region. We had a record year in 2024 in terms of the number of cruise ship passengers coming into the region. We had 1.73 million cruise ship passengers coming into Southeast Alaska in 2024. It looks like these are early projections. We don't know yet, but it looks like we're going to have another record this year, just a hair more of number of cruise ship passengers coming to the region, 1.74 million. And in 2026, again, it's early, but we're looking to have a very similar number. All these years are very similar numbers. So we're going to have, moving forward, we're going to have very strong tourism numbers, but they're going to be very stable and very predictable moving forward. And this is due to discussions and collaborations and agreements between municipalities and the cruise industry. So I need a little bit of a favor on this slide. I embarrassed myself so badly that I need the help of the people in this room. We had gone off to drop our son off at college, and I met another parent, and he said, "Oh, you live in Juneau? I'm a pilot. I fly into Juneau." And I said, "Oh, do you work for Alaska Airlines?" And he said, "No, I fly for Delta." And I said, "Oh." And my kid was mortified. The guy was like, "Thank you." And so I said, no, I'll make it up to you. I can fix this. I'll make it up to you. I'll put you in a slide in my PowerPoint. And he looked at me like I'd handed him my left sock or something. So if somebody could take a photo, it's like someone in the back, and make this look like it's a really big deal, and it'll solve the social faux pas issue. And anyway, so this is a guy, and this is a picture in Juneau of a Delta pilot flying into Juneau. But I wanted to mention, so it wasn't just our cruise industry that had record numbers this last year. It was also our airline industry. These numbers are looking at just passengers arriving from outside of the region and coming into Southeast Alaska. So we had a record in 2024. The numbers are early, but it looks like we're going to have another record in 2025. If we look at the past dozen years or so, we had a 39 increase in the total number of passengers coming into Southeast Alaska from outside the state. Unfortunately, we don't have the same great news on our ferry numbers, but we do have a great photo. I stole this photo from Zach's Facebook page. Thanks, Zach, of the ferry. We do see some minor increases over this last year, so we're still recovering in numbers from the pandemic. But if we look at the last dozen years or so, we've decreased total passenger services, people riding the ferry service within Southeast Alaska by 51%. Next, moving on to government. Here's a photo taken in Sitka. When we look at all government jobs combined, we added 230 government jobs to the Southeast Alaska economy in 2024. Wages were up by 4%. That's a 33 million wage increase. And there's several parts to our government jobs. There's municipal, state, federal, Coast Guard, tribal. Altogether, those jobs make up 28% of all jobs in Southeast Alaska. All of our sectors were up. There's a really exciting news story hidden in this slide. You don't have to find it because I've got a whole slide on it. And that is, drumroll, please. After a dozen years of presenting the slide to you, state jobs were up in 2024. It's so exciting. They were up by, we added 91 jobs to the state sector in 2024 for the first time since 2012. So between 2012 and 2023, we lost 1,300 state jobs, but we added 91 back. And we're going to keep adding them back. Our number 3 wage provider in Southeast Alaska is our healthcare sector. So we had 3,900 jobs in our healthcare sector in 2024. That was up 6 jobs from the year before. Wages were up 1%, 4.6 million increase in healthcare wages. So jobs, the sector was pretty flat, but it's a very significant part of our economy. And when we talk about healthcare in Southeast Alaska, we're really talking about 4 institutions, where most of the jobs are in the 4 major providers. Search has over 1,500 jobs, Bartlett Regional Healthcare in Juneau, Peace Health in Ketchikan, and Petersburg Medical Center. Those 4 organizations make up 3/4 of all healthcare jobs. We had been seeing really strong healthcare wage increases over most of the last decade. This year, it's kind of flattened out a bit, but still we had 71% wage increase over the last 10 years in healthcare. This next slide is not the Southeast economy, it's the statewide economy. And I always love to ask people, I say, what is the number 1 wage provider and job provider in Alaska? Looking at the economy, and I always get oil and gas, mining, there's all these guesses, and the 5th or 6th guess is always healthcare, but it is by far in Alaska as a whole, the number 1 wage provider and job provider. It's not quite there in the region, but it is significant. So I also checked in with one of my healthcare business leaders. It's not quite the snappy quote that I got from my tourism business leader, but it is really important. A lot of us have been talking about healthcare, what is the direction that it's going. And so because of that, I just want to kind of read this whole slide. I think it's really valuable. So looking at the next year, we're not expecting any major changes in healthcare. When we look at the provisions in the Big Beautiful Bill in OBA, there is provisions that may benefit rural healthcare, like the $250 million earmark in the Rural Healthcare Transformation Program for Alaska, but healthcare entities are going to need to work with the state to provide recommendations for the distributions of those funds. We've talked a lot about Medicaid. The actual impacts of Medicaid eligibility remain to be seen. We don't know what the impacts are going to be yet, but based on CBO analysis, we anticipate that 2,700 residents of Southeast Alaska could become uninsured, and there's uncertainty how the rural health funding will mitigate that increase. The potential impacts of that, any increase to uninsured Southeast Alaskans will increase uncompensated care, charity care at hospitals, and decrease the amount of revenue and the amount that can be reinvested into healthcare. On the statewide level, there was an insurance bill that the legislature passed that improved the prior insurance authorization process, which should have positive effects on people in Southeast Alaska. Moving on to our seafood sector, a critical sector in Southeast Alaska, but one that had a very tough year in 2024. We have 3,100 jobs, just over 3,100 annualized jobs in our seafood sector. That's down 140 from the year before. We have in 2024, 216 million in wages in our seafood sector. That was a decrease of 33 million across the sector. Our seafood sector in 2024 accounted for 7% of all wages and 7% of all earnings. But just 2 years ago, in 2022, it was our number 1 wage provider across Southeast Alaska. So there is volatility there. We can have a tough year in seafood and we can bounce back. It was the reason it's been tough is that low catch value. You can see the yellow bar chart is total pounds landed in millions. The number is the total value of the catch. It wasn't a small catch. There was a 200 million pounds of seafood caught in Southeast Alaska, but the catch value was low and made for just a really difficult year in Southeast Alaska. Comparing back to that bigger year from 2 years ago, we saw a 39% decrease in the catch value, $117 million in decreased catch value over 2 years, and those are even to even, so they should be comparable. And of course, it wasn't just our fishermen that had a tough year, it was also our processors. When we look at the value processed of seafood valued in seafood processed in Southeast Alaska in 2024 versus 2022. It was a decrease in pounds of 54% and a decrease of 542 million in terms of total overall value. This comes from our business climate survey. So it was a spring report. One of our business leaders in seafood said, the seafood industry continues to face headwinds. Uncertainty in the market with the unknown impact of tariffs will have a downward pressure on ex-vessel value. We continue to face increasing costs of doing business, i.e. insurance, fuel, parts, mortgage, labor, et cetera. As harvesters, we have nowhere to pass along those additional increasing costs to, all while we are getting paid less per pound than we were decades ago. We do have some early numbers for 2025. These are just salmon numbers. The good news is that prices are up slightly, but the catch is down. We see, really on the coho with better returns. But I was sitting next to Glenn Haight, and I want to tell you that he's very optimistic about 2025 and moving into 2026. And, there's a lot to be optimistic about when it comes to seafood. Looking at our mining sector, we were up 1 job in our mining sector in 2024, and wages were up by 7 million. We have 1,060 jobs in our mining sector, and this is a sector that has doubled in terms of size over the last dozen years or so. And even though we only added 1 person in 2024, we do have some early numbers for 2025. Hekla's Greens Creek and Juneau has added 10 people. Core Kensington has added 26. And Dawson Sundance on Prince of Wales Island, a mine that has been in production for the last 5 years, or constant production in the last 5 years, has about 50 people. And so these, like healthcare, there's 3 mining entities that make up most mining jobs in Southeast Alaska. And there is a lot of optimism in the mining sector, let me tell you. So I don't know if you've checked the price of gold lately, but it is astronomically high. It is, the last time I checked, I haven't checked in the last couple of days, but it was 3,650 an ounce. That's 46% higher than it was last year. And last year it was already also much higher than it had been in previous years. So we're seeing really significant price increases in gold and silver and other metals as well. Here's a map from AMA of the operating mines, advanced exploration, and other projects and prospects in Southeast Alaska. And the vibe from our mining business leader is the outlook for mining in the region is very positive, buoyed by strong metal prices. Some large capital projects are planned for the next couple of years, and there will be above average investment dollars coming to regional contractors and businesses associated with mining. Moving into our construction sector, we saw some minor increases in 2024. Jobs were down by 27 jobs, but total wages were up by 4%. If we look at sort of our indicators when it comes to construction, we see some red flags for 2025. I was looking at the statewide transportation improvement program dashboard. There's lots of construction dollars coming into the region, but just looking at that piece of it, construction funding was down by 51% just in the STIP for Southeast Alaska than it had been the year before. Looking at our construction engineering section, one of our business leaders said, I'm very concerned about tariffs raising the cost of construction materials. Construction is already extremely expensive in our area, and a lack of contractor confidence in pricing stability is going to raise bid pricing. Uncertainty is bad for business. And uncertainty is bad for business is the best segue to lead us into our business climate survey. So this is a survey that we've been doing every year since 2010, actually. And if we look at the results, we have a very average result for our business climate if we take out the 2 years for the pandemic. So 60% positive about the business climate, 35% negative about our business climate. And this is our business leaders. So we asked 422 business leaders, businesses across Southeast Alaska, how they feel about the business climate. These leaders represent about 1,200 workers in 20 communities across 22 different different sectors. The sector most positive about our business climate in the spring of 2025 was our mining sector, and the sector that was most negative was our timber sector. Although it is the average business climate report, it is also declining over the last couple of years. So if we saw a lot more positivity about our business climate 2 years ago, we've fallen 13%. So that's just something to keep our eye on. The next question we ask is, how do people feel about our the business climate for Southeast Alaska moving forward? What is the outlook for your business or industry? So 63% were positive about their business or industry, 37% were negative, but we have lower optimism than we've had in years before of those saying that it's going to get better or much better over the next year. So we have about the same percentage of people who are saying it's going to get better or much better as it's going to get worse or much worse. A lot of people are just moving into the middle, saying it's going to be about the same as it's been before. This is a map looking at from 2010, and we can see in the last 2 years, those saying it's going to get better or much better has reduced by 19%, but those saying it's going to get worse or much worse hasn't increased. So it just shows that there's a lot of uncertainty and a sort of a lot of moving to the middle. When we look at the Southeast economic outlook by industry, how optimistic are each of our industries? Our financial activity sector is the most optimistic, 63% saying it's going to get better or much better over the coming year, followed by real estate, our mining sector, and our tourism sector. When we look at where there's the most pessimism, we see that in our manufacturing sector, our timber sector, and our social services sector that includes childcare. Where we see the most optimism by community is right here in Sitka, Alaska, probably thanks to the mayor, wherever he went there. No, but too many people doing hard work in Sitka. We have a whole presentation about this on Thursday, but 39% of those in Sitka feel like the economy is going to get better, much better. That's followed by Ketchikan at 37% and Skagway at 35%. Where we see the most pessimism by far is in Gustavus, where 72% of their business leaders say that their business or industry is going to get worse or much worse over the coming year, followed by Haines. But before you feel too sorry for Gustavus, they do say, and they say this every year, that they have the best quality of life in all of Southeast Alaska. So followed by Sitka. And Yakutat, we don't have a Yakutat person, but I always like to say Yakutat. He usually gives a shout out, Skagway and Petersburg. So another question that we asked this year, we wanted to understand how businesses were feeling about the federal changes and policies and executive directives and tariffs, that all these announcements from the federal end, and if there was concern that might impact businesses on the ground here in Southeast Alaska. So we added a question to the business climate survey. 47, so just about half of businesses in Southeast Alaska said that they expected negative business impacts, including 23% of those who expect the impacts on their business to be very negative. And so just to explain why, I pulled a few quotes. I'm not going to read all of these. There's a lot. But just looking at the seafood sector, one of our business leaders said, the loss of scientific and regulatory expertise at NOAA is a concern. Tariffs are an even greater threat. Someone in our tourism sector said, the tariffs are creating a huge uncertainty regarding helicopter parts, which are already extremely expensive. Someone in our mining sector said, some aspects of executive orders may be good for permitting, but there's concern around adequate staffing to administer those permits. So you can go through and look at all the quotes later or in the business climate survey. We're going to move to a really important sector, not a sector, but a really important area of discussion now, and that's demographics. And right now, demographics is becoming the most important thing to talk about when we talk about the Southeast Alaska economy. When we look at our population over this last year, we lost 576 people. That's a decrease of just about 1%. But when we look at the past 10 years, we've had a 5% increase decrease in total residents in Southeast Alaska, and that's a loss of about 3,700 Southeast Alaska residents. Where do we lose the residents over this last year? Juneau's our biggest community, so we lost the most in Juneau. 180 people, more people moved out of Juneau than moved there. 140 out of Sitka, 85 out of Ketchikan, 61 out of Metlakatla, 53 out of Huna, 49 out of Craig, 43 out of Yakutat, 14 out of Wrangell. We do have some good news at the bottom of the chart. Gustavus, Angoon, and Petersburg all added a handful of people, and Prince of Wales was our biggest population leader. It gained 29 people. I do sort of feel like this is the most important slide of the presentation, is looking at how our demographics have changed over just the last 10 years alone. So 10 years ago, 2015, we were basically at peak jobs in Southeast Alaska. We are almost there. We were just at like 400 jobs away from being at peak jobs. However, we've lost, just in the last 10 years, we've lost 2,200 kids from our region. We've lost 5,500 people of prime workforce age, prime plus workforce age. And we've added 400 seniors as people are aging into their older years. And so we have to continue to focus on how to grow our workforce and grow our own. When we look at how this is being impacted by community, Southeast Alaska has lost 15% of its workforce age population in the last 10 years. Wrangell is leading the way on that. Wrangell has lost 29% of its workforce age population in the past 10 years. Prince of Wales has lost 25%, Haines has lost 19%, and Sitka has lost 17%. So this is a great time to add to our business climate survey a question that we've asked a couple times. We like to ask our business leaders this question because they really understand where the workforce is and what makes people stay at their jobs in Southeast Alaska and what makes them leave or not take the job in the first place. So we asked that again this year. We said, what makes people stay at their job in Southeast Alaska or come to Southeast Alaska to take a job? And they said, number one, recreation opportunities. They said number two, because they're from here, they're homegrown. And number three, that high quality of life that we have to offer here in Southeast Alaska. These are amazing places to live and raise children. The main reason people don't take their job in Southeast Alaska or leave their job in Southeast Alaska, number one, housing. Lack of housing, cost of housing. Number two, cost of living, that's really tied to the cost of housing. And number three, childcare, lack of childcare and cost of childcare. And so this is what we need to be spending our resources on, these things. We need to not make sure that we're not cutting recreation in communities as we're really trying very hard to attract and retain young families and working age population. There's been some good quotes on this. One of our business leaders said, Southeast Alaska's top problem is undoubtedly housing. It's high cost and low availability and quality. We are seeing that no other economic opportunities can function without it. And then, not in the business climate survey, but I stole a quote from Raven Radio from Randy Huey of the Sitka Community Land Trust. He said, if this were a place where young families could buy a home, we would be flooded with them. It's not about jobs, it's about housing. And so I want to have a couple of housing slides in here. This is sort of my good news housing slide. So we've seen, it's not really, it's been really, we've been struggling with housing prices increasing in Southeast Alaska and much lower housing prices down south. And the yellow bar chart, the yellow line in this chart that you see is the US housing price, the average price of a single family home in the US. And 10 years ago, it was so much lower than Southeast. And now the average price of a single family home in the US looks like a, just normal Southeast Alaska community price. So we are becoming not necessarily more affordable, but more affordable compared to US housing prices. But we're also becoming more affordable. So if you look at the inflation, so I took the average price of a single family home in Southeast and then I inflation adjusted it. So if you look at the average price of a single family home adjusted for inflation, our housing prices are coming down a little when we adjust for inflation. another way to look at it is, so this is Juneau versus US housing prices. So just 10 years ago, the average price of a single family home in Juneau was twice that of the national average. In the last 10 years, the average price of a single family home in Juneau has increased almost to the dollar, the exact same rate as inflation, whereas it has increased by 90% across the US altogether. So now Juneau is just 40% more, housing is just 40% more expensive. So these are good signs we're moving in the right direction. One thing I want to say about housing in Southeast, there's a lot of key housing leaders in this audience today, and we have done it right. People in Southeast Alaska have worked really hard on housing. We've added 2,300 new housing units across Southeast in the last 10 years. So kudos to everyone who's driving housing and making it better. However, during the same period, our population is down by 3,700 people, and yet we still have this critical housing crisis. So why is that? And it's really the answer is, again, demographics. As we have kids leaving the region, they didn't need their own house. And as we have people aging in place, seniors are more likely to live alone. So 10 years ago, just over a quarter of all of our homes in Southeast Alaska was a single person living there. And now, just 10 years later, about a third of our homes are a single person living in a housing unit by themselves. So that's an addition of 2,000 single person homes. And that is a lot of that is seniors. So we had 1,600, those 65 and older, living alone. And we're going to continue to move in that direction. So when I present this slide, I get the question. So somebody will sheepishly raise their hand and they're like, so can't we just wait for them to pass? And the answer definitively, just from, I don't even have to say a moral perspective, that from a data perspective, the answer is no. We've mapped it out. We're, 25 years where we still have a region without the young people and the workforce that we need. So the only way out of this issue is to build housing. The next thing I want to move to is our 5-year economic plan. This is in your bags as well. This is a plan that Southeast Conference puts out every 5 years. So we just got the approval from the EDA. The one that's in your bag is the very fresh new one. We worked hard on this plan. All of you worked hard on this plan. We forced you to work really hard on this plan. So the economic plan was done over the course of more than a year through the said steering committees and through the full Southeast Conference membership. So we came to you last year at the annual meeting and we said, here are 120 different options for a SWOT analysis. We want you to prioritize them. And through that process, you said that our number one economic strength in Southeast Alaska is our rich Alaska Native culture and heritage. You said our next strength is our beauty and recreation opportunities, followed by our tourism sector. You said our number one economic weakness was housing. There's not enough and it's too expensive. The cost of living and doing business, the decline of the ferry transportation, and lack of childcare. You said our number one economic opportunity is to expand housing, followed by strengthening ferry connectivity and attracting young and retaining young families and workers. And you said our number one economic threat is our cost of living, followed by the loss and reduction of ferry services, our declining aging, loss of youth and workforce, and our fisheries decline. We really put you to work when we asked you to prioritize 81 different economic initiatives. We had them around the walls of the hall, and we asked you to prioritize 81 different economic initiatives that we worked on, and you did a fantastic job on that. You retained 46 of those for our economic plan, and you came up with several top 10. You prioritized it, so we have our top 10 economic initiatives as well. I think of no surprising to anyone, it is very different than the economic plans we've seen in the past in Southeast Alaska. But our number one priority objective in our Southeast Alaska economic plan is to support sustainable development for housing. We were very blessed that Jackie Peda agreed to be our project champion. And when I say she's our project champion, she's the CEO of the Tlingit and Haida Regional Housing Authority. She's not going to do it for us. She's just lending us her wisdom, and as we were putting together the plan. So there's so many people to collaborate with on housing in this room and across the region. But we've got that plan in your packets, and you can work with that with your community or organization. Our number two priority objective is to support the stability and sustainability and longevity and longevity of the Alaska Marine Highway System. And of course, the project champion is Robert Venables. And that's a critical one. And our number three top priority objective is to increase childcare capacity in Southeast Alaska. And our project champion there is Blue Scheibler. She is absolutely brilliant. She is the leading childcare expert in Alaska as a whole. Again, she's lend us her brilliance on this. She's not going to do it for you, but she will tell you what we need in childcare. We need public money and we need a private investment. And she is right over there, and she will help you craft a plan for your community or organization to see how those invested dollars can be best spent to have maximum childcare. But we've got a very good resource there. We do have 7 priority objectives. There's 2 in seafood that I didn't mention yet. We've got 1 in energy and tourism. We've got Susan Bell as our champion there. So I want to give you my top 3 takeaways. I was walking with one of my friends the other day, and yes, I do talk about the Southeast Alaska economy. Even when I'm just hanging out with my friends, I'm that kind of person. And she said, what are your 3 top takeaways? And I said, my number 1 top takeaway is that the biggest weakness in the Southeast Alaska economy right now is demographics. It's our number 1 economic problem is our declining younger people. We've lost 77 kids and residents of prime working age in the last decade alone. For Southeast Alaska to prosper in the future, we must focus on attracting and retaining a vibrant future population now, and we know how to do it. We have, with all of your help, put the plan together. My second top takeaway is not just 1-year snapshot, but really the last dozen years. Our economy is really changing, and it's changing significantly. In the last dozen years, we lost 3,500 jobs in the area of retail, 1,000 retail jobs, state government, 1,300 jobs, seafood, over 1,000 jobs lost in seafood, including 600 local fishermen, and another 35% decline in our timber sector. Yet at the same time, we added 3,900 jobs across our region as the minor sector doubled. As the tourism sector, the workforce in the tourism sector grew by 46%, adding 2,600 tourism jobs, and our healthcare sector grew by 800 people. And my final takeaway is really the reason that I chose the cover photo for Southeast by the Numbers this year. It's a gorgeous photo of Huna, Icy Strait Point, looking through the clouds. There's something gorgeous happening there, but you can't see it fully. So it's kind of the magic 8-ball question of what is the economic outlook for Southeast Alaska? And I don't know if you can read that, but it says, reply hazy, try again later. Our economic outlook is hazy due to the uncertainty regarding federal policies. And as we've said before, uncertainty is bad for business. So here's your top 10 stories coming out of Southeast Alaska this year. Number 1, population declines and demographic shifts are threatening our future economy. Seafood had another tough year, but Glenn Haight said we need to keep being optimistic, so we will be. Our social services are down along with construction, trade, and timber. Our business leaders are expressing uncertainty regarding the outlook. However, here's our top positive stories. Jobs are up, and we are at a higher job number than we were pre-pandemic. Our wages were up this last year by nearly $100 million. Our tourism continues to expand its lead as the largest economic sector in the region, as arriving cruise and air passenger numbers reach record levels in 2024. Our metal values like gold are skyrocketing, which means very good news on our mining sector. Our government jobs are up across the board, and state government added jobs for the first time in more than a dozen years in Southeast Alaska. Our healthcare, retail, finance, mining, and business and professional services sector all added workers to their payrolls. So thank you so much. I know that was a long presentation. I just said a lot of numbers at you. I love talking about all this, and I'm happy to, I'll be here the whole conference, and I'm delighted to answer any questions as I see you around. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Meilani. Thanks for the shout out on my picture of the ferry emerging through the fog. I think perhaps there's a metaphor in there somewhere. Meilani shared a faux pas, and I was thinking about my own yesterday when I saw her. I said, very sincerely, I said, I look forward to Southeast by the numbers. Any interesting findings this year? And she said, I think all my data is always interesting. So let me just say, from the podium, that is absolutely true, and appreciate your passion and all the hard work. I know there's a lot of hard work. So this is the point where I get to pass the mic to our executive director. For most, he doesn't need an introduction. He probably doesn't want an introduction, but let me just say briefly, he has lived and worked in Southeast Alaska since he rolled into Haines in 1984. Rolled into Haines or floated in, one of them. Rolled into Haines in 1984. And his involvement in the conference began in 97 through the Haines Chamber. Robert joined the board in 2001 and served as board president in 2005 and has been, well, I sent him a text. He's been executive director since 2017, he said, with a question mark. So I guess that means time flies when you're having fun. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Robert Venables, our executive director.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have lots of seating up front there for those in the back. Make your way in any time. Yeah, 1984, I rolled in, I tried to roll in. The roads were not so great back then. And so I actually ended up hitchhiking in because I had 2 flat tires during the night, and that was quite an adventure. I floated up the next time, flew in the next time by far. Got to get around the Southeast. So a couple things. We have a lot of new folks that are joining us, and we love that. So thank you for those of you that are here for the first time, those that are new members, those that are thinking about being new members. But someone made a comment about, well, I thought Southeast Conference was an event. It's a conference, right? Yeah, but we do a lot more year round. And so it was suggested that maybe it's times that we never really talk about what Southeast Conference as an organization is doing. And so, you know, I always like to start with the whys of what we do. We know what our mission is. The board went through, established our vision and values. But I think, you know, the how we do things is what is so very important. And I think that is what brings us together. That's what keeps us together, and that's what allows us to thrive. And so I always like to start off with an acknowledgement of those values that we all share, because these are just really crazy times. As we think about our theme about rooted in resilience, you know, it's reflected in the comments that I wrote in the by the numbers, but, you know, just ranging from the ability to adapt, recover from setbacks, maintain well-being, and above all, remain calm. You know, it's been it was tough coming out of the pandemic. It was euphoric for a couple of years, and now is you know, the winds are blowing again. And so where is that change, and what is it that we're going to be doing to continue to find those opportunities and excel and make sure the region is together and excels as well? So I'm not going to read this to you. You can see that, but these are some of the areas that we work in and work with you in. The economic planning that Meilani leads is the cornerstone for business development, community development. And oftentimes we are part of that catalyst from concept up to construction, and sometimes even beyond in a couple of projects. So I'm just going to quickly go through some of this stuff, and then I'm going to turn it over to one of our most cherished partners in the room. So I'm going to introduce you, bring you up after that, just because of the way the seat is our priorities are. We came up with those 81. We come up with, the priority objectives that have each of those champions. And these are our focal points that I'm unstable. Okay. It's okay. And, one of the things, the way we structure our agenda is to showcase those champions that are leading, that work in that particular sector. And so you'll notice that the theme of our resilience and the priorities set by the SEDS are going to be what is infused in each of these conversations that we have. But what's the importance of that SEDS? Well, let's reflect back for a moment on what the last SEDS. If you take a look just at the federal resources that came in for just those three projects, we're still working to access and assimilate that full 700 million that Senator Murkowski was largely in the delegation, made available to the state of Alaska. But there's over $1 billion that came into the region during that time frame, and since that we're still chewing through. And all of that was made possible because of the planning that went into that. So these comprehensive economic development strategies are very meaningful, which is why every month we're writing letters of support. We're helping to advocate for each of the priorities that you have as business leaders and as community leaders, because at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is promote strong economies, sustainable communities, and healthy environment in Southeast Alaska. And I hope it goes without saying. I think President Peterson has reminded us each time he's away on a trip, so he's not with us today. But I will echo his words of healthy communities, healthy tribes, healthy communities. And so when we talk about communities, we speak of municipal and tribal governments. And those are the committee structures that we have that we're going to continue to work through. But some of the things that we're involved with, you're going to see reflected throughout the agenda. Caitlin and her team with John Bowling and Colette Peters. If you're Southeast Conference staff, just raise your hand for a moment. You see us, a whole bunch of them out there already. So this is the team that is there making this stuff happen. We're very honored to be trusted partners with the state, to work alongside them on the modernization of the marine highway system, because if you take a look at the fleet, you still see the one that's there from the 60s, a couple from the 70s. They're getting older, harder to crew, harder to operate, but there is a plan. You're gonna see reflections of the work that's ahead. But positioning Southeast Conference as a regional planning organization and having the resources that we do internally is helping not just on the marine side, the terrestrial side, aviation, the support that we need to make sure that we stay connected and able to move about. We're glad to have the mayor here from Prince Rupert. You'll hear from him later on this morning. We've got to get that connection back. And it's not just waiting on Buy America waivers, right? So we're going to continue those conversations, but it's a high priority for Southeast Conference, and we're working on the Canadian side of the border for solutions, as well as with our delegation on some of the more thorny issues. So more for that, but recognize that as a priority. In energy, this is a Sitka picture when the largest crane in the United States was erected out there to construct the dam. Height raise, and that the renewable energy resources that we have throughout the region is important, and how we use those are even more important. The mayor from Metlakatla is here. There have been leaders in this for a long time, as they've done ground source heat pumps for their wellness center. He'll give an update hopefully later on tomorrow as well about their intertie. But there's just so many ways that we can use this, we call beneficial electrification, to better the quality of life, but also lower the cost of living in our communities, because you saw that as one of the issues for bringing and retaining those workers and families to be in our region. So these are some of the priorities that we have staff that we're working on. You'll hear mention of our heat pump program, and it's just one of like three, but it's the largest one ongoing. How we're addressing the high costs so that we don't have to import fossil fuels. Our next panel is going to dive into the visitor industry, so we'll look forward to that. But there's so many different facets of how we can build quality community experiences that are a benefit to communities as well as those that come to visit us. So looking forward to that. We're gonna hear from fisheries as well during the meeting. I think it's on tomorrow's agenda. But you saw the downturn that is happening in the value, the issues with feedstocks, the antiquated processing. So how do we modernize that? We're going to hear from that panel. That is a big issue for Southeast Conference and an awareness. Very proud of this program here. Is Dan here yet? He's flying over this morning. It's also his birthday, so we'll embarrass him and sing to him later on today, maybe. But this program, we have about 18 months left, and we've already seen about $30 million go of investment, really to lower the risk of developing businesses, increasing the knowledge on how to move forward, but more importantly, how to incentivize and attract private capital, because that's what's going to take on. And that's really the role for me in public funds anyway, is how do we make the foundation stable and attractive to bring in private sector investment that's going to carry the jobs. One thing we're not going to dive into too much during the agenda, so I want to throw a couple slides here because it is of interest, the work that we do in the biomass sector. We've been working with the Alaska Energy Authority and all of these partners for many years. You've heard from Karen Peterson in the past. We've got Aaron Morrison here and Angie that work in this space primarily, but these are the partners that we work on. We work statewide on the biomass. And these are for the furthest projects that we've been working on over the last couple of years to see biomass systems installed in their communities to help them lower their costs. One of the things that we're obsessed with is workforce development. We're going to hear from Carrie Ann and some of the others, I think tomorrow or the next day. But every single component of what we work on is involved some level of capacity building. So we've done a couple different rounds of operator training and just graduated 9 students this last month. And we're seeing other initiatives to where we think that there's hope for an integrated biomass strategy that will restart what the future will look like in managing the forest. We're still working on our pellet mill, and we've had some setbacks. We see a path forward that I'm really excited about, so stand by for more details there, but looking for a sustainable future on how we can support small mills, the waste streams that come from a well-run, properly managed forestry program. And at the heart of this, there's a group of folks that have been working really since the last administration. We had the Citizens Advisory Committee that was looking at alternatives other than the all or nothing on the roadless rule. What are some of the alternatives that might make more common sense? That group largely was reconvened by the Forest Service to take a look at some of the forest plan issues of the day. That group decided they would like to stay together, increase participation to make sure that more voices were at the table, and come under the banner of the Tongass Collaborative that Southeast Conference will be helping to lead and facilitate between communities and industry. And this kind of three-legged stool or circles there really, I think, depicts the heart of what I'm looking for in forest policy. There's a lot of chatter out there. If you see a headline, just set it aside. Okay, come to the committee meeting. Let's talk about what that really means, because a successful, sustainable program is going to take a look at what's best for the forest health, what's best for the habitat, what's best for our communities. And there are opinions, there are protocols that are different one from the other, but there's a significant overlap. That overlap is where Southeast Conference is going to live. And that's what we're going to advocate for. I'd like to see some sort of a business plan developed as well to show what is sustainable, because what we have to do when we start talking about forestry policy, we have to take a look at a much longer horizon than a 5-year plan. We have to take a look at 150, got excited there. We have to take a look at a much longer horizon. If we need 150, 200-year-old trees with those characteristics for our Steinway pianos in our markets in America, well, we're gonna grow them. So you have to manage your forest to that kind of horizon with 5-year steps along the way. Taking a look, we sponsored a bioeconomy development opportunity zone, the BDO zone, to take a look at what really are the resources there. Took a look at about 80 different risk factors to industry. And so that, along with a young growth inventory that's coming along, and this initiative that we're taking a look at to see how we can integrate efforts, particularly on Prince of Wales Island, to take a look at how to build something that's more sustainable at a scale that can create jobs long-term. And so, but at the same time, be mindful that timber is not the only resource in the forest. We talk about forest management. So we also want to take a look at mineral resources. We have a panel tomorrow for natural resources that will go into much of this in more focused areas. But taking a look at understanding the impact on fisheries, recreation. You heard that's very, very important, as well as our renewable energy. So these are the aspects that we hope to build. And so those of you that want to participate on the Natural Resources Committee, we're going to have opportunities to discuss that there, as well as through the TTC. So there's my clicker. Okay. Okay. Well, he really wants to jump around. Okay. Let's try this again. And I'm going to say thank you lots, but not quite ready, which means Alana, get ready. All right. Here. Clicker just once and wait for it. There you go. Okay, I got to be more patient in life. So one of the things that I was really, really pleased with these last couple of years was the partnerships that we had with USDA, its various sub-agencies, and the what we call the strengthening partners, Clinton and Haida, Spruce Fruit, and Southeast Conference, all working together on community-based programs. And one of the things on the resource table, there's kind of so walking the path together that was kind of a recap story. We have a publication there as well that talks about what a lot of those projects are. Those are the ground level place-based economy jobs that we want to create and support. So really, really pleased with that partnership. And I think that, okay, I'm going to have trouble with this clicker one more time. But here's a QR code to the other report. But I think strategically, I've been very, very proud of the collaboration and the partnership that we've had with Spruce Root. I've done a lot of scenario planning. We thought some of the stuff was pretty far out. Some of that stuff was pretty far out. But, it really spoke to the heart of what do we as a region want to build? What are we going to invest in? What are the priorities that we want to be, and not just for ourselves, because we want to take care of ourselves and our families, but we also want to be a safe harbor, a refuge for those that want to come to a safe place to do business, that can do business profitably and sustainably. If we're going to bring those young families back in, we're going to have to create some of those new jobs. So taking a look at the resources and the opportunities that we can keep our folks and our families here and employed with household wage jobs. That's the dream, that's the effort, that's the reality we're going to create. So with that, I'm going to yield the mic and the floor to Alana Peterson, who is the executive director for Spruce Root and one of our cherished partners. So please welcome Alana to the podium.
All right, good morning. I had it all ready and now I messed it up. Just a second here. Do you have my PowerPoint?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There, just hit the down button.
Great. Well, while they're getting that ready, my name is Alana Peterson. I am the executive director at Spruce. I know a lot of you, but for those who don't know me, my Tlingit name is Gakitin. My clan is Llupnahadi, which is Raven Coho clan, and I am the executive director, as I said, but I'm also on the Sitka Tribe Council. So on behalf of the council, welcome to Sitka. It's really exciting when we have all these folks come in from all around the region, and I'm just glad that we're able to host you all. It's kind of a quiet, sleepy day out there, and so I was surprised to see so many faces when I walked in the room, and it's really exciting when we have all of you join us. So thank you, Robert and Southeast Conference, for the invitation. You know, Robert said, why don't we just tell people what we do? And I was like, oh, that is novel. Like, I haven't done that. I haven't done that in a few years up here. So I'm going to attempt to do that today and also just share a bit more about some of our data that we've been collecting and give you some insight about what we know about the economy and specifically small businesses in Southeast. But as a nonprofit 501c3, we're really committed and dedicated to investing both capital, resource, and time into people and place so that we can continue to exist here into the future. So
The down button.
the down button,
Point it that way.
point it that way. Gotcha. And be patient. So we do have a mission, a vision. Oh, I wasn't patient. So do I go back up to go to the previous one? So mostly here, just to highlight, our mission is to drive a regenerative economy, specifically so that all of Southeast Alaskans can continue to exist in this uniquely Indigenous place. And as we saw in Meilani's presentation, our heritage and culture is one of our top strengths. And I really believe that's true. And I believe that's a strength for everyone. And so a lot of what our work is at Spruce is to elevate that so that that can be leveraged, so that that can be highlighted, and the values of our Tlingit, Haida, and Tsimshian people can be what informs all the work that we all do here in Southeast Alaska. And just a little bit about our journey, if you're not so familiar with us, we were created by Sea Alaska in 2012 to, speak to the needs of the shareholders specifically, but of really the entire region was that there was not a lot of access to capital for most of our communities, for most of the small business owners. And so they created what's called a CDFI, or Community Development Financial Institution. And so we started really small and humbly. And if you are familiar with us from back in 2012, you'll know that Path to Prosperity competition is our oldest running program. And we still operate that. And that was our first sort of attempt at seeing like who are the entrepreneurs out here and what do they need, and do they want access to capital? Do they want debt, loan dollars? And we learned through that program that there are a lot of entrepreneurs. They need a lot of support and want a lot of resource, time, and capacity building. They weren't super interested in debt capital in those early years. And so we learned to, adjust and really provide what we were being asked to provide, which was a lot of capacity building. So we built up that side of our programming, which I'll get into a little bit more. And at that same time, we did a lot of grant writing and fundraising to grow our lending capital and our program funding to fund our programs. We joined the SSP, which is a collective impact network. We joined that in 2014, but then in 2018, the network was looking for, a home. It's not an entity. It didn't have like a place to land, and it was just a group of people working together. And so we formalized that, and it became a program of Spruce Root in 2018. And so we've been operating it as one of our 3 core programs since then. And in 2021, that partnership said, we need to figure out our own sustainable perpetual funding source. And so that's how the Seacoast Trust was born. And I'll talk a little bit more about that as well. And then right now, or starting in 24, we started this new 5-year strategic planning process. And so we'll be finalizing that this year, and I'm excited. think we'll do a lot of what we've been doing, but we're really excited to grow some of our strategic areas and make sure that we continue to provide a lot of value and impact for the region. So as I mentioned, these are sort of our 4 core program areas. Our loan services, or our CDFI, as you might hear about it being called, is it's really grown over the last few years, and that's been a large part and due to Michael Ching. Are you in the audience, Michael? There he is. Our lending director, Michael Ching, has done so much to help grow this program, and really by, fundraising for additional capital, going and finding new investments and opportunities and making deals happen. And it was opportune time with federal funding over the past few years. And so we took advantage of that, and it's starting to pay off, which is great. And as you all know, that funding environment has really shifted this last year, but I think we set ourselves up in a good way so that we could really deploy a lot more capital than we have been. And I'll show you some of those numbers in a moment here. I also wanted to respond to some of what Meilani said on housing, build, build, build. So one new partnership with Hayakawa we're exploring right now is how we can help be a bridge financer for new construction. So if that's something that you or your community is looking for, that is one of the hardest ways to build, is if you don't have the ability to finance that build before you get someone to buy it or get the mortgage on it, that can be a real challenge. And so we are excited to explore how we can help from that perspective. I know there's a lot of other challenges when it comes to housing and affordable housing, especially. But we're creative. We like to look at big challenges and try to help solve them. And so Michael is your man if you want to talk housing. And he's also your man if you want to talk about our green bank, which is, we're calling it the Energy Bank, but I still say green bank. But this is, we got $10 million through the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund to establish this energy bank. And that's really exciting. We closed our first loan to Metlakatla for helping them finance a portion of the Intertie project there. And we hope to raise additional capital, but we still have quite a bit left. So if you're interested in financing any commercial activity that might reduce carbon reduction, maybe it's, remodeling an existing building and making it LEED certified. We can get really creative with how we utilize these funds, but I'm hopeful that it'll help solve some of the energy challenges that we face in our region. And, Mariculture Revolving Loan Fund is the other one I wanted to mention. We are able to deploy capital with that funding through through EDA. And so I know a few of you have come and talked to us over the recent weeks. And again, if you want to talk about financing for mariculture, Michael is your guy. And so then our business and client services is where I think people have known a lot more about us. We have the Path Prosperity program, which I mentioned. We do group workshops, one-on-one business coaching, as well as one-on-one career coaching and financial literacy. And so we work a lot with youth. We work a lot with people in the workforce. We just worked with the Chamber of Sitka yesterday to host an Emerging Leaders Summit here in Sitka, and that was exciting. So we're always providing different workshops and services to help meet the needs of the capacity needs that our region has, but specifically our entrepreneurs. And then, as I mentioned, our Sustainable Southeast Partnership Collective Impact is really, a lot of you are part of that, and a lot of you partner with one another through that network or with us. And really, we know that there's no way as an organization, I know Southeast Conference feels the same, we could achieve our mission alone. The only way we're going to work ourselves out of a job is if we work collaboratively and if we work through partnerships. And so that's what the SSP represents. And we do it through Indigenous values informed approaches. And I think, again, that's one of the strengths of this place. And it's really exciting to be part of that network because it does feel inclusive and it does feel like we can all learn together, grow our relationships, build trust, and from that place, see much more higher levels of success in our projects and initiatives. And then the Seacoast Trust, as I mentioned, is this funding mechanism that we developed. It's sort of a quasi-endowment. It's not an endowment because it doesn't have funder restrictions in perpetuity, and we are investing it and using the earnings on interest to fund the annual budget of the SSP. And so this is just 4 years old. So we were fundraising those first couple of years. We just started investing it about 2 years ago. And last year was the first year that we drew down funds from the earnings. And we're at about 28 million, and our goal is to get to 100 million. At 100 million, we know that we could at least fund a catalyst in the majority of communities, and we can also fund projects. And so if you're interested in learning more about that, please come talk to me or anyone else on the Spruce Root team. Or you could check out our website to learn more. There's a Seacoast Trust website as well. So a little bit the data that I promised I'd share. This is just this last year. So this is 2024 numbers. And these are, this data is based on the entrepreneurs that we work with. And so we worked with, served 28 communities and supported 34, well, currently we have 34 active loans in our loan pipeline. And the bars down below show you program investments in millions just as of last year. So we had about 3 million in lending, 1 million in business and client services, and about 2 million in the SSP, and then the different sectors that are impacted by our services. And since 2020, we've been tracking data since before that, but I think since 2020, things really have shifted. So I focused on these last 5 years. We've served over 1,000 unique clients. That means separate different clients, with over 13,000 hours of technical assistance. So this could be one-on-one coaching or group workshops. And we've seen 165 business plans get completed, with 14 spending plans, which are, you know, an individual person's budget. And this was more data that some of my team pulled to show just in 2024 what a lot of our clients self-reported. We do an annual survey, and our clients reported that they leveraged over just under $1 million of funding through other entities, so non-Spruce Root dollars. And they also reported 123 jobs were created. So comparing that to some of the data that Meilani shared, I thought was interesting and helpful to understand just how impactful our small businesses are. 157 jobs were retained. Again, this is self-reported, and not all of our clients fill out that survey. So it just gives you an idea of just how, and I think we all know just how impactful the small business industries are for our communities. And we helped launch 12 new businesses last year, 8 of which were Alaska Native owned. And that's a question we get asked a lot. You know, do you serve Alaska Natives, non-natives? And we serve everyone in Southeast, but we certainly put a lot of emphasis and resource behind serving Alaska Natives, and specifically serving communities outside of Sitka, Juneau, and Ketchikan, because those are the communities that really you know, have limited access to banking or other services. And so that's where we have resource and capital to invest. That's usually where we try to direct it. And our clients reported business revenues last year was $12.4 million. We also had our financial wellness clients told us that they put a total of $51,000 into long-term savings last year, which I think is fabulous. And our business coach, Haley, did some workshops yesterday with those emerging leaders, and that's been a really great program. She does the one-on-one coaching. That's a free service. So anyone you know in your community that could use some one-on-one support to think about their personal finances, or that really want to figure out how to build their own wealth, this is a great opportunity for them. Haley's so fabulous, and she's really doing a great job. So 44% of our clients last year self-reported as being Alaska Native. 96% of our clients reported that their network grew as a result of participating in a program with Spruce Root. And 95% of them reported that some barrier for them was removed by participating with Spruce Root. And with that, I will say thank you, and please don't hesitate to reach out to us. We have a new website. We are getting the scenarios up there. Robert mentioned those. We're building that page right now. That is a fascinating document that was built by a diverse group of 40 people, some of who are in the room. in Southeast. And some of those, we debated a lot of kind of crazy ideas, one of which I am still upset didn't make it, which was AI. I really felt like AI was going to be such a big part of our future that we needed to consider it in one of the scenarios, but no one in that group of 40 agreed. So it didn't make it, but I stand behind it still. But that being said, you can understand like that level of thought and creative ideation together, built those scenarios, and it's a tool. And if you, it's really a great tool for a SWOT type of analysis. So if you're doing strategic planning, or if you're trying to figure out for yourself, your organization, or your community, what should we be looking out in the future? How should we be planning for the future? This tool is a really great way to get outside of the limited boxes that we put ourselves in when we're thinking about future planning. So I'd be happy to talk with any of you. We provide services to support organizations that want to use the tool. And once that page on our new website gets up, you'll see some of those tools, and those are open source for you to use as well. So Goins, as I mentioned before, we couldn't do this without you all. We couldn't do this without our communities and our partners like Southeast Conference. And so just really want to honor that nothing I just reported would have been possible with Spruce Root alone, but really it's all the work and effort that all of you and our communities have put in over the years. So really appreciate the opportunity to talk today and share. And I hope to see and talk with some of you over the next 2 days. I won't be here Wednesday. So hopefully we can chat while I'm in town. All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Thanks, Alana. And really, what you've seen so far this morning is really the foundation for the work we're going to do over the next year, 5 years, and it kind of helps launch our presentations for the next 2 days as well. So I want to invite the tourism visitors panel to come forward. Appreciate Meilani's presentation. Appreciate the fact that she brought her IT company with her, who also is our longest running sponsor at Southeast Conference at the registration desk. So Wassman Associates, thank you, Sahlender. And I know that picture of that pilot. So Scott, someone so I was asked once, is Alaska Airlines the official airline of Southeast Conference? Of course. I said, are there other airlines? So yeah, I think the only time outside of the last 25 years that I bought a ticket outside of AlaskaAir.com was when I had to go to Norway. So because they didn't fly anywhere but the United States. Now they're going to Asia, to Europe, all over the place. So please welcome Scott Haberstad from Alaska Airlines, our facilitator and our tourism panel.
Thank you. Thank you. Robert's too kind. Too kind. I think there was a dig in there somewhere. I'm just trying to figure that one out. I got to tell you, it is absolutely fantastic to be back in Southeast Alaska. It feels like home. And somebody said it was a gloomy day out there. I truly appreciate it, right? When it's just calm and it's great. So thank you for bringing home back to me. It's also great to see some really good friends. And there was one friend that I just saw a second ago, and Robert talked about it. And it's our good friends from Prince Rupert. Herb, I saw you earlier. I look forward to talking to you later. There you are right there. I mean, growing up in Ketchikan, I mean, the connection for Southeast Alaska and Prince Rupert is incredibly critical, not only for transiting people, but transiting freight and products. And so I look forward to that connection coming back, and you being here is a big step towards that. So let's hear it for Prince Rupert and Herb. And that does actually tie into tourism. And so here we are today. We've got the tourism panel or the visitor industry panel. And I want to talk a little bit about Meilani's numbers. I mean, she did a great job on the numbers, and it's good to see things growing again. And I can say with honesty that air numbers are starting to improve in Southeast Alaska, which is really exciting. There was some concern going into this season that there wouldn't be enough capacity, and we were committed to ensuring that we had more capacity in the region to meet the need. And thank you guys for continuing to grow the economy, because we did see the growth. And so that was a good thing, and we were able to meet that need. Today, this industry panel, we're going to focus on the SEDS, and it was put in place to focus on supporting local tourism ownership and entrepreneurship. And I think that's incredibly important, right? In growing our economy within this region with our own people, keeping the kids coming out of high school, owning businesses in our region, building houses in our region, and really growing our economy. And we've got a fantastic panel of folks here, and I was going to add color to every individual and talk about them. But given how many presenters we have, I'll let them add their own color as we go through. And I won't embarrass them whatsoever at all, I promise. But first up, We're going to have a presentation by Susan. Presenter is going to be Susan Bell, the VP of Strategic Initiatives at Huna Totem. And Susan has had many jobs within the state, and she's always been an advocate for Southeast Alaska, our state. So I've always appreciated that about Susan. That presentation will be followed by Renée Reeve. Renée is our VP of Government and Community Relations for Cruise Line Agencies of America, a great partner in Southeast and throughout the state. Katie Ringsmuth, who I just met today, and I got to say, she's got one of the coolest titles. Katie is the Deputy SHPO State Historian for Parks and Rec. Look forward to hearing from Katie. That'll be followed by John Leach, local legend here in Sitka, the administrator and city manager, city and borough of Sitka. My bad. That was a fox paw. I'm going to have to buy somebody a beer tonight, I think. That's going to be followed by Stephen Slaughter, the EVP of Goldbelt, and we will close it out with Heather Haugland. She's VP of McKinley Research. Then we're going to go to the audience for question and answers, and we've got some question and answers that we'll be asking from the podium as well. So with that, you can go ahead and turn off my mic, and we're going to shoot it over to Susan right now.
Do I have to, oh, yay. Okay, red means go. That was what shocked me. I am delighted to be here. Scott told us that our opening remarks were limited to 3 minutes, so I'm going to say every other word. So, I want to point out Ruth Banaszak, longtime employee with Huna Totem. One, she made my beautiful slides, and two, she's an interface with a lot of business communities. If you don't know Ruth, get to know Ruth. She's right over here. If we can go to the next slide, I have to sort of peek around the corner. I just want to talk about something that's really our foundation. And I didn't think about this, so I'm hoping somebody over there at the podium or our IT support can change my slide. Okay, one more. It should say culture. Okay, we have really, with a lot of work from our employees, our contractors, and our leaders, including the board, our CEO, really distilled our mission, vision, and values that guide everything into, oh, well, now we're going to be subject to that tricky slide up, slide down thing. Okay. But really distilling all of that in 10,000 years of history and how we do business into these three phrases. And it's so important. We're really leading with culture, community, and business excellence. And honoring our culture for Huna Totem is the cornerstone of everything we do. We're really working at strengthening our communities that we're operating in. And of course, that begins with Huna, our home, and Juneau, where our corporate office is. And also just really focusing on development of leadership, development of a strategic approach, and our partnerships. I'm scared. Okay, I see straight. Let me just click to the next slide where I just want to talk again, just to give you a flavor of some of the things that tie into this theme. I know we'll cover more in the Q&A, but Icy Strait Point celebrated our 21st season this last year. We will welcome 700,000 passengers next year, but we didn't start there. We started very, very small. Huna Totem owns the site, and that's been one of the keys to, as we've developed the core businesses, the businesses that we own and operate. That includes now the historic cannery, 2 docks, 2 gondolas, the zip rider, a fleet of whale watching boats, and a suite of adventure and cultural tours. It's been a catalyst for a lot of small business creation, retail and tour operators and services, both on the site at Icy Strait and within the community. A couple examples. I just want to highlight new for us this year. We're partnering with an Alaska business. It's a resealable aluminum can water with our new Huna Totem logo. We rolled it out at ISP. We're bringing it to other locations. Another example that's more in the nonprofit side, but if you've been to ISP, you might have stopped at the little mini donut stop. $130,000 went to Salvation Army and local food for the community out of that one little teeny donut shop. So when you come to Huna, eat some donuts for the community. Other little business examples, Icy Strait Brewery and many others. So again, it's definitely been the kind of catalyst that we're talking about. I want to switch briefly before I get yanked off the podium to Klawock. Klawock Island has many parallels. Okay, let it catch up. many parallels. Last year, we opened Kloak Island in partnership with Kloak-Kenya. Doyon, who's our partner in Na Dana, is also part of this venture. We had just 6 ships. We had 6 carefully curated tours. We grew to about 24 this year. Again, these are smaller and mid-sized ships. We're growing to about nearly 60 next year. Again, slow growth. But again, back to the parallels. One, this is a site that's sort of like Huna in that it's a little bit remote from the community. I think, and I think that where it helps as the community is getting used to the cruise traffic and growing the businesses. I think that little bit of space has been something that's worked to our advantage in both locations. Other things, changes in economy, reflecting back to the slides this morning, there's been a decline in timber, a decline in seafood, others. And we want to create the economic opportunity so people can stay in the community. As I know I must be over my 3 minutes, so I'm going to wrap up into my closing comments just to reflect on our mission. Our mission for the benefit of our people, for the benefit of all people, it's a promise on how we conduct business, and we look forward to working with you.
Susan, you were right on time. And let's hear from Renee.
Good morning, everyone. I'm prepared. I just watched a congressional hearing, so I'm prepared to yield to anyone else who needs some time. I only brought one slide today in an effort to keep it brief. So first, I want to thank Southeast Conference for having us here. It's always good to be in this room and with this group. Meilani's numbers always make me happy. Happy way to start the day. And so this is just kind of my slide's a brief recap of where we are. Anecdotally, a really strong year. We knew that we might have some challenges in Juneau with Mendenhall Glacier visitation and the potential flooding. And frankly, everything went far better than we expected and anticipated. So what are we projecting? Cruise visitation alone, 1.6 million passengers total statewide. That's what we're anticipating for this summer. Next year will be similar with about 1.66 million lower berths. So we can expect that to come higher as we see the ships come in fuller during the summer months. We've also seen the MOAs that CLIA member lines have signed with Juneau come into effect. And that has been a progression. For those who don't remember, the first one was just simple, took impactful items that mattered to the community based on the Visitor Industry Task Force and implemented them. No offloading of garbage, sharing more descriptive ship schedules, supporting onshore power expansion, things like that. Number 2, signed into place in 2023, 5 ship capacity, and then the community's already seen the results of that. That's in effect. And then number 3 comes into effect in 2026, and that sets the daily passenger threshold, 16,000 lower berths per day, on Saturdays, 12,000. And that just doesn't affect Juneau, that affects other communities. You also have an MOU here with the local dock owner, and those are ways that I think we're demonstrating how we're trying to align our goals, supporting the communities, respecting local priorities, planning for long-term success. And I think that's what real partnership looks like. I'm sure many of you are aware of the organization Port Communities of Alaska. They have come together to do that from an Alaskan port perspective. We work closely with them. We talk with them frequently. And I think that that's an important way to see that the industry and the ports are working toward that every day. Being here in Sitka, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the ballot measure that was just handily defeated. I think a lot of that speaks to Meilani's numbers, that tourism is the large job and wage provider in Southeast, and we always want to diversify. Southeast Conference represents many industries. I want to see timber come back with a vengeance. I want to see mining continue to grow. I want to see all of these things happen, but I'm happy that tourism right now is a bright spot that is really propelling the community forward. While there's always work to be done, I think what you're seeing right now is that cruise can be sustainable, and that working with communities, we can ensure that we are building businesses, we are growing businesses, and we're doing well together. Rooted in resilience is the theme of this. And for me, as I was trying to think about that from a cruise perspective, which is a little bit out of the box, resilience is innovation. because if we don't innovate, if we don't adapt to the world that we're living in, we won't survive. So we just released, there should be a QR code up there that you can hopefully read, CLIA's environmental technologies practices report. We do it regularly. You know, we're investing in cleaner, more sustainable maritime operations, from shore power, which we're very blessed with here in Alaska, to emerging fuel strategies. You know, we're actively aligning with Alaska's high environmental standards, but we're also always adhering to the IMO, which, by the way, when I started, I thought was the International Monetary Organization. They actually don't care what we're doing, I don't think. But you know, I think when you look at ships operating with multi-fuel engines, I think these are really, it's showing how quickly we're advancing, how fast we are. And it's a demand from our passengers. It's a demand from the communities that we operate in, and it should be. So to go from, you know, one ship with multi-fuel engines to 25 right now to 50 by 2036, those are huge, massive financial investments by our member lines to ensure that we are at the cutting edge of maritime technology. When we talk about shore power, you know, we far outpunch our weight in the number of ships we have that are capable versus the number of ports. And in Alaska, we outpunch our weight in the number of shore power docks that are either in action or coming online. So going from 55 ships to 160 ships to 273 ships, I think is a really good story to tell. So we are committed to not only being good partners with you in the way that you want to see us in your community, the way that you want us to interact with your community, but I think we're also trying to make sure that we are good stewards of what we all live and breathe in Alaska for, which is our environment, our ability to go and fish and play and hunt and be on the water. Everybody here, I don't believe there's a person in this room who isn't committed to that. So that's kind of my one slide update, and I hope I made my time.
You're perfect. Thank you, Renee. Let's hear it for Renee.
I love to hear that I'm perfect.
You're perfect. And with that, you know, I can think of no other industry that exemplifies the ripple effect than the tourism industry or the visitor industry in Southeast. And the reality is what one community does impacts the entire region. And so I can think of no better organization than Southeast Conference to help spearhead those conversations to ensure that we have a strong visitor industry in the region. So thank you for that. And I'm sure Renee will take questions as soon as we're done. But right now we're going to turn it over to Katie and hear all about Parks and Rec and State Historian.
All right. Do I have a?
You have control.
Okay, so how do I do this?
We're setting you up right now with your.
Oh, all right. Well, I will introduce myself while we're getting ready. My name's Katie Ringsmuth. I am your state historian. I work in the Office of History and Archaeology, which is housed in Parks and Rec and in the Department of Natural Resources. I've been in this job now for 4 years. I also teach U.S. history and Alaska history at UAA, did my master's in Northern Studies, worked for Park Service for a very long time, wrote lots of books for them. And I curated most recently, if you were in Juneau, the Mug Up exhibit at the Alaska State Museum, and also Home Field Advantage, which was about the history of baseball at the Anchorage Museum. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about the economic potential of historic preservation, particularly using the National Register as a tool for heritage tourism. And then I probably won't have time to, how do I go forward?
Forward button there. Good. How we do?
Oh, you overclicked.
Oh.
Let's point this way.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Oh, so there we go.
Yay. And then this is really stressful. I should also point out too, I'm not an economist. I'm a historian and I like to tell stories. I didn't do, yeah, that'd be great. Can you? Okay, well, I'll point at you when you got to go quick though. All right. So my primary responsibility with the state is I oversee the National Register program. The National Register is the list of natural resources considered worthy of historic preservation. So kind of think of it as America's inventory of places that hold our collective history. We could stay here for a sec. So when I speak to community leaders, business community, I always emphasize that these are shared assets. They make a place culturally, historically meaningful, and they also hold economic value. And it's, there's this big myth out there that the National Register program somehow prohibits economic development. What I'm here today is that as the state historian, I'm going to work towards incentives for using the National Register as a way to help communities with economic revitalization through the preservation of their history. So I like to think of it, the National Register this way. Library holds books, museums hold artifacts, and the National Register identifies and still holds that history, the stories, the memories, the places that matter to people. And sometimes it's not the things that you can attach to numbers. It's like looking at a ball field as a parent and seeing the most fleeting resource, the memory of your children, right? These are the things that speak to quality of life, that truly are inclusive, and also teach things like teamwork and support. So it's the things, the places, the things you learned in kindergarten that matter to us today. And so the National Register, what on earth does it have to do with economic development? Well, one of my goals, again, is to think about the things we can do. I think you can go forward. So the National Register can exponentially increase your ability to preserve the places that matter to your community. It's an excellent source of historic content that allows for the authentic interpretation of that built environment over time. And it also serves as a gateway to public education and economic development, right? Property values go up when things are listed on the National Register rather than the other way around. And it creates a new market for historic preservation. And here in Sitka, you guys do it so well. I mean, you are a shining star on what historic preservation can do in the tourism sector. Now, over the past few decades, there has been a growing body of scholarship in that kind of relatively new field of historic preservation. And there's this book has like 100 reasons for historic preservations. And I'm not going to talk about any of them today, except for this one, of course, is heritage tourism, which is really the biggie. Heritage or cultural tourism really strives to teach visitors about a place and immerses them in a local heritage, the customs, the tradition, the history, and the culture. And like I said, you guys have your history, you have your historic landmarks from the Tlingit, Haida, Tsimshian history preserved on the landscape. You also talk about Russian colonization and exploration, the extractive industries, World War II, right up to the present. And heritage tourism is also important because it is an international growth industry. It is the fastest growing sector in the U.S. industry. And importantly, heritage tourism really relies on historic assets to attract visitors, right? There's no secret among industry experts that heritage travelers stay longer, they spend more money, which is why, at least nationwide, historic assets are highly coveted. So the communities that really want to cultivate successful heritage tourism programs must understand that the relationship between tourism and preservation is cyclical. A growing market for heritage tourism will encourage the restoration of historic sites, which will in turn increase visitations and stimulate local economies, creating resources for additional preservation. So what are the benefits of listing a property on the National Register? Well, listing properties in the National Register can give owners access to grants. How many people here know what a certified local government is? Oh, a handful. I have work to do. You are a certified local government, Sitka, which means you would have access to historic preservation grants every single year for your historic preservation. That includes getting properties listed on the National Register. Juneau, you're a CLG. Ketchikan, you are too. Haynes, Wrangell, Petersburg, you're all excellent candidates for this. So come talk to me. I can talk a lot more about what a CLG is and how you can take advantage of that program. You also have historic to preservation grants. We also just received just under $1 million for maritime heritage grants. Again, these are all opportunities you'll be able to apply for in 2026. The biggie is tax credits. If you have a big program that is a commercial enterprise and you want to preserve a building, and it doesn't have to be a museum, it actually needs to have a economic benefit to a community. You can apply for tax credits for the preservation of that building and receive up to 15%, I believe, 20% in tax credits for that program. And we have people here at the Office of History and Archaeology who can help mentor and walk you through that. And you know how many tax credit projects we have in Alaska? 0. So I won't tell you what the rest of the country is doing. So, but we can do better, I think. And again, heritage tourism. The National Register really informs and frames and ensures accuracy and authenticity of your programs and the things you're telling your visitors. And people love that. And so my job is to help you do that. And as I was walking through your totem park yesterday, I was thinking, you know, the other thing that would really be beneficial, because here in Sitka you do it so well, we need more experts in this, right? So helping to work in partnership with your universities so that we are producing more architectural historians, historic planners who really understand the economic incentives that are possible, and also producing a job market so we don't have to look for that expertise outside. We can grow it right here at home. All right, so I'm going to stop talking now. I'm going to yield my time, and hopefully someone asked me about America 250, which is going to also happen in 2026, and what the state is going to be doing. So.
You are amazing, and you obviously have the passion.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm also the person who set up the baseball exhibit in the corner. I'm going to be here all through the duration. So please come talk to me about maritime grants, CLGs, and I really hope you want to talk about sports. So, all right.
Katie, I wish you were my Alaska Studies teacher back in the day. Thank you very much for what you do. Let's turn it over to John. You can start. You have a deck, right?
I have 0.0 slides.
Those are the best.
Yeah.
We'll let you roll.
All right.
Then I won't be pushing the slide button for you.
Perfect. I mean, you can, but I don't know what's going to come up there. Well, thank you. Good morning, everyone. You know, the theme of this year's conference is rooted in resilience. And to me, I think that means that communities are built intentionally. Sitka's philosophy is that when residents thrive, the visitors experience authentic pride and a connection to the community that they're visiting. So the title of this panel here is creating a community experience. So to me, that means invest in the people and the place first. And that's what's going to bring the visitors here and let them have that valuable experience. So in Sitka, we really have, I think, 3 things that draw folks into our community. And that's our outdoor recreation opportunities, our cultural heritage, and just our rich history, which we've heard about very recently. You know, with the outdoor recreation, we're surrounded by wilderness, trails, harbors, water access. Our recreation infrastructure benefits the residents. It really does, and it draws visitors also. You know, we have hiking, kayaking, fishing, all the things that we love to do. And speaking of fishing, I don't know if anybody saw or heard the news, but we were catching albacore tuna offshore the past few weeks. So we might have a whole new fishing industry opening up here. But not only does it provide those recreational opportunities, it's a means of community health. And when that community health and visitor appeal are intertwined, then it works out for everyone. On the cultural heritage aspect, we have a deep and living indigenous culture here in Sitka, led by the Sitka tribe. Depending on the visitor's experience, visitors are welcome with Tlingit song and dance, storytelling. And I know many of you just flew in recently to our airport. There's a lot of beautiful native art there. I hope the mural was back up. I don't know if it was still getting repaired. Gone. Okay. Well, there's a really great mural there that you'll see one day. I think we need to foster partnerships with our tribe, museums and schools, and make sure that the programming that we offer to our visitors are led by those indigenous voices. We have community events like Whale Fest, Alaska Day, Sitka Summer Music Festival. Those are really resident-focused events, but again, if we invest in the residents, it enhances that visitor experience too. So we're finding they will travel here to attend those events. Moving on to the history aspect, Sitka plays a unique role in Alaska and U.S. history. We've talked about the indigenous heritage. We've got the Russian-American period. We've got of course, the Alaska Transfer in 1867. Many historic sites throughout Sitka, museums, heritage programming. Each one of those enrich our residents, and it attracts visitors that are seeking meaning. So I've talked about Sitka specifically, but the visitor industry really is a regional and statewide collaboration, and Port Communities of Alaska has been brought up a few times already. And that started in COVID when we were trying to figure out how to get visitors back into our communities safely with a lot of the restrictions that were in place at the time. And we said, this group has a whole lot of value. We should really expand upon this. And Sitka became one of the founding members of the Port Community of Alaska. Alex is sitting in the crowd here, and she's the chair of that now. But it's a regional ports organization, and our goal really is to collaborate with other regional partners to ensure that we're supporting a healthy, well-managed, and sustainable visitor economy that supports the community needs. PCOA recently reviewed public processes from across the region and identified 3 major takeaways regarding community sentiment on tourism. First one is support for visitor number stability in some of our busier communities. Communities really are looking for growth, but they want to see that in slight increases in a calculated manner. Second is that tourism is positive for communities and economies, but there's a point of diminishing return. Of course, you understand if you visit a community and there's lines to get into the restaurant or it's overcrowded, the visitors won't enjoy the location that they're visiting. So we need things for them to do to make sure we don't hit that point of diminishing return. And finally, residents really want local governments to do more to manage tourism. So this group, the PCOA, we continue to develop a set of shared goals so we can identify areas for dialogue and collaboration with our partners. And as we've heard before, we work with the industry to make sure we're having that conversation back and forth. So in closing, it's community-first investments that improve the quality of life. The residents' pride, culture, and history naturally create authentic visitor experiences. And Sitka's approach is that if you make it a great place to live, it will always be a great place to visit. Thanks.
John, that was fantastic. And thank you for your leadership in your community. I think one of the things that really resonated with me and we're learning about more in the community I currently reside, Anchorage, is you talked about working with the schools and making sure the schools, the educators, and the students understand the opportunities within our communities. Because, one thing we found in Anchorage is just because we have an industry doesn't mean the teachers understand the industry or the students understand the pathways to get into those jobs. So the more we can work with our students and our teachers, the better opportunity we have to retain the next generation of Alaskans. So thank you very much. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Stephen.
Thanks, Scott. I'm Steve Sahlender, the Executive Vice President for Goldbelt. You may have heard that we're maybe just a little bit disrupting the cruise ship industry by putting a double cruise ship berth on the backside of Douglas. Let's see here. I feel that was patient enough. Let me try it again. You got me? Got you. All right, appreciate it. Thanks, sir. So as you can see, we reclaimed some of our totem poles from the Michael Burns building downtown. Oops. And created a little bit of a Goldbelt campus in Vintage Park. We went probably 3 past. There we go. There we go. So as you can see, everything that we're doing with Goldbelt is thoughtful towards the culture of the community. From the signs, from 3017 to 3025 signs of the buildings with the eagle and raven, making sure we keep balance in the system. Next slide. Sorry, I can't see that. What's that?
You can see it in the window there.
Oh, I can? Okay. So if we look at the studies of cultural tourism, the majority of the people that come to Southeast Alaska want that authentic cultural experience, which would mean a Tlingit village that we're looking at on West Douglas, 1800 village with longhouse that would be utilized year round with an eagle side and a raven side to keep that balance, to trails and house poles that represent the Takuquan and the Aquan people. And just really giving everything, even like this building on the bathrooms, they have the Tlingit word along with the English word, and really establishing culture throughout the trails, throughout the environment, through the village, through everything that we do, the visitor center, and giving them that genuine cultural experience that nobody in Southeast gives, or nobody in Alaska gives, a true cultural experience as you come off of a ship on the Eagle ramp or the Raven ramp, and you come into museums and a bentwood box. Next slide. That's okay. The other thing we do is up at the tram, we built a house pole trail. So we're giving tours of the sea walk and then up to the tram. So we're representing the local community culturally through house poles. Next slide. Here's a rendering of what that cruise ship terminal looks like. And you can see it's spread out to where if you're at the visitor center, you're still able to see over the channel and experience the beauty without just looking at the side of a ship. And then the Tlingit Village is to the north, the Goldbelt Way or retail is to the south, and there'll be attractions there as well. I think what's important for this is we've started to hold industry days for this, and we're ranking the individuals for construction. If you're local from Juneau, or if you're from Alaska, you get advantage of points because we want to keep it in the community. The same thing we're doing with artists. We're doing it with vendors, meaning like whale watching. I'm sure we'll work with Alan Marine. And then the other thing is artists. So we're also doing art because we want the people of the community to build the cultural experience. We don't want to build it. We want them to build it. We want to create the opportunity. We want to create the economic value. We want Caribou Crossing. We don't want Diamonds International. You know, so we really want to embrace the cultural experience at this location. And so we're ranking it as such, so we get that participation and that expertise from our community. Next slide. Here's an example of the visitor center with the bentwood box in the front. The bentwood box will light up. It's kind of the focal point of people coming to our cultural experience and experience the first piece of art that they'll see. There'll also be some storytelling as you're coming up the ramps, probably the migration story from the Stikine River to various places in Southeast Alaska. Next slide. That's a lot. So we've been working on this project for almost 30 years now with CBJ, as I kick the screen for you guys all to get dizzy with. And it's finally come to fruition. We're finally in a place economically that we can do a project like this, attract customers to help support our project, and support the community at the same time. Next slide. So we call it Goldbelt Ani. Ani means land. So it's Goldbelt land. And we're just really excited to share it with the community, share it with the people, share it with the artists, the local businesses in the community, and to have a year-round place that we can practice our culture, our dances, and appreciate the carvings and the art that we'll have established there. Next slide. And just as an example for some of our logos, everything we do is with a form line in mind. So all of our LLCs, we have about 35 LLCs from the East Coast to Alaska to Japan, to all the territories. And we try to embrace our culture with form line and making sure that they all have currently Goldbelt first for branding recognition, but like NISCA is a super old company. And so we didn't have Goldbelt in front of it, but we're transitioning to make sure that our branding is out there in the community and recognized as a good name in the federal government and Juneau, Alaska. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Steve. And we'll go to our last presenter, Heather.
Hey, Scott, thanks for having me. Scott requested colors, so I always like to remind people in Sitka that my sister writes the police blotter every morning here. And if you've been arrested in Sitka in the last 30 years, she knows who you are. Vice President with McKinley Research Group. Is this mic okay? Okay, great. I'm going to talk about how communities use research to better understand and plan for tourism based on pretty obvious fact that with better information and good data, you can make better decisions. Meilani's presentation this morning was a great example of using solid research, employment data, research, survey research data to make those plans and better plan for the future. So I'll talk about a few examples. Juneau has been particularly active in research, really proactive, I should say. We did an economic impact study of the cruise industry last year, helping the community understand what kind of jobs are created here and what kind of tax benefits are we seeing. We based some of that on a survey of 500 passengers we did on the docks to really understand what kind of spending they are doing in Juneau, what they're spending on, and their feelings about, for example, crowdedness, also their activities and how they get around. So that was really helpful for CBJ in planning for tourism. Another thing we did for Juneau is resident survey. So starting in 95, our company started surveying Juneau residents. We've done 8 surveys, including 4 just in the last 4 years. And this survey asks residents how they feel, their support for tourism, where they're feeling the impacts. And we get to drill down on issues like the Goldbelt dock or the Huna dock and how people are feeling about that. And particularly revealing that people want more information on those things. So even that is really helpful for the city to understand. An interesting outcome of that is looking at cruise volume and how cruise volume has increased. The support for tourism has decreased very gradually. It's not really a 1-to-1 ratio. So we've got, 200, 300% increase in cruise volume over a 20-year period. But at that same time, people's support has eroded only very gradually. And like last year was the highest number of people saying they feel a negative impact from tourism. And that was still only 16%, up from about 8 or 9 in the first year. So that's kind of an interesting thing we see over time in the survey, and so valuable to have that trend data over time. Another example, Haynes actually started surveying their residents this last year. They asked, that was specific to cruise tourism, and they asked overall, how are you feeling the impact of cruise in your community? And as a result, 78% felt the cruise industry had an overall positive impact and 10% felt it was negative. So these are the kinds of questions. This was really an unknown, our client, the Haynes Borough really didn't know what to expect there. And I think we're surprised by the results. We also got to ask, what would you like in the future? 43% said they wanted more cruise ship traffic, 40% wanted to keep it the same, and 15% wanted fewer cruise ships. And then we got to ask, okay, by what size of ships? So of course, as expected, people really excited about small ships and want to see those grow. And as the ships get bigger, people get a little less excited. But as I said, overall, the support there was fairly high. Another area of research we've gotten into is helping municipalities understand how the cruise industry is impacting their budgets. So in Sitka, Ketchikan, and most recently Skagway, we have delved into municipal budgets, talked to all the department heads. What kind of time are you spending dedicated to cruise passengers? How many calls are you getting for rescues, remote rescues, ambulances, that sort of thing? How many garbage bags, extra garbage bags are you purchasing to serve the cruise market? So that's another area that has really helped communities understand how they are impacted at a municipal level. And also a lot of these communities get quite a lot of revenues, of course, in the form of sales tax, sometimes cruise ship moorage fees and things like that. I will note also a lot of this research is funded by CPV funds, particularly the cruise-focused research. And as a side note, I have to shout out Herb at the Port of Prince Rupert here. I'm sorry, the mayor of Prince Rupert. We were just there. We're doing some research for them. So we were hanging out in Prince Rupert recently, helping them understand impacts as well as economic impacts as well as municipal impacts and helping with mitigation efforts there. We also, on a statewide level, if you're curious about more visitor research, ATIA funds research, I can help you dig that up. Just overall volume of visitors to the state. And Visit Anchorage, we've been doing really interesting work for them, serving people in the airport. And so we found out, for example, a lot from cruise passengers that way, if you'd like to find out results and demographics for that. Oh, I think I went over. I'm so sorry, Scott. Thank you.
Well, Heather, McKinley's got truly a presence across our state. So thank you for what you guys do. But since you just had the mic, I'm going to go to the first question for you. Heather, how are Southeast communities using research to better understand their visitor industry and plan for the future? What are some of the additional resources? And I know you covered a lot of that in there, but that was your question that I had for you. So dig a little deeper on what Visit Anchorage and some of the other people are doing.
Okay. I think I just answered those questions. But let's see. I think I used all of my examples in those remarks, so I'll pass it on to the next one. As far as more resources, yeah, just come find me. As far as those other all these reports are public, so happy to distribute them.
The best presentation answers all the questions. So nice job, my friend. We're going to pass it on to Susan. Susan, what has Huna Totem learned over the 20 years of operating Icy Point, and how can that help communities and businesses new to tourism?
Thanks, Scott. Well, again, there's been an opportunity to really help a lot of local businesses and a lot of business ideas at Icy Strait. And again, in Kloak, I was trying to be cognizant of time, and I didn't mention some of the things like Taste of Kloak, where, we're really featuring this high-end gourmet experience and using local seafoods and local products, artisan markets, really working closely with the Kloak hatchery on some of the tours and using some of the seafood produced there. So again, there's an infinite number of ways to have local people and local business get involved. And I just want to close on this one back to the way I started my presentation on values. Over the course of 20 plus years, it's been a lot of feedback. We get employee feedback, we get customer feedback, industry partner feedback, contractors. Heather and I together have worked on a lot of stuff for Huna Totem over the years when I was with McDowell and McKinley. But the way to sift through all of that and the way to really understand if that's a good fit, a scale or the right scale for your community or business, if it's a good fit with your culture, your community, is to have your values really clearly in place. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. We're going to stay on that side of the room and go to Renee. Renee, what unique opportunities and challenges exist for businesses serving the cruise industry?
I think in Alaska, we're really blessed. We have homegrown, diversified Shorex here. And as we've kind of talked about, we know that people are looking for authentic, unique, bespoke, and cultural experiences, which we have in spades. So it's kind of the challenge is always the chicken and the egg. If you build it, they will come, you hope. You can't do that as a business owner. And I think we understand that. But with so many guests that are coming that have so many unique interests, there's a lot of opportunity for businesses of all sizes, for small food tours, but I think also paying attention to the community that you're in and what is your community lacking? What are they, does Juneau need another whale watching boat? I don't know. I hear from whale watchers who tell me no, but what does your community need? What niche do you need to fill? I think ultimately it comes down to the challenge is what do they need? What do you need? How do you come to that decision? And how do you move forward with the business plan? The opportunities, I think, exist in rooms like this. It's all about relationships. It's about meeting the right people. It's about, finding people at Spruce Root to help you figure out what your business plan is, or going to Ada if you have a bigger size business that you're looking to work with. And I think, not to do a shameless plug for my own event, but we did start an event here in Alaska a couple of years ago, the Pacific Northwest Cruise Symposium. And what that does is brings the entire region together for a 2-day conference. Most of the people involved in cruise have attended in this room. I have seen them at that event, because it brings people from Seattle and Canada and Alaska into one room to talk very specifically about our region. And I think you learn a lot in that room, you build relationships in that room, and you have face time with the people that are my member lines that are working on ShoreX that you can ask the questions to in a way that just isn't available in a lot of places. And we created it for that reason. We created it because we don't exist without the region. We are a cruise region. I'd encourage people, it's happening in Anchorage this year, much to some people's dismay. I had requests for Hawaii. That felt like sort of a strange place for us to go for a Pacific Northwest Cruise Symposium. So it's happening in Anchorage this year in early February. And I think building those relationships, and the thing about Alaska is we're small. I mean, most of us know most of the people in this room, if not by name, by face. And so finding the people that can help you talk to your local government, talk to your Chamber of Commerce about what you're looking to do. And we want to foster that as CLIA. We like to foster that with our members. We're happy to send a business plan that you have to ShoreX people within our member lines to say, hey, is this something you would promote? Is this something you could see your guests caring about? But again, because of the diversity of ships that we have that are small, National Geographic to a Royal Caribbean or to a Princess, there are opportunities that come with every cruise person that has so many different interests that they're coming to Alaska with. You can find something to fill that if you want to be an entrepreneur. And we love nothing more than to brag about the shore excursions that take place in Alaska. And as you're seeing places like Klawock and the new Huna Totem dock and the proposed dock that Goldbelt's talking about, those are new opportunities. They need uplands at those places. They need things for people to do. So be that, if you're a business person, be that something. Find that something that you're passionate about and share your passion with the rest of the world who's dying to see Alaska.
Thanks, Renee. And it's okay to blow your own horn now and again. We've been to each of the 2 conferences you guys have put together. They're fantastic. The caliber of senior leadership from the cruise industry you bring to those programs and the one-on-one conversations you're able to have, pretty impressive. So thank you. And if you choose to go to Hawaii, Alaska Airlines will support flying people there. Also think Rome or London. Those are also opportunities, okay?
As long as you continue the discount that you give us
Yes,
for
ma'am.
the flights, then we're in.
We're going to bring the questions back onto this side. We're going to bring it back to Katie. Southeast Alaska offers a wealth of cultural and historical experiences. What advice can you offer businesses who want to share these attractions and stories with their guests? Or how can communities help protect and preserve history for the benefit of residents and businesses?
So I answered that in my talk.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to just switch it up and talk about the America 250. Sorry. So the America 250, for those of you who do not know, or the U.S. Semi-Quincentennial, is the 250th anniversary of the founding of the country and the Declaration of Independence in the Revolutionary War. Here in Sitka, I do not need to tell anyone that we were at that time, at least little parts of us anyway, were owned by Russia. So it makes it a lot more difficult for Alaska to figure out how we're doing that. A lot of states, especially over there in those big 13, have been planning this for a decade. They have millions of dollars dedicated to the America 250. We don't have anything. And a lot of states don't, I should point out too. So in November, the governor tasked me and the Alaska Historical Commission with coming up with a plan for the America 250. So here's a little history fact, exactly 70 years ago, Alaska leadership got together and wrote a state constitution. And when they completed that, they bequeathed that constitution to the next generation, Alaska's youth. And yes, they were really proud of our rich history, but they were pretty optimistic about the future. They said, here's this constitution, young people, our future, study it and take tomorrow and dream. And so I started thinking about that. Yeah, they were facing economic challenges too back in the 1950s. And yet they were so optimistic. You know, we didn't have oil yet, but they believed in the future and they believed in these young people because they're representing 100% of that future. And so I started this idea of dreams. And so I came up with a theme called our Week of Dreams. And right now, Alaska, what we're going to do for the 20th, and you can really do anything you want for the America 250, but what we're starting to do is think about baseball. And so we're partnering with Major League Baseball, which is a official partner, national partner of the 250. And we are looking at our Alaska Baseball League, which, by the way, produced more MLB players than any collegiate league in the entire country by a lot. And so we're looking at doing clinics. We're working when bringing former ball players back to do games with young people, including bringing kids from rural Alaska into Anchorage and Fairbanks. We're using the National Register to get fields listed on the National Register, like Groudon Park in Fairbanks, where the famous Midnight Sun game is, but also a field out in the Pribilof Islands, which represents the oldest continuous ball field in Alaska. Over 150 years. It was established in 1868. Which goes back a long way. And so we are also producing a traveling exhibit, which you can go check out, and we will send that to your museum in your community. So if you can't be in Anchorage or you can't be in Fairbanks next year, then you can still celebrate sports and you can celebrate baseball and bring your community together through this really extraordinary history, which includes, players like Tom Seaver, Randy Johnson, Dave Winfield, and oh, by the way, Aaron Judge, the best player who plays in Major League, played in Anchorage. We're working on a book, and we've received tremendous exposure from the media, including articles in the New York Times and Sports Center. And yeah, I've been teaching Alaska history for a long time. I have 2 kids who play sports, and believe me, nothing gave me credibility like being on Sports Center. So I think, and I also am, I know I don't have time to talk about this, but I think sports tourism, which is part of heritage tourism, has huge capacity. And it's a shoulder season type of opportunity. And I would love to talk with people who know a lot more about this than I do, because next year is a trifecta of sports. We have the Winter Olympics, we have the World Baseball Classic, and the World Cup all coming up. And Alaska, we have some incredible athletes. Here in Southeast Alaska, you just had a kid pitch an immaculate game, who's also Tlingit. So again, cultural history also is our sports history, and we have a legacy of it. And our kids are amazing, and I think we can bring money into Alaska, as 70% of Americans consider themselves sports fans. And right now, sports tourism is the most stable of the sector in the tourism industry, and is growing fast. So anyway, I'll stop here, but I'd love to talk more about this because I'm really excited about this idea. So go ahead.
I don't know why all I can think of about is play ball right now.
You should, yes.
Right?
MLB is coming up with their play ball clinics, and we can get over 1,000 kids involved in
Love
that.
it.
So yeah.
Look forward to partnering with you one way or another. And with that, we're going to do a quick fire round of the last question, because we're almost out of time and we do believe in an on-time arrival. And so with that, and that was a pun intended, by the way, really quick fire round each, and we'll start down with Susan down there. What are the next steps for helping increase locally owned businesses and entrepreneurs within this region?
Well, as Heather mentioned, there are a lot of resources that are valuable for at the entrepreneurial level. So the research that ATIA does, the research that communities do, it's very transferable if you're looking at visitor volume, characteristics, demographics, the things that they're doing. So I really encourage you, if you're thinking about that and you're helping people or you're thinking about ideas yourself, that's a next step for you. One thing I invite you to do, we host a lot of people at IC Straight. We recently had folks from the city of Juneau looking at the gondolas because of the gondola on Eagle Crest. We had folks from Old Harbor. We've got people from other countries and states. So again, if you want to come see what we've learned, come see us.
I think, again, reaching out to the different groups within your community, whether it's your chamber, whether it's your tourism director, working with organizations like Port Communities of Alaska, talking to us, figuring out what you want to do and how we can help you do it. You know, one of the proudest partnerships that we have going is our partnership with the Alaska Seafood Marketing Institute. Holland America a few years ago agreed to or decided to purchase 5,000 pounds of fresh Alaska seafood per ship per voyage. So if you're a fisherman and you're looking for ways to get your fish on board, you know, that's going to help everybody, right? We want them to leave their cruise and go home and ask for Alaska salmon, not that weird colored farm stuff that no. So, you know, find your niche, find what you're looking to do, talk with people who are doing it right now or who can help you do it. Come to us, come to CLIA. We're happy to answer questions about how to get you into the right groups within the cruise industry to try to pitch your ideas. So, but never stop dreaming about having your own business and working with the industry that's booming in Southeast.
I don't know if I remember the question, but I will say something anyway. Going forward, I urge caution in research. I really urge folks, if you are looking at your own community, use research that is representative of your population, right? It's too easy to put out an online survey where anyone can go on. And we have done these and we have discovered that it's not necessarily representative of a community. So I just urge caution in research. And in the interest of accuracy, my sister texted me a correction. She's the journalist, right? And she is no longer doing the police blotter, but she's passed that on to Sandy. So I just wanted to note a correction from the journalist, my sister. Thank you.
Steve?
First of all, who wants to go to Anchorage in February? I'm just asking.
Well, I can't exactly explain why the industry is going to Hawaii when we represent Southeast.
I saw my wife get really excited about the Hawaii comment, so we'll have to figure that one out. I think for us, it's supporting the local Native people and culture. And I would say watch out for our industry days. We're going to have a lot of them for retail, for vendors, and for artists, and just really supporting our communities through heritage foundations and things like that, and keeping up the weaving, the carving, all the things that kind of fade in a community of Native culture around the world. So I think we do a very good job in that. And just reach out to me if you want to learn more about West Douglas.
Thank you, sir. John, anything to add?
Sure. I think the three things that are really, I would say, preventing people from getting more involved with tourism now is space to expand, access to capital, and of course, the workforce challenge that we've talked about all morning. I think the city plays a role in providing support and directing some of those individuals to some of the incubators out there, micro grants, technical assistance, supporting indigenous and cultural tourism entrepreneurs, local entrepreneurs, and really fostering those partnerships with regional organizations like Spruce Root, ATIA, Chamber of Commerce. So if there's a way that we can help reduce any barriers on our local folks here and empower them to take some calculated risks, there's a lot of opportunity for them.
Great, thanks. Katie, I'm on the third baseline and I'm waving you in. Let's close it out.
All right, thank you. And I would say, yes, please come talk to me if you're interested in learning more about certified local governments, our grants, especially our new Maritime Heritage Program. So many of our grants are designed for, just regular people, but regular people also have to manage grants. So learning how to do that is also really important. And finally, I would just, as a plea to you, the experts in the room, seek me out because I want to figure out the best way how to make our history programs statewide be economically viable, because that to me is the best way to preserve them for a very long time for our next generation and the generation after that. So like I said, I'll be in room 1 hanging out with the baseball exhibit. And if you want that exhibit in your community, come let me know and I'll give you a form and you can fill it out and we'll get it to you. So thank you so much. It's been really a privilege speaking with you guys today.
Let's hear it for the panel. All righty, and with that, we're transitioning to a 30-minute break. Thank you, Cruise Line Agencies of Alaska. Thank you, Renee. Make sure you're back here at 11 o'clock. We've got a program near and dear to my heart, transportation, where the commissioner will be here, Ryan Anderson, Christopher Goins with South Coast Regional Director, and James Crawford, Assistant Secretary for Tribal Affairs, USDOT. You will not want to miss that. And with that, thank you very much.
They got your attention. So I want to invite the panel to come up and invite you to sit down. And we're excited to have this next one. We've got such quality presenters, and we really appreciate each one of you joining us. So South Coast Director Goins, and we'll be followed by he'll be preceded by Commissioner Ryan Anderson. Who's next? Good morning, sir. Thank you for being here. But we have another very special guest we have with us today for the first time. Where is Assistant Secretary Transportation? There he is. He's coming up this way now. New to Southeast Alaska, his first trip to Sitka, and our first opportunity to meet him. And we're really pleased to have him here. And I think we really want to just kind of launch into his remarks, but he is someone who has been, who's received many distinguished awards from his home state in Wisconsin. He has spent the last 39 years, is it Potawatomi? Potawatomi, where he's served his community in the tribal role as vice chairman, council member, secretary, and he was chairman when he stepped down to take, I say stepped down to take this role as stepped out to take the role of U.S. Secretary of Transportation. And we're just honored to have you here. And I'm going to, so there's no reason of me popping up and down. So I would just ask after your remarks, Commissioner Anderson, go ahead, and then we'll just have each one there. There may not be time for questions after, but we really want to be able to hear from each of you and appreciate your participation for these regional leaders that are here. We have slides. This is the clicker for that. You should be able to see that from here. Just hit the down button anytime you want to proceed. And we'll go from that. So, ladies and gentlemen, would you please give a Southeast Conference welcome to Mr. James A. Crawford, our Assistant Secretary for U.S. Department of Transportation.
All right, miigwech. First of all, I'll just say Bojom Minowabin, Bemami Indigenous, Kanoan Dodam, Kaino, Wisconsin, Dochbiach, Bodway Wadami, and Nishnabé and Dow. So my name is James Crawford. My spirit name is Bemabmi. That means Thunderbird that watches over and protects us. I am an Eagle Clan, and I am a member of the Forest County Potawatomi community. As mentioned before, I have been in tribal politics since 2010. And back in May, I was asked to take on this role as the Assistant Secretary, and I decided to do so. And so I resigned my position as tribal chairman and moved out to DC. And so this has been a big change for me, and it's something that I look forward to. You know, I took pride in being a leader for my people, and take pride in now being hopefully a good leader for all Native peoples as I go across Turtle Island here. And so this is a little picture of my reservation back home. This is a big project that, as the chairman of the tribe, I was the fourth chairman in the United States to sign a self-governance compact, which is something that I'm out promoting. But with that project, we were able to get funds last year, and we had funds before the whole project happened, be able to put them into an account and let that account, gain us some interest while we waited. And then this year, when there was a change of with the new administration, a lot of tribes had difficulties in moving on with projects because they weren't in the self-governance program and their funds are being tied up with the change in the administration. But because we had ours long before this administration took place, we were able to continue with our project. And this project is a combination of us, the state the state government, and the local municipalities there. So this was a great project for us. It's a great project and something that I want to talk more later on about our self-governance program with you guys. So I came out here to share a little bit about the Department of Transportation in general. Maritime Administration, or MARAD, was it Xochitl Castaneda, is your gateway director for the Pacific Northwest and Alaska. Through the PIDP, and MARAD provides grants on a competitive basis to assist in finding eligible projects for the purpose of improving the safety, efficiency, or reliability of the movement of goods through ports and intermodal connections. In FY25, over 500 million in PIDP funding is available. MARAD posted the FY25 PIDP NOFO on grants.gov on May 2nd, and in conjunction with the posting of the NOFO, MARAD is extended this application's deadline to September 10th, 2025, which obviously is now passed. But keep in mind that next year's, the new fiscal year is coming. So if you've missed out on some of these opportunities, pay attention for the next opportunity. The U.S. Marine Highway Program, invests in our nation's inland and coastal waterway infrastructure. It is a terrific funding program for post and supportive industries along designated marine highways and connections. MARAD is committed to this program as a dedicated resource that benefits domestic shipping. Earlier this year, MARAD released the FY 2025 Notice of Funding Opportunity for the Marine Highway Program, and just over $14 million was available, $5 million from new appropriations and approximately $9 million in carryover. And I just want to recommend that as you hear some of these things, if you've missed out on any of these opportunities, that again, not only will there be more opportunities in the future, but use my office and my staff for any questions you have regarding anything transportation. We're more than willing to help in all things transportation. The routes grant. Many of the tribes have taken and been participants of our routes initiative. This is a transparent. It's really hard for me to see this over here. I didn't bring my laptop up here. Sorry about that. But this communicates. I'll let you guys read it. Sorry about that. But our routes initiative is another grant opportunity that many people have taken, have been involved in. It's another initiative that my team can help get you involved in. This is something that is is very good for tribes, and just something that we at the DOT would like to help. This is for a rural policy, but that helps up here in Alaska. Your rural is just like us in Wisconsin. So please take a part of our routes initiative. Our Rural Tribal Assistant Pilot Program, or RTA. This is another grant that is a 5-year pilot program that funds financial, technical, and legal assistance to states and rural and tribal communities. There is $54.2 million available, and $20 million was set aside for tribal applicants. And so this is something that I just did a tribal webinar back on August 26th, and is something that is now available. Again, if you need any help getting involved in this program, please reach out to us. The highway reauthorization bill is coming up, and this is something that I have been working on along with my team. This is the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act is set to expire September 30th, 26th. And so this is an opportunity for tribes and tribal organizations to provide recommendations and ideas for the next highway restoration bill, reauthorization bill. And I hosted a webinar here as well, August 26th on this. And this is another thing that, for tribes, please reach out to us. If you have anything that you would like to see happen in the new reauthorization bill, if we can be your voice, we want to. And so we took a lot of things that we've heard going from different conferences and meeting with other tribes, as well as the roundtable that we had, and have implemented some of those thoughts and ideas into our presentation to our higher ups that will hopefully help us pass some of these things that we need in Indian country. And our tribal self-governance program, again, this is our main goal here in my office. The Tribal Transportation Self-Governance Program is a program that was created under Section 1121 of the FAST Act, negotiating rulemaking with tribes, and the final rule published was June 1st, and the final rule effective date was October 1st. So essentially what this does is it allows tribes to control their funds, to be able to spend their funds in the way that they see necessary. And you go back to my project that I shared with you in the beginning, our highway project. Again, when we created our plan for this, when we worked with the state, we worked with the local municipalities, and were able to get our funds, like I said, last year, way before the project was going to happen. But it allowed us to be able to manage those funds ourselves, invest them where we need them, and then use them when we needed to use them. So I would like to encourage everyone, every tribe or organization, to get them involved in this self-governance program. It just is a great push for our own sovereignty, and allows us to do the things that we as sovereign nations should be able to do on our own lands. And again, like I said, we partnered with the state, and we partnered with local municipalities. And so that's another big thing that I want to encourage all of you when it comes down to going after these funds, to find your partnerships. Too many times when I go across and I talk to people, I find out that people just don't work together, whether it's a tribe and a tribe, or a tribe in the state, or a tribe in a local municipality. We got to get over those hurdles. We got to break down those barriers, because the only way we're going to get into the future is if we work together. And that was one of the things that, even me as the tribal chairman, we had to do. Our local municipalities, and back in the day, 30 years ago, before we started gaming, we did not have good relationships with anybody, pretty much. And so we spent 30 years of building those relationships. It was a long process, but now that it's done, we work very well with everyone. We were able to do a lot together, and a lot more together than what we'd be able to do on our own. So I'm just going to leave you with this contact information. That's me, James Crawford, Assistant Secretary. Milo Booth, would you stand up? This is Milo. Milo is he's the brain trust. He's the historical knowledge. Now Milo knows the things that I don't know. Milo's job is to make sure that I know things that he knows. But my job is to work on getting laws passed, work on doing the things that would take our ideas to the next level. And so we work well together. Milo's a great person to get a hold of. If you need anything, Milo can answer any questions. And Eli, you want to stand up? So this is Eli Sessions. He's our tribal affairs specialist. Eli is great. If you need to get a hold of me here at this conference, or next week in InTech, or anything you'd like to sit down and have more conversation, just reach out to Eli, and we can make that happen. And so I'm going to just leave it there. I want to say, this is this is a learning curve for me too. Your conference here is economic development. So I was the first chairman of the board of the Potawatomi Business Development Corporation, now the Potawatomi Ventures. And so economic development is right up my alley. That's, I can probably speak to you a lot better than that than I can transportation, but I can tell you what, transportation is a big part of economic development. And we have funds, we have abilities to help you do the things that you need to do. But you need to just reach out, talk with us, sit down, let us know the funds you have had, because maybe there's things out there that you don't know about that we can tell you about and help you accomplish. So with that, I will close and turn it over to our next guy. Thank you, McWitch.
Okay, good morning. Yeah, and thank you, Mr. Crawford. That was excellent. And having USDOT here as a represented today, I really appreciate. So for all of you, I'm Ryan Anderson. I'm the Commissioner of the Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities. And we had the opportunity to meet with the Secretary on his trip to Alaska. It was about a month ago, I think, at this point. And great to see such great representation from the administration that's currently up in Alaska. It's been phenomenal. But there's some really exciting things going on in Alaska. And I think right now is really good, hopeful times, considering economic development and all the things that everyone here has worked so hard for. I mean, when we look at across the state, with the tourism industry, the mining industry is picking up, the focus on the AK LNG line right now, and transportation in the world I work in. I mean, we're being asked to do some pretty neat things that we haven't thought of before, and I think this message of partnerships is a primary piece of that. So today we wanted to run you through some of the pieces and parts of DOT that we're working hard on. We have Chris Goins, our regional director for the South Coast region here. Andy Mills, our legislative liaison, is back here somewhere way in the back. I know Jill Melcher's here for planning in the South Coast, and then Eli is around as well, who does everything else for us. So yeah, so with that, we got a few slides we'll go through and yeah, work it from there. Oh, am I going the wrong way? Okay. It's one, maybe it's up. I wasn't watch the same presentation over again, sorry. There we go. Okay, so we'll get this going. Yeah, we always have to have a good southeast scenery shot. That's the one beautiful thing. I mean, with Southeast Alaska, you can't go wrong with any picture you take. There's no doubt about that. Okay, so the first thing I want to talk about a bit is just emergency response and the partnerships and everything that's been worked on that front. I think folks, everyone here is familiar with the Mendenhall Lake, the glacier outfall flood event. That's something, that's we all recognize has been happening over and over again, and people are coming up with great solutions. I mean, we have our folks, DOT, right there working with Juneau, with the tribes. Across the board, I think we have phenomenal partnerships between the state and everyone else to really make sure that we're caring for those events in ways that we can, knowing that we have constrained environments fiscally, resource-wise right now. And apart from that, I mean, there's just more and more happening out there. Just over the past month, I would say DOT's responded to events on the Dalton Highway. We had one in Allakaket. We were running another event, Petersville Road, down on the Matanuska River in the Mat-Su Valley. I mean, these things, they're continual. We have a good way that we respond and take care of those things. But it's something that our folks are gaining more and more expertise and looking for partners. I think, there's great examples out there, and especially as we're using technology with drones and being able to do these assessments faster and transmit information quicker. I think we're something to be proud of, something we're getting looked at from the outside and hearing about awards and whatnot. But it's just something that, we want to continue to be, on top of our game on for sure. The other big thing we're focused on right now is workforce. When you look at what we need to do. We still have struggles out there, DOT with equipment operators, engineering, the professional fields, environmental, just across the board in various locations. And so having that focus on the workforce is really important. And what you'll see is we've got some good partnerships right now with folks like the University of Alaska to get out there and hit the communities, try to, get to the young people where they're at, whether it's the high schools, or we've got some good internship programs to just, get people interested in transportation and these great fields to go into for jobs and careers. And so we're finding, we're having some success there. We have to keep at it. It's kind of a slow churn to make sure we get out there and follow up and then see the results, when people are looking for jobs and thinking about DOT and what's possible there. But I think anyone out there that lives in a community where you have a rural airport and that maintenance person at that airport is a key piece of what we do. And we got to make sure that we have folks that are interested. The Alaska Marine Highway System, we're continually to work on workforce on that front as well. And so continuing getting that interest and trying to find folks that are local to work in those fields is a big deal. Also on the workforce side, we're trying some new things with building projects using local forces. And so we have a model that we started, and this was out in Hughes, Alaska, where we actually had a community build the road to a cemetery with DOT oversight. And so we were able to figure out a way that, we could do a force account type construction. Young people could come, they could be trained by locals that had the experience, the knowledge, and the certifications to build a road. And that was a big improvement, a big way to, get people trained, get them excited about building, get them the experience of doing it. And then a lot of those folks that were in that program went on to go to get their CDLs and then employment afterwards. So that one was a big success for us, and we're working to build that model. And we have these workforce funds, they're federal funds right now, that we're looking for ways to leverage and build that program, because we recognize that that's a big focus right now. We got to get people working, and we got to get them excited about these jobs that are out there. And that ties right into our work on tribal relations. We recognize when we're working on the rural communities that those partnerships with tribes are absolutely critical. We've learned with Hughes and those aspects that work that these things are possible. We just have to have the right processes and ways to go about it that we can do these things. And so we've been trying more different ways to engage with the tribes. One recent effort we have, and it's a current project going up in South Central Alaska, is using the 202A9 agreements as a way to have a tribe work as a partner with DOT and do work, meaning whether it's wetlands delineations or the pre-construction work, cultural resource surveys, but actually have the tribes running those programs under an MOA with the DOT, but funded through the 202A9 agreements. And that's getting us past some legal hurdles that we've had in terms of, the state statutes and then the federal recognition of the tribes. So we're seeing some success there, and that might be a model that we want to build on and do more, but something to be aware of as we go forward. We were looking for ways to partner with tribes. Sometimes when we get into ways to work together truly, those legal hangups are a problem for us. So that was a pretty great one. And we're also coming up with ways for tribal monitoring agreements on federally funded jobs so that, we can more easily have a process where if a tribe wants to monitor on a project, we have a set way that we can just say, okay, we go through this process and then we have the monitoring agreement set up. So working through those things, I think those are really important for us and working forward on all of that. So really trying to, we feel like the governor right now has a Administrative Order 360, which is really all about government efficiency and looking at these things and doing better. A lot of it's on regulatory reform. But we feel like if we can find these ways to make it, to get more local work on these projects, that makes the projects more efficient and move faster when everybody's together and working on those going forward. So that's a focus that we're going to continue on with as well. We're also working on our tribal policies, and there's going to be more on that coming out soon. But lastly, We have our long-range transportation plan for the state of Alaska. We kicked that off last month. And so we're asking right now for everyone, we're asking for user stories. And if you're here today and you have a story about transportation that you want to share, like something you've experienced on the transportation system or something that you would like to see on the transportation system, rather than just having a survey asking, what highway you've driven on or, your satisfaction level, we want to hear your story. And so we have folks here today, Andy and Eli, who are collecting user stories. And this is something, we're incorporating actively into our long-range transportation plan. And really, as we kick this thing off, what we want to see is this collection of stories that helps us form what the goals and objectives and the vision of this transportation plan really is based on what everyone out there is telling us. So we're excited about that. I think it's a good way to, get that transportation plan kicked into high gear and make sure we have solid input on it as well. And then I also just want to say, as part of our building a team, and entering into the long-range transportation plan, we're continuing the effort of getting the Southeast Conference as a rural planning organization. And I think we're getting close. We're working the last pieces through the Federal Highway Administration, but I think that's, well, I'm fully supportive, and I know we're going to make that happen. So that's coming soon too. So no signing ceremony at this one, which we were hoping for, but we're going to get it. And so we're getting there. So yeah, really appreciate the opportunity to speak to everyone today. Team building is something that we're really focused on at DOT. I've learned in this job, you're never done building the team. So we're always looking for, thoughts on that too. But yeah, with that, I'm going to let Director Goins talk a bit about what's happening here in South Coast.
Well, I'm Christopher Goins, and I'm the South Coast Region Director. And I don't know if we can pull up the slides to move them down, but I may get interrupted by somebody really important, as I'm told. So I'm willing to stop and move aside for sure. So while we wait for the slides to come up, I want to first talk about Southeast Alaska Transportation Plan. This is a 20-year multimodal plan. And we were talking about the long-range plan, it's 55. This is more like 45. And Jill's going to be talking about that a lot in the coming days, especially on Thursday. But that's really where we're going to be laying down that groundwork for those multi-modes. And she's got some great things there and a lot of public engagement that's coming in the spring in summer and multiple rounds of that. So engagement is coming, and we want to hear your user stories and how to interact with you, not just with the long range plan, but with that Southeast plan as well. Can you go to the next?
The down arrow.
Yep. We'll work through it. All right, if you can go to the next slide. So I'll just tell you, 2.5 years ago, I was on this stage, on this talking about me as a director and what I wanted to do. And there was a reporter after I got done talking, wrote an article about it and said, wow, Chris is really passionate, and but historically this region has been very difficult and challenging. And I talked about culture and changing culture and being more accountable and getting better results. And I read that article and I was like, you know what, game on. Let's go do this. And so this is the story since then. In 2020 to 2023, we obligated each year about $100 million. In 2024, after putting those cultural pieces in, the trust and working in partnerships, we're up to 156 million we obligated in 24. This year, every project that we set at the beginning of the year, minus I think one emergency project, we delivered. That was $206 million that was obligated in 2025. Additionally to that, we have been working and partnering for another 112 million, whether that's the Sitka terminal with John and his team, or Skagway with the Corps of Engineers and a new levee that's coming for the airport in the city of Skagway, or it's Ketchikan, where we're looking at the terminal building there in Ketchikan. That's another $112 million. So in 2 years, $474 million has come to this region because of the partnerships in this room and the team and the change in attitude that's been occurring in our region. I'm really excited about that. And when you look at it from just what our team is doing, that's 183% increase. And you look at that overall impact over those past years, that's 236% increase. So really exciting stuff. So let's talk about how we get through these different pieces and continue to build on that progress. So we have started working, Jill's team has been working really diligently with our new asset management group to develop a 10-year plan. So now we're stepping another 10 years from that 20-year plan to how do we get those projects in the pipeline, and how are we thinking about our assets, and how do we think about the different modes strategically? And so this plan is helping us do that, and we're creating this across the state amongst all regions so that we know we're prioritizing this correctly in those across the state. And so this is marine, highway, aviation, our bridges, and we have on the, what we think needs to be done is north of $3.4 billion for the region and 260 projects. And now we need to get together and work towards finding funding for them, some of those, because that's just not funding we all have. But these are needs that we have, and we need to work to prioritize them and see if we can't find those funding opportunities together. And this tool is going to give us the ability to go after that and do it together. So we're excited about that. Let's talk about Ketchikan. Ketchikan, we came in and Ryan told me, hey, we gotta figure out a way to move over $200 million through Ketchikan and deliver this, because the infrastructure really needed some help. And so we've been doing that over the last several years, and we're going to deliver that $200 million. And we're going to do it and keep Ketchikan moving. But we got one really big challenge I want to make everybody aware of. Last year, I came in and I talked about the viaduct project. 2 bridges, 997 and 797. These bridges, I said, I think we're in the neighborhood of 120 to $200 million to replace these. And they're at a 4 out of 10 rating. And they could easily be at a 3, and we could be weight limiting or shutting down lanes of the highway. And so we don't want to get to that point. And Dawson's been working with us. John Pulver's in the room, and a consultant from lower 48 and parametrics. And we've really got under those viaducts and exposed what's there. And it's concerning. And we are working really diligently and breaking this into pieces so that we can deliver and go after funding. I want to thank the city of Ketchikan and the borough for working through that and adding this project into their plans, because this is a major need that's going to be $550 million to replace this. And it's going to take a lot of effort and teamwork to be able to do that. And I'm looking at you, Robert, like you're telling me to get out of the way.
I would never say that. But I do see our senator is on the screen, so if we could pause to allow her in.
Absolutely.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
That's, my life's motto is MARF, maintain absolute rigid flexibility. So appreciate that. I mean, got the best slides in there showing that increased funding. So we're going to come back to that, because that is an amazing testimony. But Senator, can you hear us okay?
I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now, and we can see you. We've got a couple hundred regional leaders here from business community, tribes, and other organizations here that are excited to hear from you. So thank you for joining us today.
Well, I'm happy to be joining you. I wish I was actually there, though. I don't like doing these by Zoom, but it is Tuesday and I got to be here, and you are there. So thanks for the opportunity to be with you again. I've had a good year of Southeastern fill-up, which is, as those of you know in the room, is important for me. Having come from that region, there's nothing better than being around the water. And I don't mind the rain, although I know you've had your share of it. But I've been in Wrangell now 4 trips this year. Kind of tucking mom and dad in and out of their place there, but also able to spend the 4th of July, get some crabbing and shrimping in, and do a little business all at the same time. Had good visits in Juneau this year, and out on Prince of Wales. Got around to several of the communities, and was blessed again with the nuances of weather and not able to fly out of Cloak. So I got to spend a lovely evening there. But even better was when I was able to get back to Ketchikan by the ferries. So once again, God bless the Alaska Marine Highway System. This one was actually, I take that back. That was IFA. But IFA, AMHS, it's all about how we are moving around our coastal communities. And it was not just me getting out in the region. Thank you all for welcoming the Forest Service Chief, Chief Schultz, to several of your southeastern communities. And we had the acting commandant of the United States Coast Guard, Admiral Lundy, there. So as always, you do a great job of showing our visitors around. I was just, before I got on, I was just looking at the Southeast Alaska by the numbers, 2025. I love it when these things are hot off the press. And Meilani, thank you for what you do to just make sure there's good numbers out there. But I think there is some good news for Southeast right now. We know that there's challenges, but when you think about the strength of the tourist season, the fact that we've pretty much made it through the season. I know you got about another month there, but at the beginning of this summer, there was a great deal of anxiety about how we were going to work through the Mendenhall Glacier and the visits there. And I think a lot of folks really came together to help out. We were able to convince the administration to keep Southeast Conference's grant for 6,100 heat pumps, keep that in place. We were able to do the same for Angoon's Thayer Creek project. We got a Great American Outdoors grant for housing for employees at Glacier Bay. That's a good one. And then I mentioned Wrangell just a bit ago. The new Wrangell water treatment plant now complete. The roadless rule, we're all watching what's going on with that. Huna has completed 2 major projects of its own. They've got a commercial greenhouse and a childcare facility. And then in Metlakatla, working on financing for the intertie to Ketchikan. And then I think it's always good news. I think it's big news, in fact, when you have headquartering that comes from the lower 48 back to Alaska. And that's what happened with AT&T, moving the headquarters from Seattle back to Southeast. And then on the military side, Juneau was part of Northern Edge 25. That was significant. And then, of course, the big ticket item was the commissioning of the Storis in Juneau just last month. That really has come about through a lot of good work by the delegation, through the appropriations bill and through the recent reconciliation bill. We were able to get some $300 million for infrastructure to support the Storis home porting there in Juneau. There's a lot of work to be done on that. We're not going to sugarcoat it, but it helps when you've got the commitment and you've got the resources there. Let me just talk real quickly about the reconciliation bill. I know that it has its own level of controversy, but when you think about again, the funding for the United States Coast Guard, substantial. What we were able to do with funding for the Storis, that's exactly one of the reasons where you look at that bill and you say there are good things for Alaska in it. There is no question. It does demand more from our state government, particularly given the high SNAP error rate that we have. But I think that what we were able to do in negotiating exemptions and negotiating flexibility, we've got this new rural health transformation fund. The application has just been announced. The state's going to be moving forward with this. I think that we have set Alaska up to be in a much better place. We have not only bought time for Alaska to get its systems on board and to just get in a better place, but also considerable resources that will be coming to the state of Alaska to help us with that. On the tax side, I think Alaskans are going to see the tax relief coming up in this next year. We were able to expand the child tax credit, new deductions for tips and on overtime and some Social Security income. We bolstered credits for opportunity zones and for affordable housing. On that housing piece, I mentioned the support for the Coast Guard. In addition to the ability to build additional icebreakers and to home port them, what we need to make sure is that our Coast Guard shoreside infrastructure is keeping up with the assets that are on the water. It has been years now since Sitka was promised its shoreside infrastructure so that it can house that FRC that is waiting outside. Same holds true for Seward. So we've got to make sure that the Coast Guard does not get out of alignment when it comes to the assets and the infrastructure. On the resources title of that reconciliation bill, we're certainly going to see more energy development on the North Slope. We're already seeing that. That's going to help everyone. We did make some progress on timber, requiring higher targets for harvests each year, new authority for long-term contracting for the Forest Service. I think there is a lot more that is happening. I've had a chance to not only have good long discussion with the governor about timber harvest there in Southeast and in the Tongass, but with the chief of the Forest Service. And so again, kind of looking at how we move forward with timber harvest through a different aperture than we have seen before. I have said many times, I don't think that the reconciliation bill was a perfect vehicle. In fact, I really did not like the process. There are some matters in it that I really have struggled with, and in fairness, we may actually see some of these things change, but the good that it will do, the good that it will bring to our state is without question in so many different areas. And so this is what happens with legislation. You don't get to draft it all on your own. You weigh the good and the bad, and I think that the good outweighed some of the issues and the challenges that I had with that. So we are now moving forward with implementation, and we're gonna again make sure that we seize all the opportunities within this significant legislation. And shortly after that reconciliation bill, we were then faced with a rescissions package. So just because rescission and reconciliation both start with letters RE doesn't mean that they are the same thing. This is actually worth making a distinction at this point in time, because I've had some folks say, well, you voted for the reconciliation and you voted for the rescissions, and I didn't like that. Well, the rescissions package, if you will remember, clawed back some $9.5 billion in funding for both foreign aid and for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. I happen to believe that while we can find efficiencies, we can work through waste, fraud, and abuse when it comes to foreign aid, that foreign aid is important. It's an important part of our public diplomacy. And so to just cut everything off at the knees was not something that I could support. And I absolutely could not support just completely cutting out and eliminating the Corporation for Public Broadcasting was just, it was not acceptable. And it is not something that I am done with. That I voted against that rescissions package, and for right reasons. When we think about public media in Alaska, we're talking about different than what you see back here in a place like Washington, D.C. Whether it is landslides in Wrangell or Ketchikan, whether it is the glacial outburst flooding that KTOO is reporting on, or the tsunami that KUCB was reporting on. So much of this is just so key and so critical to our local communities. So I am not done working to address this issue. I'm really proud of how Alaskans and others have come together on their own to raise resources to help our local stations get through this funding challenge. Some $350 million raised for public media already. That is great. But I'm also working at the federal level to try to address how we ensure that our local communities, and again, keep in mind where you're sitting there in Sitka, Alaska, you're on an island. Your neighbors are not people that you can just drive down the road to see. And so we kind of rely more on our public media to keep in touch with one another, perhaps more so than in other areas. So I'm continuing to work on that. And I just ask you to stay tuned on that. In the meantime, what are we doing here in Congress? We're slogging through nominees. We're working to advance a rules change, a change that I believe is good for both those in the minority and in the majority, Republicans and Democrats. It will allow us to hopefully process them more quickly. But in the meantime, we basically spent the first full 9 months of the year in the personnel business. And so we have not been able to move as quickly as we would like with legislating, but also with appropriating. And that's where we are right now. The end of the fiscal year is just, a week and a half away. And so what we're trying to figure out is how we keep the lights on, how we keep the government open. I know there are some who say, oh, well, it won't matter if we shut the government down. Well, you just talk to our Coast Guard friends and their families about what happened during that 35-day shutdown. And what it meant to be without pay. Oftentimes we forget the role that the federal government plays in our life, and certainly there in Southeast, where we are surrounded by federal lands around us. It is very real, and it is something that I don't take lightly. So I wish there was a magic path right now. We just got word from the House that they've drafted up a short-term continuing resolution that will take us through November 21st. We like to run these things right up until some kind of time block when we all want to get out of town to go visit family for Thanksgiving, and that's probably going to be where we're going to be. But this is something we don't know yet what the path is going to be, but what this senator knows is that there is no such thing as a good shutdown. There is just no such thing as a good government shutdown. And so I'm going to do everything that I can to avoid getting in that situation, because not only do we need to keep the government open, we need to keep those who are serving us as their friends and neighbors who are making things happen on the federal side. We also need the government open so that we can really move on legislating, and that's where we've got a lot on our plate. A lot of Alaskans are coming back to me and saying, hey, I've seen in the news that there's this potential for a health insurance increase coming up. I thought we were out of the woods on that. It is a fact that the premium tax credits that have been in place for the past couple of years are coming to an end. They will expire at the end of this year. It's just going to be a month or so before we see the insurance companies post their rates, and Alaskans are going to receive a real shock if they are on the exchange. It's anticipated it's around 125% increase to an average Alaskan family who is on this. And again, remember, these are individuals that for the most part are working, they're working, some of them are working 2 jobs. So know that I am all over this. I am working to address it, hoping to actually drop a bill today that would provide for an extension of the premium tax credits. So this is something that our costs are already high enough. I can't ask an average Alaskan family to assume an additional 125% increase on top of everything else that we are seeing. Everything from the cost of goods, the uncertainty that's coming to our businesses when it comes to tariffs. There's a lot going on, folks. So we've got some good things in our appropriations bills that we want to try to get moving. We've got 31 congressionally directed spending requests for Southeast. This is just over $66 million. And this is everything from UAS's Ketchikan Marine Workforce Development Training Initiative to wastewater treatment upgrades in Sitka and Wrangell, harbor access improvements in Angoon. There's a lot going on there. And there's a lot more happening, trying to figure out how we're going to be able to advance a farm bill where one of my goals is to provide our fishing and mariculture industries with greater access to the programs that are available to our onshore farmers. And on that note, I just want to say we had a seafood summit with the Secretary of Commerce and the Secretary of Agriculture just last week. And it was music to my ears to hear the Secretary of Agriculture say that, well, you know, fishermen are the farmers of the sea. And I just thought, oh my goodness, hallelujah, we finally arrived. But we've got a lot more to do on that front. I want to advance my working waterfronts legislation. I've reintroduced that. I got great input from folks across Southeast. I'm looking at a new marine carbon dioxide removal research bill, working on this with Senator Schatz. I think it could have huge potential there in Southeast. And then housing. Everyone is dealing and struggling with housing, but we want to build on the efforts from everything that we've seen from Klawak, from Sitka Community Land Trust, the new Ketchikan Land Trust. There's a lot going on there. And as we talk about housing, we want to make sure our housing is safe. So our hazards legislation, I want to try to get that across the finish line. This is National Preparedness Month. And so we've introduced measures on earthquakes, volcanoes, tsunamis, landslides, atmospheric rivers. We got it all in Alaska. And as I mentioned that, I can't help but note that KTOO had given us all the flood warning for the secondary glacial outburst flood there in Juneau. It looks like it was not as bad as it could have been. But again, when you think about hazards and what people are facing, some are those sudden hazards like the release that we saw in Ketchikan off the mountain or in Wrangell. Others is this slow terror as you're watching the water build up there at Suicide Basin and wondering how high it's going to be. So we've been working on solutions. My sense is what we have right now helped, but it's not good enough. The HESCO barriers work for some of the time, not for all of the time. And I think we need a longer term solution. And we need our administration partners to work with us to get it. So I appreciate where folks are. I am just about out of my time and I want to have an opportunity for a few questions, but I know that it would not be a conversation with folks at Southeast Conference if I did not mention ferries. And so I will end with my Alaska Marine Highway System support. We've delivered now $700 million and counting to AMHS. And we still haven't seen the system modernized. We're entering the last year of funding under that bipartisan infrastructure law. So that federal window, I told you folks, it was not going to be open forever. We need the state to step up on capital and operating expenses. We need that to happen in this next year. And if it doesn't, I worry that we will have wasted a once in a generation opportunity to do right by those who depend on our ferries. So I am passionate about it. I mentioned my folks earlier. You didn't see a lot of them this summer because Dad was dealing with a knee issue. As of yesterday, he has a brand new knee. He feels pretty good. And so I'm just warning you, you haven't seen his op-eds for a while, but when he comes out of that surgery fog, he's probably got a new op-ed on the marine highway system or the roadless rule or whatever. So he's out there and moving around. But I am encouraged by the good people who I count as friends, neighbors there in Southeast. I'm excited by what I'm seeing with the initiatives in so many different places. You got the tribally led tourism in Haines, kelp-based projects in Ketchikan, clean energy hardware being prototyped by a Southeast startup. You've got the Huna Totem Dock project. You got Goldbelt on the backside there at Douglas. You've got a gooey duck seed hatchery starting, oyster farms, oysters on wheels, fresh oysters on fire in Ketchikan. It's wonderful to see, and it's just a reminder to me that when you think about those men and women that are making it happen in Southeast, you truly are rooted in resiliency. Robert, my Mr. Southeast, thank you for convening everybody year over year. Happy to take questions as your time allows, but thanks for the opportunity to beam in, give my best to, I've got Kara and Sherry that are there from Ketchikan and Wrangell and Juneau, and they're there on my stead. So if you need anything specific to get to me, please touch base with them. But thank you and happy to take a few questions.
Thank you, Senator. And you'd be glad to know that where we're at in our agenda is transportation. We have got Commissioner Anderson here, and we also have Assistant Secretary Crawford for U.S. Department of Transportation, Tribal Affairs here. We're going to be talking about this for a while, so thank you for your words, your passion, and the money. So it goes a long way. So we're in the throes of that. Maybe just one quick question. I know as you were focused on seafood last week when I saw you speaking to the secretaries, there's a upcoming farm bill. And actually for note, we have the new state director for USDA Rural Development with us today as well. But where are some of those programs that might relate to mariculture that we're trying to get into and the farm bill rewrite? How do we best take a look at that and assist?
Well, I wish that I could tell you that we're really deep into the drafting on the farm bill, but it is one of those mega bills that has kind of been set aside during this Congress. But that doesn't mean there hasn't been good work kind of quietly going on. But in terms of hearings in different ways where you can present on that, I think you're not seeing that right now. I will tell you, the conversation that we had with the secretaries was important for a host of different reasons, not the least of which was to be with cabinet level members who really seem to understand the role of seafood in today's economy and what it means particularly to Alaska's economy. And it's not just the big operations. It is recognizing what it means to coastal communities. And so when you think about some of the mariculture operations, I just ticked off a number of them, small scale, but extraordinary opportunities within our smaller communities. So I think areas to look truly are within USDA. And within SBA as well. It is noteworthy that we will have a whole slug of nominees that will be confirmed by by the end of this week and probably the end of September. And for instance, one of them is a USDA nominee. And he was actually up in Alaska when we brought Senator Bozeman up. And he is an undersecretary, but he will be focused on matters related to marketing and labeling. And so for us in Alaska to have somebody who has kind of that direct Alaska experience with us, I think these are some of the relationships that kind of pay it forward. So as you all are coming up with your proposals, I think right now it's keeping in close touch with your delegation as we're working on whether it's Farm Bill, again, some of the special initiatives that we're working on for our waterfront communities, we still have my Arctic Ag out there, which incorporates a lot of what we have been talking about inserting in this next Farm Bill. So we need the ideas. We need to hear from you. We need to know what's working on the ground. If there are certain federal programs that are more helpful to some of these fledgling operations, let us know what they are so we can keep a close eye on some of the appropriated accounts. That actually helps a lot, knowing what programs are benefiting Alaskans.
Great. Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please thank our senior senator, Murkowski.
Have a great week.
Thank you so much for taking time out of your day. I've seen you start early and you go late, and you and your staff are still available at 5 o'clock Alaska time, which is 9 o'clock at night there. It's an amazing schedule you keep, but thank you so much for all you do for us.
We're here for you. Take care, everyone.
Thank you so much. Director Goins, would you please come and we'll wrap up our transportation piece.
Well, that is entertaining. That's going to go in my digital scrapbook for myself, preceding and following a U.S. Senator. That's really tough, but I'm going to do it with something that's a great win and a win for Juneau. And that is Egan-Yandukin intersection. You can help me go to the next slide. I'd appreciate that. So the good news is we've been working on a Pell study regarding that intersection there by Fred Meyer because of left-hand turns had created accidents and people were getting hurt and we had a death. And we said, we got to do something about this, not just the final solution, but we got to put something in place. And you heard the commissioner talk about your own user story. As we sat down and we had conversations through that Pell process, we learned that there was some aspects with the users on left-hand turns that was causing some of the accidents. They couldn't tell if they were in the turn lane, the drop lane to Fred Meyer, or if they were going straight through. So we developed a project in the interim while we were trying to get the full solution in place to separate that, put in speed reductions and seasonal speed reductions and radar feedback signs. And I can tell you for the first time in 11 years, over a year and a half now, since that's been put in place, we have not had significant injury accidents in that location. And that's a major, huge win. So I want to say thank you to our engineering teams. Thank you for sharing your user story, because this is how we make a difference. We're not done though. And I can show you this graphic a little bit more. There's additional challenges of development in that area has come along that we need to take into account. And because now we're having lots of PEDs try and cross an area that it's not safe to cross. And so we've got some innovative solutions to handle that while still making sure that the traffic can go through and flow through smoothly and isn't just hung up. And if you're interested, I'd be happy to take you aside and have that conversation, but some really cool things our engineering groups are coming out of. Next slide, please. Oh, it did finally. There we go. All right, now I want to talk about Cascade Point. A lot of you have heard about Cascade Point. This is a very, very unique project, unlike anything I've seen, with a partnership with Goldbelt. And Stephen, I've got to know you quite well and appreciate the team, and Michael, who's in the room as well. A wonderful team working on this. And so we've been developing concepts and how do we overcome some of the engineering challenges. And this last spring, early summer, we came to a conclusion that we were at a point where we could break this into two projects, go a design build project, work on the access road, a bridge, and a pad where eventually people would stage before going on the marine portions. And so we went and got that going, hired that contractor, K&E Excavating, to do that as a design build. And there's more permitting and public involvement that's going to go with that. Separately, there's another process for all the marine development that is going on. And we just finished 35% design review on that. And we are going to have a public process that's going to start up with that. And that's really we call that our pre-environmental review process. And so we're really at the point where we know enough, we can have a deeper conversation with the public. Additionally, in that, we've been running an analysis report, and I'm going to be able to release that in the very, very, very near future, I think in this next week. So as that comes out, and if you have questions, please come knock on my door. I'd be happy to have a conversation and talk with you about it. I want to know your user story and your thoughts about it, because we've been really thinking about how do we overcome the challenges associated with the site, some of the challenges that we have in Juneau associated with Cascade Point. One of those is the marine environment and the wave environment. And some people have said, well, that cannot be overcome. There's engineering problems. Chris has said, no, we can overcome those, and we have, and the engineering team has figured that out. And we've already put that in place. We'll also have heard about challenges connecting, shifting connection points. And I'm going to briefly talk about the end, but we got a solution for that, and that's because of a partnership that we have with Goldbelt and the city. And really appreciate that. But some of the things you're also going to hear is this is going to reduce the annual consumption of fuel and emissions by 1,390 metric tons annually. So that's really good news for the environment. We're also going to see AMHS savings of 1.4 to 1.6 million every single year because of the change and going out of that. And we got to remember that Cascade Point is that strategic platform for day boats and seasonal redundancy and reliability. But the really exciting thing I want to talk about, have you ever gone to Auk Bay in the winter and picked somebody up at the ferry terminal or dropped somebody off, and on the way back, while the snow is on the ground and in the side of the shoulder by the guardrail, watch somebody lug their luggage all the way back into the roundabout area to try to get on a bus to then go to where they are? That is going on. That is the connections that we have in Auk Bay today. And as we started looking at this project, we realized, hey, we got to do something better, and we can make this system better for walk-on passengers, because everybody's been concerned. What about walk-on passengers? How are we dealing with that? Well, and that's where we sat down with CBJ, we sat down with Goldbelt, and Goldbelt is committed to running a shuttle service that would connect Auk Bay, Cascade Point, and the Mendenhall Valley all together to get rid of those types of problems for walk-on passengers. So we are going to create some major opportunities for Goldbelt through that, some major opportunities for our passengers, and have a more complete system in the end. And again, I just want to say, after you read that analysis, come talk to us. We want to have a conversation. We're going to have lots of public involvement on this. The story is not done. And we appreciate you, and I appreciate the partnerships that we've developed and the success that's come to this region. And I want to say a special thank you to my team for taking on the mantra and really going after it and getting after yes. They've been doing that. And I also want to say thank you to the commissioner for putting together a team to support us do that. It's been phenomenal to work under that. And I know Andy's back in the room. He doesn't get a lot of credit, and he gets to talk with a lot of you. But Andy's been somebody I've had a lot of conversations with over the year, and he's a special person. I just want to say thank you to you too, Andy. So, and with that, I'll close it out, and thanks for the time.
Oh, thank you so much. And really, I think one of the things that have struck me about you, Director, is that you've always, since day one, when you were filling that office, been, how do I get to yes? And I appreciate that attitude, the solution sets. I love the fact that sometimes the data is not always in alignment with headlines, Commissioner. according to the data, it shows a significant increase of investment in Southeast infrastructure from the South Coast region. I noticed, I think I've heard that there's been some extra funding that your department's been able to get. Do you want to just talk about what the funding future looks like and for DOT?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so every year we go through a process, and I think a lot of you probably have heard, the word STIP is one, the Statewide Transportation Improvement Program. And we've been working hard to build tools so we can really understand, when the senator's up there speaking about all these federal funds, they all come with a lot of strings attached. And so we're working on systems so we can really quickly identify what strings we have to pull to fund this certain piece. And so this past year was our first test of kind of this new system where we have direct input from our teams, our project delivery people, to really tell us when things can be delivered and what's going to be available to obligate the funds to. And we're really highlighting those fund types, like you get into some of these fund types like congestion mitigation funds or protect funds. There's transportation alternatives program funds for the trails and whatnot. And so by lining our project delivery up with those fund types, this year, we're able to show the Federal Highway Administration that we could deliver $183 million more than what was originally apportioned to us. And so that was what came back to us, was they looked at our information, the way we had it all set up, well organized. We could show that, yes, this is credible, we can deliver this. They came back and said, okay, we're gonna award you another $183 million in limitation so we can move forward with those projects this year. So those are the kind of things we're trying to do right now to modernize, those tools. We're modernizing in a lot of ways across the department. It's behind the scenes, so it's not necessarily, what we want is you to see the results. And that's the $183 million extra this year. So hopefully more of that coming as we increase those goals and we see how far we can push it for Alaska, because that's what we want to do. We want the best, projects and the best transportation system for Alaska.
All right. Well, thank you for that. And as always, with our panels, we're really identifying and showcasing the achievements, the challenges, and the champions who's working in those spaces. So Assistant Secretary, thank you for coming. I noticed from the moment you walked in, automatically the networking and engagement, and that's going to happen the moment we release you as well. The agenda is always worth the time to come, but it's the networking that's so appreciated, the relationships that we build on. And we thank you all for that, the effort that you do and your leadership that you're doing for keeping us moving together. We're going to take a break for lunch. You know where the lunch is served. We're going to come in. We have a keynote today. We have the regional vice president for Alaska Airlines. We're excited to hear from Marilyn. So we're going to go through the lunch line, come back in, hear from her, and keep on rolling. So would you please thank this panel one more time, and let's go have lunch. Okay. I found out where half the people went. They went back to the back room to sit at other tables, but they say they can hear us a little bit back there. I'm going to kind of give them a moment if, in case any of them want to come into the big room as folks are eating. But what amazing food we've had today. The breakfast was awesome. The lunch, it's like, wow, I'm waiting to go back and get in line myself. So we've got, we're going to see the best of Sitka's catering. We've got another caterer coming in tomorrow and spectacular food. So while we're pausing to line up our next speakers, I want to give way to Rachel Roy to come say a few things about what's out there for us to explore in Sitka. So Rachel.
Thank you, Robert. I just can't stay away from a microphone. I'm just playing. I welcome everyone to Sitka. We are so excited to have you back. When we bid last year, we started in motion all of these plans and coordinating. I hope you all found hotel rooms and buses to pick you up. So many things go into hosting this conference, and there is so much more to come. Tomorrow night, you are all welcome to come to the Fireside and Fizz banquet. So if you didn't bring something glamping style, we have some great stores downtown. We actually have the Show Your Badge program, which is everybody got some on their tables. It is a discount program for walking around in your badge, right? Because we're all going to do it. We're going to leave here. We're going to walk around and forget that we have our badges on, but you get to save at, there's coffee shops. You can save downtown. I know the auction is still looking for items. So buy something for you or your honey at home, buy something for the auction, and it's for the kids, right? So definitely do that. There's visitor guides. We have our visitor centers open as well. Attractions are all open and running, and there's lots of specials. And reach out to me or any of my team if you need anything, because we are here to help you. We've also put together a great reception tonight from 5:30 to 7:30. So please make a stop up, even if it's for a short time. Come up and see the Alaska Raptor Center and all the development that's happened there. They've really just been such a foundational part of our tourism industry. So thank you all and enjoy conference. Oh, one more thing. Oh, there's buses. There'll be buses leaving here from here. 5:15 is our first bus. So that one will be your first opportunity, and we'll have 2 buses that run in a cycle. So if you have something going on at 6:30, say, there'll be a bus that can run you back into town. Yeah, we'll get everybody taken care of. And there's lots of restaurants and options for dinner. We're having bites up there because we want you to go. So make your plans to meet up and have dinner downtown. Don't go too late because they won't know you're coming. So thank you.
Thanks, Rachel.
Okay, so without any further ado, we're so appreciative of all Alaska Airlines does for so many of us individually, community, regionally, the conference. And it's exciting to see all the amazing options that keep rolling out from their marketing team. I don't know if they're flying any higher, but they're certainly flying further than ever before. I came within 5 minutes of getting a ticket to Tokyo. It's on the bucket list, but anyway, would you all please join me in welcoming the Regional Vice President for Alaska Airlines, Marilyn Romano.
And move this. Well, good afternoon. Thank you for joining me for lunch today. My name is Marilyn Romano. Richard, thank you so much. Robert, I just called you Richard. Yeah, and you did smile. I was like, you confirmed. Thank you so much for having us. Thank you for letting us be part of this for so many years. It's a special time when we can gather. Sitka is one of our favorite places, and it's just great to always be back here and listening to some incredible speakers. I'd also like to just start. I see Commissioner Ryan Anderson in the back, and since he's here, I do have an opportunity just to thank him. There's a lot that goes on in transportation. I told the panel they could stay up here because, everything we do is transportation. But a lot of people may not know some of the work that goes on, particularly work as we're planning the future around transportation. And I just wanted to give a shout out and appreciation to Commissioner Anderson. He has helped us and other airlines come together in the last, I'm going to look at him, probably the last year, working on getting a federal grant for a feasibility study to produce sustainable aviation fuel here in the state of Alaska. And a lot of people don't know that work has been done. We actually were one of 3 states in the United States that was awarded those federal grants to do those feasibility studies. That's a really big deal when we talk about how we're going to fly airplanes, how we're going to do it cleaner than we do today, and how we're going to prepare ourselves to be able to continue the type of flying we need to do in the state of Alaska by producing our own sustainable aviation fuel here, either using woody biomass, salmon carcasses, all kinds of things, believe it or not, can be used to make sustainable aviation fuel. And the good thing is it mixes right into our fuel farm with the regular aviation fuel that we use today. So I just wanted to publicly thank him for that. That's slow work, but the work is going on and it wouldn't happen without the leadership of DOT under Commissioner Anderson. So thank you for that, Commissioner. So I'm here today to talk about, I don't know if you knew it or not, but particularly last month, we announced a lot of changes at Alaska Airlines, particularly around loyalty, around credit cards. And I know that's something of interest to everyone. I'm going to tell you because I promised Robert, I'm not going to take questions because I'm here. I know you all know Scott Haberstad. He's here in the orange vest. And I believe that's a Boise State kind of paying honor to his college. He is a Ketchikan kid. He is our managing director of Alaska Market. And then Casey Hostetler, who's our community marketing and sales manager for Southeast Alaska and also a board member of Southeast Conference. We're all here ready to answer your questions afterwards. Pull out your credit card, pull out your mileage plan number, and I'm going to walk through changes that you may have heard about in a little more detail. So I'm going to start by letting you know, so I think you probably know this as well as I do, that, we're a 93-year-old company in 2025. And we got our humble beginnings in Anchorage, Alaska, with one airplane and one employee. Change and growth has always been in our DNA. And today, we have 400 airplanes. And with the acquisition of Hawaiian Airlines, we have 30,000 employees. So it just makes sense that we have to continue to look, grow, evolve, and especially as we bring together Hawaiian Airlines with Alaska Airlines, many of these changes are designed in order to, as seamlessly as possible, do that. So I'm going to start with a video that our CEO introduced on August 20th around Atmos.
Hey everyone, it's Ben here in Seattle. We are on a mission to transform global travel. Bold new routes, a bold new design for our 787s, and today we are revealing our bold next step in our vision for the future. Alaska's Mileage Plan has been the #1 loyalty program for 11 straight years. As we combined with the fantastic Hawaiian Miles program, we knew we had a rare opportunity to reimagine what a combined, supercharged loyalty program could look like. We call it Atmos Rewards. The name has changed, but it will continue to be the most generous program in the industry. And don't worry, your miles are yours to keep and their value won't change. Here are 3 reasons why I'm genuinely excited about what's ahead for you. First, you'll be able to choose how you earn points based on what works best for you. Fly far, earned by distance traveled. Spend more, earned by price you paid. Fly a lot of short hops, earned by segments flown. No other airline offers you that level of choice, and it's coming in 2026. Second, to make your journeys even better, we are going to be one of the first airlines to install the fastest Wi-Fi in the sky to our entire fleet, with Starlink as a free benefit to all Atmos Rewards members starting next year. Third is our new premium credit card called the Atmos Rewards Summit Card that unlocks even more benefits. And one thing I'm really excited about is the Global Companion Award. It is redeemable for flights booked on our website or app around the world, including our 30+ global partners. This is not just a card. It's your ticket to global travel, faster status, and unforgettable experiences. These are just a few of the many benefits that are coming your way. Atmos Rewards is a reflection of who we are and where we're headed. It's global, it's generous, it's based on choice, and most importantly, it's built around you. Thank you for being on this journey with us, and we look forward to welcoming you on board soon.
Okay, so that gives you a kind of a high-level overview. There's a couple of things I want to point out. So how many people are former mileage plan members of Alaska Airlines? Okay, so you are all Atmos Rewards members now, and you became that on August 20th. It didn't hurt. It was painless. The big thing we heard as they were making these plans, the big question, including Scott
Marilyn raising our hand saying, you're not going to make everybody in the state of Alaska change their mileage plan number, are you? And the answer was no. That is a big deal because I bet all of you can probably tell me your mileage plan number and you can't tell me your spouse or home phone number. I bet. Well, now you didn't have to change it. So that was a big thing when it comes to making change. So what does all this mean? So I'm going to tell you what all of this means. So first of all, for every mile that you had in your account on August 20th, they just changed the name from miles to points. You lost nothing, nothing changed. Your number stayed the same. But what Atmos Rewards does is it's a bigger and better program than just the simple mileage plan program. And that's where the change comes in. So how many have already downloaded the Atmos Rewards app? Thank you, Scott, for raising your hand right away. Very good. That wouldn't have looked good on his performance review. I have it on mine. We can show it to you. You download the app. The app automatically, when you download it, transfers all your information for your account over. So you don't have to do anything. Once you go ahead and download the app, it'll automatically do it. It looks like the one on the far left. I have it on my phone. I'm happy to show it to you. And what it does is open up other opportunities of where you can use points. And that can be hotels, it can be restaurants, it'll be experiences. And it's just the beginning. Some of these things you'll see immediately. Some of these things we're going to roll out into 2026. We just wanted everybody to get it soon so you can get used to it. And then as it grows, the opportunities you have grow with it. So how many people in this room before August 20th was a gold member, MVP gold? Okay, you had no change. You're still MVP gold. Any 75Ks in the room? Okay, 75Ks became platinum. Any 100Ks in the room? 100Ks became titanium. When Lisa Murkowski, who we just heard, was at the airport the day after, and started hearing all the changes. If you were this, now you're that. She texted me and she said, you're running out of precious metals. And I said, okay, duly noted. Any million milers in the room? Million milers are going to stay million milers. That was another thing. No one that has spent all that time and money to become a million miler wanted to lose that recognition. So we decided we weren't going to change that. Any 2 million milers in the room? Okay. We have 1 3 million miler in the entire organization, and he lives in Anchorage. And I know of 4 who are at 2.8 and fighting it out with each other to see who the second 3 million miler for Alaska Airlines will be. But they will always be called a 3 million miler. So a couple of things that you'll notice is that you're going to have the opportunity, as like I said, in 2026 particularly, we're going to unlock a lot of things that you're going to be able to do. And some of these are going to be through influencers that write about certain trips, and then you'll be offered the opportunity for a certain number of points to participate in whatever that experience is. There may be concerts, it may be trips through the wine country. You'll get notices. All of that will be fed through the Atmos Rewards app. And a big one, which is, and you heard Ben speak to it, is how you want to earn your points. This is the first time we've ever offered this. We're the first airline to actually offer multiple choice. If this will actually come in 2026, you actually don't need to do anything at the moment, but then you're going to have an opportunity to pick, and you're going to pick one of 3. You can do it by distance, which is basically what you do now. Prior to August 20th, it was 1 mile equals 1 mile. Now it'll be 1 mile flown equals 1 point. So distance, or you can do it by ticket price paid. So we've suggested to people, Scott did a really good little chart, and he can share that with you for all of us in the office, that compares what's the best thing for people individually. And that's why when you ask questions, you're going to all ask questions, I think, specific to what your needs are and how you fly. But if it's by ticket price, if you take a lot of long distance trips, we're gonna give you, for every $1 spent, you're gonna get 5 points. So you need to do the calculation to see, is that the best way for you to accumulate your points? And then the last one is by flight segment, really targeted to people who particularly fly just short distances. We thought about our friends in the state of Hawaii who do a lot of island traveling, and those are very, very short flights. Now they can just get, they may not leave the islands very much, so they'll get their 500 points for every trip they take. So what's good about it is you can make a choice, take some time, do the calculation, look at what you spent last year, look how many miles you flew, do the calculation, particularly around the price. Because if you can get 5 points for every $1 spent, you may say, you know, that's the best thing for me personally. And then because, and I'll tell you, the popularity of Club 49. So Club 49 was started in 2011 exclusively for Alaskans. And now we're moving forward to almost 14 years that we've had Club 49, where Alaskans have saved about $20 million on average a year between bag fees, sale fares, the 30% off e-certificates. And so as a company, we thought, is there an opportunity to do some smaller type communities, nothing to the scale of Club 49, but you may see those rolled out to other people, small communities. We started last year one for Hawaii. It's called Hu'akai by Hawaiian. It's a little different. Again, don't tell anyone, not as robust as Club 49. And I can guarantee you, Scott and I get up every day, and what we concentrate on is protecting Club 49 for Alaskans. And I'm pleased that the company sees that there's value, even smaller communities, and you'll see some of those, and you'll probably see some messaging on those in 2026. Okay, now titanium members, you're out there. The titanium members are going to get added benefits than you get today. And a couple of them, automatic global upgrades to lie flat seats, which if you didn't know that, and you'll hear it later, we're going to have lie flat seats for global travel. And they're going to be beautiful airplanes, and you'll get automatic, you'll receive, if the seat's available, automatic upgrades. You'll also have additional points that you'll get if you did, for example, by the end of this year, you've made 100K. Next year, it's actually going to be 135K, but we're going to give you 20,000 points to start off the year. So it's not that much different. If you're a 75K, so now you're a platinum, it's going to be 80K, but in January, we're going to give you 5,000 to start. So there's going to be lots of ways for you to earn status. I think that you're going to find that the benefits you're going to get from this is going to be greater than ever before, including more ways to earn. So we're partnering, and this is just the beginning. We're going to have more, but we're going to partner with different organizations, different hotel chains, Lyft, things like that, that you can use and you can earn. When you give your credit card, you're going to be earning additional points. Lyft. Anytime we all travel, we take Uber or Lyft. I suggest you do Lyft more than Uber because you're going to earn Alaska Atmos reward points with that. And I will tell you, I'll show you on the credit card, which I'll get to in a second, but one thing that's really important starting on January 1, 2026, right now, the number of miles you can accrue are capped based on spending. Starting January 1, that will not be capped at all. Okay, now the credit card. Anybody have an Alaska Airlines credit card? Yeah, how many do you have, Robert? 2, 3? Okay, Robert has 3 credit cards. Robert, you may want to think about the new Summit card. If you have this is a big question. This question, I think I've gotten more questions actually about the credit card than I have the rewards program. If you have an Alaska Airlines signature Visa card in your wallet today, you don't have to do anything. There was a big question, am I supposed to apply for a new card? You don't have to do anything. On the expiration of your card, the current card, you will receive the first card that you see, the Ascent card. That card will be sent to you. Every employee at Alaska Airlines automatically got the new card. So if you want to see it, Scott and I have a copy. We have our cards. The business card is the business card. Some of you have business cards that you use for travel for your businesses. The new card is called the Summit card. So that's the card that we really want to talk to people about. So this is where all the questions came in. I was on the Kenai River with a group of women fishing to raise money. I had more questions about this than any other thing that I'm talking about, is this card and the card in the middle. So this card, you'll apply for if you choose, Robert, when you apply for it later today. I'll get you the link. You can see there. He's going on now. He's going to apply for it right now. You'll earn 100,000 bonus points and a 25,000 point global companion award. You'll also, if you spend $60,000 on your card in a year, you're going to have an opportunity then to get global companion. These points will apply toward global travel. So you'll have a global companion, like on the card you have now, you get a $99 companion fare every year, a companion certificate every year. For this card, it'll be in points and enough points to book a companion to fly with you on a global trip. And it's global on Alaska Airlines and the places that we have started to fly, or any of our partners. So it's a really real, and $60,000 sounds like a lot until people start figuring out what they actually, maybe people didn't like knowing what they spent on their card in a year, but apparently it's not as much as some people thought, including in my own household. So I was surprised, since my husband takes care of all of that, when I said, there's no way we can get this card. And he's like, seriously, do you want me to show you? Because we put everything on the card. I told somebody, and I think I told Scott, somebody told me over the weekend they put their mortgage on their credit card, and I didn't even know you could do that. Anybody else do that? I mean, I didn't even know that was the thing, but that would add up pretty quickly, I think, on your credit card. So there's a couple of more. So the thing about this card is that you're going to be able to earn points and redeem points on any airline that is a partner with us. So that's either One World or any of our other partners. That's American Airlines, if you have to connect with them. And so these are the benefits. I have a lot of details if you want to ask me about them later. The next page shows one that we think is going to be really interesting to people, because we get this question a lot. People want to transfer, they want to do point sharing and transfer points from, say, I want to transfer it to my college-age child so that they can travel and go on a trip with some friends. And then you find out there's a fee attached to that. Has anybody ever tried to do that? There's a fee attached. With this card, then you're going to be able to do that for up to 10 people. So if you are sitting around with 2 million points in your account and you want to share some, you could literally give that as a gift. Birthday gifts to all the family get so many points gifted to you, up to 10 people. And people are very excited about this, for the people who over the years have wanted to do that. And now that there's going to be an option for that. Atmos for Business. Scott and Casey are the experts in the room on this one. if you are an EasyBiz customer, yesterday we rolled over to the new Atmos for Business platform. We are working with administrators to make sure that all of that has gone smoothly. If you have any questions about this particular program for small to medium businesses, please see Scott and Casey because they have all the questions. And now I think we're going to show you a video. You probably heard around the 5th of August, we announced a new global livery. So when we acquired Hawaiian Airlines was in the process of purchasing 787 wide-body aircraft that in fact, they are flying 4 today. The order is for 12. The decision was made that we were going to move that fleet of 787s to Seattle, and we were going to announce Alaska Airlines' new global flying. For the first time in the history of our company, we announced first that we were going to be going Seattle nonstop to Tokyo. On Friday, we inaugurated our first flight from Seattle to Seoul. And then in the spring of next year, we will have nonstop Seattle to Rome and Seattle nonstop to London. Our goal is to announce at least 12 global destinations by 2030, which is very exciting. If you live in Alaska and if you can fly one flight, get to Seattle, have a little bit of a layover, and then you're nonstop on your way to Europe. That's a pretty exciting thing for a company that got its start 93 years ago with one airplane flying from Anchorage to Bristol Bay. As in longtime employees and longtime members of the Alaska Airlines family, it's a big, big deal. And the fact that we can take people to places like that, it's a pretty exciting thing. I thank Scott for the Seoul trip, the inauguration. There were people from the tourism industry we invited from Alaska to go on that trip so they could experience that and then come back and tell us all about it. And can't wait to go there. So we tell you that because you probably saw we're going to do a special livery for this flying only. So there's going to be a special livery. It does not change the liveries that you all enjoy and see every day flying around the state of Alaska or throughout our network. The Alaska Native on the tail stays on our airplanes. These are 12, maybe 15 airplanes total out of 400 in our fleet. They are wide-body aircraft. They are designed for long haul flying and primarily will be used 99% of the time to fly to places outside of the United States. So with that, I'll show you this little video that shows it and talks about it. Scott picked that music for that video. Great job, Scott. One of my favorites. So things that people have been asking us for forever, lie flat seats. The cabins of these planes are going to be incredible. And I think you probably heard at the very beginning in the bin video, the fact that it won't be long and you're all Atmos reward members. So you will all be able to use free Starlink on every one of our airplanes. It's going to take us a while to retrofit, to install that on every single airplane, but you'll be able to get on. I was able to use it for the first time. I flew a Hawaiian Airlines. Hawaiian Airlines already had free Starlink, but to get on those airplanes and to see it, and see how it works is pretty special. I think you're going to like it a little better than the 700s. I promise that. So I just wanted to say, with all the positive change that's going on, and there's a lot, and there may be more. So keep paying attention and watching what's going on, and please ask us questions. I just want you to know that we have our number one priority. When Scott and I and our team get up every day, what we care about most is all of you, the people of the state of Alaska. There are 2,200 employees in the state of Alaska, throughout the state, 54 right here in Sitka. We have a regional headquarters. Come by and see us sometimes. Scott and I have our office. We are a team of 8. And we are on the second floor of the hangar. So if you've always wanted to walk in that big blue building right outside the airport in Anchorage, give us a call and we love giving tours. So like Southeast Conference and the work that Robert and his team do, and supporting over 300 nonprofits throughout the state. So with all this change, all I want you to know is that one thing, what we do here in the state of Alaska, will never change. So thank you so much. Congratulations, John Robert has been approved for his new Summit credit card. Wow. I would have felt really bad if it didn't say that.
But it's just that easy. It's just that easy. So when she challenged me, I hit, where is it? Okay, there it is. And I filled it out, submitted the application, and before she was done, there you go. So anyway, I'm going to figure this thing out. So PhD, Larry Pursley, where are you? Come on down. So, it's an election year coming up. We've seen a lot of things.
Yes.
I'm running that way.
It sounded like an announcement.
There's a lot of announcements happening. I think we're hopeful you can give us some insights on what to expect. What promises should we ask for? Anyway, please welcome Larry Pursley.
Before I start, I was sitting there listening to Marilyn and thinking, God, I got to admit, I have an old American Airlines credit card at home from years and years ago. You keep one for backup if everything else gets hacked. So maybe I should get together with you and we can have a ceremony and cut it up. Yeah, burn it. Yeah, toxic plastic fumes. Yeah, I think we'll cut it up and leave it at that. So I thought I'd do something a little different this time, different approach to cynicism. I'd use an analogy to express my cynicism. So it's not me talking, it's just the analogy. See how this goes over. Thinking about next year, election year, second year of the 2-year legislative cycle. Anybody here ever attended a holiday dinner where the family members really did not get along, but they're sitting at the table trying to be polite? They passed the gravy, but really they wanted to dump the gravy on your head. They shared the toast at the start of the meal, but really underneath the toast, they're uttering these unpleasantries about everybody else around the table. They had a ready excuse to leave early because they didn't want to be there. And their excuse was going to be, oh, I left the Instapot on, which is really a dumb excuse because the damn Instapot's supposed to be on. I think you can see something similar this year between the legislature and the governor. They're going to be cordial, polite, certainly in public in all their announcements, but it's not going to be sincere. It's not going to be heartwarming. They really don't like or respect each other. The legislature's pretty much had it with the governor after 7 years, and the governor takes umbrage that they have not loved him enough. So there are going to be no Hallmark movies coming out of next year's legislative session. And you're starting to see the issues pile up. So last week, the Legislative Council voted to authorize a lawsuit against the governor. The governor's got this idea, a creative interpretation of the state constitution so that he can make another attempt at creating a Department of Agriculture. The legislature this past session cut down that idea for Department of Agriculture. They pulled it up at its roots. They mulched it, pick whichever metaphor you want. I was going to say they sprayed pesticides on it, but that's kind of gross. At this legislative council meeting where a majority of legislators said, yeah, we're going to spend money, we're going to sue the SOB over this thing, he can't do it. Kodiak Representative Louise Stutz, who if anybody has ever met, I think Blunt is her middle name. She was talking about the governor and their disagreement with him on this. And she said, wasn't talking to his face, but talking at the meeting. She said, don't you understand what no means? They had voted on it once, said no, he's going to try again. But that fight over whether we need to create a Department of Agriculture is not the only crop of ill will that you're going to see this coming session with the legislature. There's agreements sprouting all over, or disagreements sprouting all over between the two. What's troublesome is it appears Dunleavy just doesn't care anymore. And I know this sounds like a personal attack, and it's not. It's just observations of, oh, I got here 50 years ago, and I've criticized every governor since then, so he shouldn't feel special. I'm not just picking on him. But even Republicans, people of his own party who supported the governor, just are not in the cheering section anymore, whether it's the veto fight over school funding or other issues. His support base is eroding, and rather than try to deal with it, he's just acting even pissier about it. I'm not sure that's a technical term, but that's kind of the way he's coming across. So a good example is the legislature, by a solid majority this past year, passed a bill that would change the state's corporate income tax code so that businesses that are not located here but make money selling goods and services into Alaska would have to start paying corporate income tax. So it seems pretty reasonable. The legislature held on to that bill. They did not send it to the governor for 4 months for his consideration, not because the ink was drying or the dog ate it and they had to retype it. They wanted to hold on to it. They know he's going to veto it. So they wanted to hold on to it so the veto override clock would not start while they were in Juneau for the special session on school funding. By holding it and not sending it to him till that special session ended, now the clock for an override vote will not start until they come back to work in January. And that gives them a chance. Now, this bill passed 42-18, pretty wide margin. It's revenue to the state somewhere between $25 and $65 million a year. So this is not an inconsequential bill. I expect they will override it in that first week. The governor also vetoed another bill not directly related to revenue to the Treasury, but to the Department of Revenue. The legislature's been unhappy with the lack of cooperation from the administration's Department of Revenue as they're trying to audit and have some oversight over tax settlements with oil companies. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars are at stake on some of these negotiated settlements, and the Department of Revenue, the Dunleavy administration, just has not been cooperative sharing information. So the legislature passed a bill, said you got to do a better job sharing information. It passed 50-10. Governor vetoed it. And again, not much of an effort to make friends. So as you think about those holiday dinners with a lot of animosity underneath the gravy at the table, school funding, the permanent increase in the base student allocation is in statute. But as we saw this year, the governor can, you're right, it was good. The governor can veto the appropriation, two separate pieces. It's in the law, but it doesn't have to be funded. Or the legislature can fully fund it, he can veto it, probably a good chance he'll make another run at that. The Alaska Judicial Council, which selects nominees for judicial appointments, the governor names the public members, the legislature confirms them. The governor's pick is someone who is a state contractor, friend of the governor, not qualified. He doesn't meet the definition of public member. That's subject to legislative confirmation. I expect a fight over that. Probably, the governor for the first 7 years of his term has said full dividend, got to pay all this money. I don't expect that's going to change in his 8th year, his 8th budget. It seems like the governor is spending more time trying to get Fox News to love him more than to get Alaskans and the legislature to work with him. And that's a lot of the problem that we're seeing in Juneau, and we'll see again. It's the political reality. Robert mentioned election year. You've got 2 cabinet members from the Dunleavy administration, both looking to run for governor. You've got a couple of sitting state senators from his area, the Mat-Su, Shelley Hughes, who's running for governor, Mike Showers, who's running for lieutenant governor. I'm sure there'll be more from the legislature who run. That focus on people campaigning for statewide office rather than legislative issues will, I think, complicate the emotions and the politics of this coming session. I think another thing to watch for, last year, 2-year session, this is when legislators go to leadership and say, you got to move my bill. It's going to die at the end of this year. Got to have this bill for my reelection. This is something I promised constituents. This is something I really want to work on. I think given the animosity between the governor and the legislature, I think leadership's going to tell their members, hey, if the governor doesn't like this bill, unless you can tell me you've got enough to override, why should we spend time, political capital, effort, passing something that he's going to veto that we can't override? I think there will not be much done next year other than the budget, which may make it a very short session. I guess just kind of to close this off, in talking about the budget, because of course money solves all wounds in Alaska. The structural deficit's not going away. Oil prices have been around $68 a barrel. That is far short of what we need to cover spending. And the state hasn't even really counted and figured out what programs, what funding that's going to be cut by the federal government. The state's going to have to go in and backfill. We're looking at a lot of money there, again, without oil prices high enough to cover it all. Certainly, there'll be talk about oil taxes. The state has figured out that, whereas it's great, from a production point, that ConocoPhillips is spending $8 billion on the Willow project, which will come online 2029, 2030. A company called Santos is spending about $3 billion with its partner developing Pikka, which should come online next year. But they are not going to be a windfall for the state treasury. A lot of different reasons, partially the 2 companies between them, $11 billion developing these. So it's $11 billion in, you could call it investments, accumulated losses, money you spent, you get to deduct from the profits you make when you finally start pumping. It's take a long time before those things show a taxable profit. For example, the state had thought they were going to get more money out of Willow than they will, but it turns out Willow's operating expenses are going to be higher. So you look at just Willow, which is on federal lands, and because of state and federal law, the federal government collects the royalties, of course, federal lands, and half the federal royalties are set aside for the North Slope Borough and villages to cover impact from this project. So if you look at the life of Willow through 2053, according to Department of Revenue projections, the North Slope Borough, the municipalities up there between property tax and their share of federal royalties expect to receive $4.3 billion over the 25-year production life. The state of Alaska will receive $2.6 billion. A lot of money, but 25 years, given all the needs in the state. So I guess I mentioned that only in the context of, yes, new fields are coming on, but they are not going to save the state's structural fiscal problem, the deficit. They're not going to spin off enough money for a robust capital budget to deal with the short-funded ferry system and everything else. We're still going to need to do something ourselves rather than looking toward those fields. I guess, a couple things in closing. If there were more money, you could put frosting on that holiday cake and everybody be happy at dinner. To sort of finish off the analogy. Well, there's not the money. Oil's prices are too low. The way the tax structure works, the state's not going to get windfalls off of that. There's not going to be any icing on the cake, and it is going to be a very unhappy holiday dinner next year. One last thing, people, and this is not so much a Southeast issue other than you may have seen headlines, the idea that we're finally going to get a North Slope gas pipeline. It's about as likely as getting a new ferry next year. I think actually probably a new ferry is more likely than getting the gas pipeline. There were a lot of headlines, a lot of publicity. Oh, all the Japanese, South Korean companies, they're signing on. They're going to write checks. They're going to invest. We're going to get this built because Donald Trump says so. So the headline said a company called JERA, which is the largest power producer in Japan, the largest purchaser of LNG imports into Japan. Headline said, they signed, they're going to take gas from the project. They're going to be an investor. They're going to be a participant. Well, if you really look at what JERA said, and this is from a JERA official, the letter of intent provides a platform for continued dialogue. And as more details become available, we will look forward to deepening our understanding of the project. That ain't a commitment. That's not a check. This thing is still not going anywhere. So with that dose of cynicism, Robert told me to be shortened. So it'll be a grumpy legislative session between the governor and the legislature. Do you have a question? You want to talk about your candidacy? You know, you can put your campaign expenses on that new credit card you got. Assuming you got a high enough limit.
They didn't disclose that, so I went to work.
Oh, no limit. I'm thinking a lot of campaign events. Should I take questions or you're tight on time? Okay. Okay.
Questions, we'll question you later.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Larry.
Yeah, that was a missing detail when I applied for that card. It didn't tell me, I think it was at most you can spend $2. I don't know, at most. Okay. Well, anyway, I'm going to invite the next panel to come on up. Mr. Ramseth, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Curtis, and Caitlin and Jared's going to come facilitate this session. She is our transportation program manager. So take it away. We've got one, you gentlemen just have a seat over here, and I think two of you have slides. You can probably see those. I don't. Maybe you can sit at the end then.
You can sit at the end.
Yeah. Okay, squeeze me in the middle. You got it.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to the afternoon session for day one. We heard a lot today from the commissioner and the assistant secretary and Director Goins about the plans and everything that's in the work that DOT is helping kind of set a transportation network up. But we have our operators here, the people that are bringing the supplies to our communities, are taking us to our healthcare, to basketball games. Unfortunately, Director Toringa was not able to join us today, but that's okay. We've got some great information, and I put in front of this panel the idea that we're trying to, as we go into talking to Alaska DOT on both a statewide long-range transportation plan as well as a regional plan, you know, what conversations should we be having to help communities keep an eye towards what's on the horizon, identifying the missing pieces, making sure that the communities are partnering so that we continue to receive stable service and our systems are more resilient. And so I'm going to keep it simple by just letting Ron start and give us an update on what the Inter-Island Ferry Authority is doing and the thoughts, and then we'll just kind of work down the panel. No, Nathan's gonna, no, you don't have to push it. Oh, you need to push that button. You're right. No. Wait, why is the light not coming on? No, there's no blinking. Oh, there it is.
Okay. Got me?
No.
You're good.
I'm good now. All right.
Red means go.
Well, Ron Curtis, Inter Island Ferry. I just want to say we take great pleasure in connecting the communities of Prince of Wales Island to the greater marine highway system. And so just taking a little from Meilani, I always like starting off with a little bit of by the numbers for the IFA. So calendar year to date, the IFA ridership is 95% of the same period last year, with a rolling 12 ridership of 46,549. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot. Lisa traveled a couple of weeks ago. That's 46,550. Okay. So passenger deck utilization on a rolling 12 is about 40%. And our summer load, we run about 60% of total capacity. Vehicle ridership is 97% for this compared to the same period in 2024. And on a rolling 12, that number is about 12,047 vehicles. One interesting thing there, so we're actually tracking ahead of normal as far as passenger traffic. This year has seen a significant decrease in the amount of commercial fish coming off of Prince of Wales Island. Both fish and roe on kelp, all those things were down this year compared to past years. So it affected part of our freight ridership. Just interesting tidbit. Let's see here. So ticket revenue, I mentioned last Southeast Conference that we were going to raise prices for the first time in 15 years, and we did so. So ticket revenue was 109% of the prior year. And so we're very proud of our fare box recovery rate. So our fare box recovery rate, we operated at 68%. So we self-funded at 68% as a public transportation company. Essentially, I've said this before, we're a water bus. Buses don't make money, but we try and keep that as close as possible. And we take great pride in being very frugal with the dollars we get and making sure they're as effective as possible. And case in point in this is, so let's see here. We transited just under 47,000 passengers last year on a budget of $5.8 million. So very effective with the dollars that we receive. So some of the challenges that we have in connecting communities to Southeast Alaska, because there are some challenges. We operate vessels that are over 20 years old. And, like anything else, things become obsolete. And in the last year, we found out that our life-saving equipment on our boats had been obsoleted. Doesn't mean we have to get rid of it, right? But it does mean that it's no longer serviceable. And so this was an unexpected expense that we have coming up that now, mind you, we can continue to use this life-saving, but if we have a failure, then it has to be replaced. So we're trying to get ahead of that, but we had to find funding for that. We did make it through the Appropriations Committee at the Capitol as far as the Senate. But if they pass a continuing resolution, that $1.6 million that I need in federal funds to replace that life-saving equipment will be in limbo for quite some time. So here's to not having a continuing resolution and that there's a budget passed in Washington this year. Oh, sorry, everything's on my phone. All right. Some of the other challenges, right? We've talked about this, is housing. When we can attract employees, they can't find a place to live. And, you know, I'm just echoing sentiments that things we all see. And then wage expense increases have really have been difficult. Ever since coming out of COVID, wages have gone up exponentially. In the maritime industry, there is a worldwide mariner shortage. So trying to chase these jobs at the same time, or these employees at the same time AMHS has been very problematic for an organization that has limited funding. So we're trying to keep the service going to keep things connected, but it is challenging. You know, I honestly, it is an honor to be able to keep Prince of Wales Island connected to the greater road system. And I encourage, you can look at the success if you can provide a daily service between a hub city and outlying areas, the economic development and the housing. You noticed in Meilani's numbers, where is the place that was growing in population? Where was the place that was growing in jobs? It was Prince of Wales Island. If you can provide that reliable service, even Lisa, she couldn't fly. She was able to call me 9:30 that night and say, can I get on your ferry tomorrow? And I said, yeah. So it's important for keeping us connected to have a reliable source for the outerlying communities to hit hub cities. And again, it's our pleasure to provide for the communities of Southeast. That's all I got.
Okay. This way I can hide behind the podium and I can read my computer better because of the progressive lenses. My name is Carl Ramseth. I am, excuse me, the general manager at Alaska Seaplanes based in Juneau. Really thankful to have the opportunity to speak to all of you again. I've had that opportunity before, so I don't know if this is like a second or third chance to do better or if I'm welcome back. But anyway, I moved to Juneau in 1989. I was a teacher by education. Moved in the spring, realized I needed a summer job. Started at Wings of Alaska in customer service, and I'm still doing it over 36 years later. Really thankful for the opportunity to meet people's transportation needs and build relationships with them and partnerships with the residents and businesses and organizations in Southeast Alaska. So that's why I'm here. So there's a route map there that's grown over the last number of years. Also includes Island Air Express, which is one of the companies that our parent company owns. We operate on different certificates. We do share some business activity, the accounting. We have a common director of maintenance. We have a lot of common aircraft that we can share parts, and it just helps us be more efficient, more responsive to mechanical issues. Next slide. So my intent here, and I realized I left off some important part of regional transportation in Southeast Alaska. The tribal organizations, Allen Marine and Goldbelt step in and fill the voids caused by the marine highway system when there's challenges or maintenance happening. And also the relationship, the partnership that Tlingit and Haida has with their tribal transportation funding. Next slide. Okay, so these are two, Island Air has its own operating certificate. It's actually Scott Air, DBA, Island Air Express, and Alaska Seaplanes is the Erica Marketing Operating. So Clean and Aviation does business as Alaska Seaplanes, and Air Excursions also does business as Alaska Seaplanes. So there's actually 3 different air certificates that serve Southeast Alaska. 2 named airlines, but 3 different certificates. Collectively, we operate 20 aircraft in Southeast. Sorry. There's 4 Pilatus PC-12s, 7 Cessna 208 Grand Caravans on wheels, 3 Cessna 208 A model Caravans on amphibs, 4 straight float de Havilland Beavers, and 2 Cessna 206s on amphibs. We employ, at our peak, a little more than 250 employees in the busy summer, and on a full round basis, full year round basis between both companies, there's about 175 employees. Next slide. So it's a few stats by the numbers. So in the first part is 2024, and then there's 2025, January through July there. So when you compare this to Alaska Airlines, they probably do this in, I don't know, a couple of days across their network, but in 9-passenger airplanes that carry 2,000 to 3,000 pounds at a time, people and mail and freight. I don't know, I try not to be too proud, but this kind of makes me proud. 1.84 million pounds of mail in 2024 to the communities that we fly mail to. 2.78 million pounds of freight. That includes UPS. So it's all those Amazon orders that they make in the bush communities. And passengers collectively last year, almost 95,000 passengers. And so far in 2025 through the end of July, so you can see the mail is up dramatically weight-wise. The freight is I think it's 1% or 2% higher than last year through that period. And the passengers are 1% or 2% less than last year through that period. Kind of what we expected moving into 2025, the uncertainty, but I'm thankful for where we are. The next slide is our community advisory board, which we started in 2021, I believe. We took a little break after a couple of years, but these are current members on our Alaska Seaplanes Island Air Express Community Advisory Board. We did add a few members early this spring, try to beef up the numbers more, and we're always looking for more people. If anybody's interested, please let me know or reach out to one of the people's names you recognize up there. I won't read through it because I'm limited on my time here. But I do see some of you in the tables at the tables here. Thank you. So rooted in resilience. I think Renee mentioned earlier, resilience means innovation. I agree with that, being innovative, being ready to respond. And that innovation is actually one of our core values at Alaska Seaplanes. So with reliability and safety, the proprietary FAA approved IFR approaches that Islander Express and Alaska Seaplanes operate under on our IFR routes. That has improved our reliability dramatically. We had some new ones approved. I guess it's been about 18 months ago, but it's just, and I'm sorry, I don't have stats on how it's actually improved our reliability, but I would say that our amount of actually canceled flights compared to delayed, it has dropped dramatically. I think with our May and June weather this year, our numbers that I shared earlier would have been a lot lower if we didn't have this IFR capability. Seaport Airlines. So some of you have probably heard of that. It's actually another airline that we started. It's based in Seattle at Boeing Field. It flies between Boeing Field and Portland. It started operating on May 20th of this year. It's a Part 135, 9-passenger, same rules that we fly under. Lattice PC-12 aircraft. You're probably thinking, why would they do that? Well, we believe that it will make our ability to serve Southeast Alaska stronger with, we have a kind of a pilot training ground. There's 2 pilot crew. There's a captain and a first officer. We've been able to share some of the PC-12s. This summer, we had a 3rd one here in Juneau to help with the demand. And we also were able to rotate some of these pilots who work for Seaport now to fly for us. And they're actually former seaplanes pilots who went to Seattle, came up and helped on a rotational basis as we needed help. Affordability. I hear that we're not very affordable, and I don't disagree. But there are things that we're trying to do to make it more affordable. You have one of these in your bag. It's our Higher Flyer Rewards program. I don't have to say as much about it. It's not as many choices to make. But all you need to do is use the QR code on here and sign up. We've actually had this since 2017, and we have about 6,200 members. So learn more about it through the signing up and the link on our website. And through, hopefully some of you took advantage of a couple of promotions we did. The first one was toward the middle of July. Then we just ran another one last week that was targeted, emailed to our local frequent flyer members, we had a 20% discount on the first one and 15% on the second. And we do promotions throughout the year. There's always a PFD one, and there's other ones scattered through the year, but the response to these Higher Flyer Reward local targeted emails, we more than doubled any PFD promo that we've done in the past, numbers wise, with people booking tickets. So our goal with this is to make it more affordable for locals. I did want to say thank you. And I also wanted to mention the 20-foot refrigerator Connex that with Clink and NIDA, they applied for a grant through the Americulture Equipment Fund grant, and that is proceeding. And I can't tell you exactly when that big cooler is going to be in place on Prince of Wales at the Kloak Airport, but it's going to be a great addition to helping move fresh seafood and other products in and out of Kloak. And I'll stop there, but thank you.
I think I'll sit here, see the screen. Oh, thank you. So while they're bringing it up, my name is Dan Kelly. I work for Alaska Marine Lines. I started with the company back in Juneau back in 1989 as a dispatcher. So, but also want to recognize a couple of folks that are here with me. Kelly Moore is in the back of the room there. She does accounts for us there in Juneau and Sitka. And Michael Gainey, who runs our Haynes operation and is also a new board member for Southeast Conference. So thanks for coming. So I'll cover a couple of things here. The next slide will show our service lane that we do. Alaska Marine Lines has been serving Southeast Alaska for 45 years. This is the mainline run that we do out of Seattle twice a week, departing Wednesdays and Fridays. We hit most of these locations through twice a week. Upperland Canal is once a week, and then farthest up the chain there, Yakutat is once a month. The next slide will show the shuttle barges, like Ron was talking about, kind of that hub and spoke. On the shuttles, we've got a northern and southern run. The southern run runs out of Ketchikan and is actually run by Sampson Tug and Barge and services Wrangell and Prince of Wales and Metlakatla. The northern shuttle runs out of Petersburg and services Cake and Sitka, and then also Huna seasonally. And we've got a lot of glossy pictures of tugs and barges and beautiful weather, but this is probably more appropriate. This is what we typically see. Next slide. We have a lot of service partners that help us be successful in the efforts that we make. Western Towboat is our tow company that comes through. Great group of professionals. We have Arrowhead Transfer and Alaska Green Trucking that do our shoreside work that they do. Arrowhead Transfer is our agents here in Sitka. And these are relationships that we've developed over that 45 years of serving Southeast Alaska. So the infrastructure that we have, just a couple of looking for some updates and things that we're doing. On the left there is a picture of our new shop in the Juneau operation. We've had a shop there, but we've never had a shop that you could bring a forklift into that we have. The mast was always sticking out and tarps and everything like that. So this new shop that we've built, and I'm going to say that door is about 150 feet up. I'm going to say it's the largest roll-up door in Southeast Alaska until somebody proves me wrong. So we should be getting that building here, hopefully this week or next week. Should be able to occupy. And then on the right side there is some work we've done for our Ketchikan yard, rebuilding that area there as well. In addition to that, we brought two new forklifts into Southeast Alaska, the Spey trucks that you see there on the left side, and those are about $500,000 a piece of investment in those forklifts. And Alaska Marine Lines owns and maintains just over 27,000 pieces of equipment, containers, chassis, and the like. And we added 1,600 pieces of equipment to the fleet this year as well, too. But infrastructure is great. Great equipment is great. Having processes, all technology, all those things are great. Next slide, please. Yeah. But it's really the people that make our business, make all of our businesses. So this is our team there in Juneau. Lyndon calls our folks everyday heroes, internal things that we do. These are the professionals that come in every week, every weekend, every barge to make sure things get to where they're supposed to be. A couple more pictures on the next one that we've got there. Some of our team there in Juneau. One thing Robert asked me to talk about is the EV policy that recently came out. And these are some of the headlines that had come out about that policy. Like a lot of carriers, our initial reaction to this risk was to err on the side of safety. This is a temporary thing as we get our arms around what that risk is and what we can do to help mitigate that risk. Obviously, we're very proud of the reliability of our service through Southeast Alaska, and we want to continue that reliability. But we know that EVs are important to the communities that we serve in Southeast Alaska, and it's a priority for us to get this resolved. So we're working on it. I don't have a timeline to give you today, but it is something that we're working on and we'll come to a quick resolution on it. And there's some contact information for me if you have any questions. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, and I did prepare a couple of questions and we are right on time, you guys. So good job. And so I just wanted to help as we kind of continue through this week and we actually brought back breakout sessions for later this week, just leaving some thoughts with our audience as we go out. And just if you had any, if you could inform the audience if there are any changes, conditions on or other influences on the horizon that either could provide opportunities or are posing potential challenges for your operations to communities or just in general.
Sure, I'll go ahead and start. I may have mentioned it, but you know, when we talk about people and we talk about workforce, I can't think of one of our operations in Southeast Alaska that we were consistently staffed for this year. We spent a lot of time and a lot of money moving people between operations for coverage. So that's a big thing for us. The other thing we talked about, infrastructure, and we have obviously our terminals and things that we own and maintain, but there's a lot of other terminals that we utilize that we don't maintain ourselves. A few years ago, we had worked with the community of Haines for some opportunities there for private-public joint ownership or joint utilization there that we've done. But there's two docks this last year that became unavailable to us. One was the Kidco dock there on Prince of Wales Island. And what that meant, typically, we could bring a barge in there and be able to pick up seafood and move that through. Since that dock isn't available for us, that's a 6-hour round trip for each of those containers to get to Thorn Bay. And then secondly, the situation in Wrangell where that ramp was decommissioned. So we're working with the community of Wrangell. We signed a MOU with them to look at some public-private partnerships there. But those infrastructures, and I think Robert talks about a lot, they're key to keeping things moving.
I think I addressed it pretty well earlier, but actually the biggest risk in the IFA is the shortage of mariners. So licensed positions, average age in the IFA is 61 years old. I have 3 people qualified to drive the ferries. They work on a 4-day on, 4-day off schedule. And one of them is retiring in February. And so if you want to know what keeps me awake at night, I just told you.
First, I'll try to answer the question. Then I have something else to say. So one of our concerns is funding for airport maintenance. I mean, I think a lot of things are happening that should be happening, but there's always more that can be done. Some of the float plane facilities could use some work. But generally, it's pretty good. I'm not complaining about anything, but that's something to keep our eyes on to make sure that funding's still coming. The navigational aids that we use for our IFR flying, those things need to be maintained. Trees need to be cut where they keep growing and getting in the way to make these approaches not viable anymore. Again, I don't have a specific example, but there are a couple of things out there. And I also, back to my presentation, I forgot all about my last slide, and I wanted to make sure that I don't, did it show with 5 different logos up there, or did I just like freak out and get out of there?
Thank you, slide.
Okay, well, anyway.
Let's bring it back up.
Mostly I wanted to I wanted to say I'm going to be here through Thursday. I generally communicate better in a one-to-one situation. And I'd love to learn about opportunities, ideas people have. My colleague Erica Saros, who's right there in the middle, she's gonna put her hand up really high. She'll also be here. I know we don't look like it, but we've worked together for over 30 years. So, oh yeah, she doesn't look like it. But anyway, we're gonna be here. We want to interact with all of you, and just thank you again for this opportunity.
Well, and we want to make sure that we're all interacting together. I think, you know, as it was mentioned, public and private partnerships are huge for making infrastructure and effective investments happen. I do a lot of grant writing, and so looking at ways that we leverage our partners and what they're doing so that we can make bigger projects happen in our communities. And so as we have just a few minutes left, last opportunity to kind of cover if there's any missing pieces that you feel like community should be aware of, or partnering with you guys on to enable transportation resiliency and service continuation for our rural communities. Any final thoughts? And totally put you on the stage, literally.
Yeah, I think in all the communities that we serve, we like to have the communication with the municipality and obviously the customers we got there. But if anyone has any ideas of things that we can do better or can serve the communities better, we'd love to hear about those and see if there's something we can do for that. So yeah, that open communication is great.
I'll just echo that. The communities that we serve, I think I talked about our community advisory board and also the ability, might not have mentioned the ability on our website to use a customer feedback link to send us any thoughts, good, bad, ugly, concerns that you have, ideas that you have. Can also talk to community advisory board members who can also bring those things to us.
This is gonna sound so lame, but I echo what these guys say too. But anyway, I don't think anyone on Prince of Wales is shy about letting me know if they think about something. They all have my cell phone number. So, but it doesn't mean feedback from the greater community of Southeast is not welcome. And especially like hearing, especially from the folks at Ketchikan, because I can tell you, they know we are an economic driver for them on Prince of Wales. Whether it's people hitting Madison's or Walmart or coming over for the day, coming over for sports, we are an economic driver for our partner in Ketchikan. And so I welcome feedback from our partners in Ketchikan also. So don't want to leave them out of the loop. Don't know if I want to give you my cell phone number, but it is on the website. So thank you.
And I guess I'll also do a plug for Southeast Conference that these three gentlemen are regularly at our committee meetings. And so if you're a member of Southeast Conference, we have a number of committees you can join, one being transportation, and it's they're not a large commitment, one every few months. But again, another platform for these conversations to happen and interaction. We're going to hear more about things Southeast Conference is doing to help communities, but talking about opportunities and growing economies. I'm going to go ahead and ask everyone to give our three panelists a round of applause and thank them for their time and pass it back over to Robert to move us along.
All right, so we're going to do something just a little bit different, which we're going to do exactly what it says on the agenda. That's a little different, isn't it? So I'm going to ask Mayor Pond and Caitlin to come back up this direction. I'm thinking, sometimes you have these, like the NFL greats where you get the Joe Montanas and the Dan Marinos. And there was actually a commercial about them getting back up on the field. That was kind of funny. But Mayor Pond is kind of one of those NFL greats for us. He's one of the very few lifetime members that's been awarded that honor. And so we appreciate, he was very impactful in a lot of the things that we've done in the earlier years during his first few administrations. Then he went down the private path, and he's recycled back into to service, and we're excited for that partnership. So do you have there? We're just going to take over here. Caitlin's working on. Okay, so and then so we're going to hear from Mayor Pond, and then I think Caitlin's going to talk a little bit about some of the programmatic things too. But we've got a very strong commitment to get back to his port. So would you please welcome the Mayor of Prince Rupert, Mayor Pond.
Well, I love the love. Thank you very much. It's incredible. It's great to be back at Southeast Conference. I love the fact that I'm following the connecting communities because all I want to do is put one more community into that connection, and then we'll all be happy. It was interesting. I was asked, we've been talking back and forth for a number of months about how we can solve some of the challenges to getting the Alaska Marine Highways to get back into Prince Rupert. And a few weeks ago, I was asked if I'd like to join the panel, and pretty much discovered I am the panel. But here we are. Last time I was mayor, so I took about a 14-year sabbatical. But back in 2002 to 2007, it was easy to go back and forth between Ketchikan and Prince Rupert. Did it all the time. I was in every single July 4th parade up there. We would take delegations up. People went back and forth. Piece of cake, right? My favorite thing to do is I'd get on the ferry out of Prince Rupert and I would go right to the lounge and I would order myself an Alaskan Amber. And I just thought, okay, now I'm back. I'm back in Alaska. So I haven't done that for a while. I did it a couple years ago. I think 2023 I did it. There was this guy named Bob who I heard was sort of Mr. Ketchikan, and he held my hand and I met his family and I walked in the parade with him, and then he went on to become a mayor of Ketchikan. But it's hard to get back and forth and do what we used to do. But when I was there, I had the most interesting encounter. Joe Williams, old friend of mine, bumped into Joe. There was this bus full of elderly people. And I think it was the class of 63. I think that's what they were, the class of 63. Joe Williams drags me up on the bus and I get on there, and he introduces me, the mayor of Prince Rupert. Now, I don't know if anybody in this room knows what the name of the Prince Rupert basketball team was for decades. Did you play basketball against them? Anybody? Rainmakers, absolutely. So I get on the bus. I'm introduced as to the class of 63 as the mayor of Prince Rupert, and some guy shouts out from the back, "Rainmakers!" Because we've played basketball together forever. If you look at the pictures of the baseball teams back out on the tidal flats in Ketchikan, from the historical pictures, it's Prince Rupert teams that are up there playing basketball. And if you just took all of the government lines away, and if there wasn't a state of Alaska and there wasn't a province of British Columbia, there wasn't a Canada, there wasn't a US, if you just close your eyes and think about Class 1 railway road link into right where it is, we'd be connected. All of the barriers that we are facing to connecting back and forth are all legislated. They're artificial. They're of our own making. And so we need to start tearing them apart. We need to start solving some of them. Anyway, I wanted to just give you a little bit of an update of what's happening in Prince Rupert, why I think we should connect Have you got that ready to go? So I'm going to give you all the great reasons why I think we should connect. We're going to try. This is a young woman in Prince Rupert who all on her own did this. We'll see whether you two.
My name is Come with me and explore the condition of the Alaska State Ferry out of Prince Rupert. We would love to have it back. Beautiful Prince Rupert is located on Kayan Island, which is a 6-hour ferry ride from our neighboring community, Ketchikan, Alaska. Every year growing up, these 3 lanes would be full in the summertime of travelers on their annual pilgrimage north to Alaska. We haven't had this for about 5 years now through COVID and through other complications. Today, I'd like to go over what Canada is in control of and how we can advocate for the return of the Alaska State Ferry to Prince Rupert. There have been a number of pretty big challenges that the ferry has had to face here. One of them being who would supply the border service guard, and another one being the requirement for the Alaskan state vessels to be SOLAS approved because the ferries are coming into a port. These 2 topics have been spoken about at length in other places, but today I want to focus on what Canada can control, and that being the state of the dock and who could pay for the dock. Behind me here, we have the roll-on, roll-off, drive-on, drive-off Alaska State Ferry dock. It hasn't been in use for a number of years, and a big part of it is the condition of the dock. The governments of Canada and the United States of America have found themselves in a standstill. The dock needs major repairs, and who should pay for the dock? There is funding available through the United States, but if we're going to use the United States money to rebuild this dock, they are requiring American steel and maybe labor. The government of Canada is saying that they need to use Canadian steel to do it. It is my ask that the Canadian government allow the United States to spend their money and use their steel to reconstruct this dock so we have a chance at getting the Alaska connection back. I fear that if we don't, the United States will build a dock in Hyder, Alaska, and Prince Rupert will miss out on this opportunity. The connection to our neighboring community is an important one. There are cultural ties, family ties, friendship ties. When I was in high school, our basketball teams, volleyball teams would go up for competitions on the ferry back and forth throughout the school year. Another big reason is actually online dating. Tinder has a radius of 150 kilometers, and I've known of a couple of people that have met their significant other through the radius of he was going fishing in Alaska and she was hanging out in Canada. This is all to say, for the purpose of love, culture, connection, safety, we need our Alaskan State Ferry back. Thank you very much for hearing my thoughts. Way hey, and up she rises.
Now, I could have put together a long list of the reasons why we need to connect, and it would have never had Tinder on it. I can assure you that. That's Ocean Rutherford. She's an amazing young woman. She is a tugboat captain, and she drives some of those great big tugs that help park LNG carriers and whatever. Just an absolutely amazing young woman. But she just is a champion. She just stepped out and did that on her own. So there's lots of reasons. I mentioned the Class 1 railway. We've gone through so much together. As I sit here at Southeast Conference and I listen to Meilani and talking about the numbers and all that sort of stuff, I'm just going to, she's describing Rupert. What's our biggest challenge in attracting new people? It's housing and childcare. What's happened to our major industries of timber and seafood? They've declined. What have we been able to replace it with, though, because of that Class 1 railway? A thriving port. The Port of Prince Rupert is undergoing right now $3 billion in expansion of various terminals. We already move coal, grain, containers. We move propane. Canada supplies 15% of Japan's propane, and they do most of that through Prince Rupert. But they're expanding all of that and moving into other logistics and other pieces. And it's that Class 1 railroad. The Port of Prince Rupert loves to brag about the third deepest naturally ice-free port in the world. And I look at them and I laugh because I can find you up and down the coast of North America, all kinds of places where you can park a ship. What I can't find you is other places that have a Class 1 railway that connects them speedily to Chicago and beyond, right? That's the piece that anchors the Port of Prince Rupert. And the opportunities, if we had gotten rid of the artificial barriers, the opportunities for our communities back and forth to connect through that hub would be massive. If Prince Rupert was Prince Rupert, Alaska, we would be booming and you would be coming. It would be just that simple. In addition to that, of course, there's the cultural pieces, the Haida, the Tsimshian move freely back and forth, and they've been cut off from that. There's just a whole lot of reasons why we should be together and why Prince Rupert should once again be part of the Alaska Marine Highway System. I'm going to continue to be part of Southeast Conference, but I can tell you it's getting harder and harder and harder to do. Thank you very much. Oh, and one more thing, one more point. I can't believe I didn't do that. We've been raising this within government circles, and because of the wonderful political situation between our countries, the senior politicians don't want to be public about it. It doesn't carry very well in Canada. We're kind of, I don't know if you've seen any of the commercials, but we're elbows up right now. It's a hockey analogy. Anyway, but the Premier himself is interested in this file, and we've been given permission to work behind the scenes, if you will, to see what we can pull together between the two governments. Thank you.
Did Richard make it in?
Pardon me?
Did Richard make it in?
Richard will be here 6 o'clock.
Okay, so the Prince Rupert City manager, administrator? Manager.
Administrator.
Administrator. Well, anyway, his chief top dog will be in joining us as well. So, and I think that those last comments are the ones that I really appreciate the most. Is starting to give us some glimmers of hope that there could be some solutions, that nobody needs a statute or a press release, but we're going to try to find some solution sets on that. So we'll keep moving that. All right, I'm going to turn over to Caitlin to talk about some of the Southeast Conference programs and what else we're working on. So we get towards the bottom of the hour. So Caitlin, where are you taking it from here?
Well, I was, but I was also gonna ask Mayor Pond if you wanted to talk about what else is happening at the Port of Prince Rupert as far as opportunities. And Robert, I mean, you bring up mariculture all the time and the export potential. If, as we talk about value-added processes in the region expanding, but we still need to essentially export it to a larger market. And if you're comfortable, I just want to see if you want to talk to what's going on at the.
Yeah, I talk about 3 billion in expansion. What is that? Some of it's an export logistics part, some of it's an import logistics park. There's just a whole lot of activity around. And honestly, as the tension between our two countries developed, it's actually one of the most wonderful things for Prince Rupert at the current moment, right? Because our senior governments, not only in terms of Canada, but also for the other provinces, see Prince Rupert as an opportunity to diversify the economy, right? And so every second, we're actually starting drinking games to see how often the Premier of Alberta will mention Prince Rupert in any given conversation. And so we're thankful to you for that, but we want to get past that momentary opportunity. I mean, if you just close your eyes and think 20, 30, 40 years out into the future, and you're talking to your children about, and we're talking to our children about why we didn't connect. Like, it's ridiculous. The opportunities we have to move your seafood product through the Port of Prince Rupert, put it onto trains going inland, whatever that, I'm not the business guy. I don't understand the markets, but I just look at a map. And it seems pretty obvious to me that we could be doing a whole lot better. We could be a whole lot more resilient together.
Oh, go ahead, Marcos. Oh, wait, do you need a?
I just wanted to offer two things. One, when I came to Alaska in 1982, I came through the ferry in Prince Rupert on the LeConte in 1982, April, and brought me to Prince of Wales. And I also wanted on the import question, we run a seaweed operation and shellfish operation. In May, we are going to be importing raw seaweed to Cascadia and going through Prince Rupert. So it's about 100 tons a year for the next.
Wow.
So
We'll talk.
Is significant.
Yeah.
But I think that, that connection and that, and particularly that, the proximity of the Rupert operation and Cascadia's capacity is what makes that possible.
Perfect.
That wasn't a question. I just want to.
No, I appreciate it.
Something that's going on out there.
I love it.
Is in line with what you were saying.
I was the chief of staff to Frank Murkowski, who is outraged about the fact that we don't have the connection to Port Rupert. And you could make Robert's life much easier because he wants to know every morning what Robert to change all that. What do you see as the things that need to be changed to are in the works?
Yeah, really good question. I think most people in the room are familiar with most of the challenges, the SOLAS certification, the issues of border integrity and, all of that, the challenges at the dock. One of the opportunities that we're exploring is whether there can be a sharing of the BC Ferries facility. It would take some investment to do it, but it could work out to be fiscally advantageous to both BC Ferries and to the Alaska Marine Highway System if it's feasible, right? And so it's funny because we're so similar in so many ways and we're so different in so many ways. And the way we organize ourselves is we're very different. And so BC Ferries is a Crown corporation. It operates independently of government, but on a contract to government. And so we're kind of finding our way through that bureaucracy, but we have some support from the minister, and that would go a long way to solving some of the U.S. steel made in Canada back and forth of how do you actually fix this thing. So that's one of a number of items that the other question is, does a vessel really have to be SOLAS certified to come from Ketchikan to Rupert? I mean, the vessel can safely go from Ketchikan to Bellingham, but oh my goodness, we're afraid of what might happen when you bring it in and touch it on the shores of Canada. Internationally, we're afraid, right? That's neither country.
So I think I'm going to pivot with Mayor Pond's energy though, and talk about we've been at a place of trying to not only root ourselves in resilience, but expand those roots and make sure that we can continue growing our economies and our communities and reverse the tide of this population exit and make robust households and communities here. And so the plug, or as Robert says, we're going to talk about some of Southeast Conference programs, but they're not necessarily Southeast Conference programs. They're just ones that we're helping bring to our region. They're actually primarily Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Infrastructure programs that, as the Economic Development District, we're helping facilitate. And so it's recognizing in your communities that if you have a transportation need, and I guess I focus on transportation because that's my job. But as the commissioner mentioned earlier, being a regional planning organization, and that is a simplified version of a federal program that's actually called Regional Transportation Planning Organizations, to work with communities, have a more local focus to make a better connection between what communities really want or need, and make sure the states are recognizing it and the funding is getting deployed appropriately. And it's not just always maybe a race for, as we've heard, the STIP, or we're helping make sure that the TIP and the STIP are more accurately reflecting what is going on. And so Southeast Conference has been working with DOT to establish one in that region. There's only, there's only like 7 across the state. Very few areas get to take advantage of this program. So we're hoping that bringing this program really helps connect us and makes us work together and are stronger for it. And then in addition to that, Alaska DOT and PF are also participating in a federal program called Thriving Communities. And in the same sense of what RPO does, it's going to be a similar tangent line, but at the end of the day, it's bringing more resources. And I guess the point of me promoting this is come talk to Southeast Conference. And if you have an opportunity for growing your economy, you're most likely going to need to get that service or that product out, and you're going to need well-maintained or whatever the necessary infrastructure is in your community to be stronger and be successful. So I just wanted to make sure that we shared that. I'm also assuming it'll be shared during the breakout session on Thursday. We'll hear more tomorrow from our panelists there. But yeah, so there's, I guess, the world is our oyster right now, right? And I think just finding those opportunities to help communities diversify and become more resilient. And Robert, that's really all the plug I had. We're a little ahead.
Yeah, that's fine. Call the next panel.
Okay, look at that.
So that's it. Just remember, come to Prince Rupert because it's important for online dating.
Oh, yeah. All right.
All right. Okay, which means we have an extra 5 minutes that we can give to oh, look at this. All right. That means we have an extra couple minutes we can give to the fisheries panel because we need all the time we can devote on that anyway. So if we want to go ahead and invite that next panel up. And it's titled Modernizing for a Vibrant Future. We've had a lot of conversations about every aspect of that industry, and it seems to we're beset by, oh, thank you. That's where it was, one where it was coming from. So lots of challenges. And to find our way through, we have assembled a very diverse but dynamic panel that we're going to have facilitated by Julie Decker. So please welcome our fisheries panel, modernization panel. Take it away, Linda. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah. So take it away. I'm not sure how many of them are sitting down there. Good.
Hey. We're gonna spread out a little bit here. Okay. Well, very nice to see everyone again. Southeast Conference is every single year is just like a big reunion, I feel. Friends and family and everyone getting the gang back together. So I love it. It's great. I live in Wrangell. For folks that don't know me, I am the president of Pacific Seafood Processors Association and longtime member and supporter of Southeast Conference. So today we've got a really great panel. 5 wonderful people representing some really great organizations. We're going to split the panel into 2 segments. So the first segment, each of these folks are going to give some updates about things that they've been doing that are particularly important to the Southeast Alaska region. And then in the second segment, we're going to move into more of the topic of modernization and how Alaska's seafood industry can adapt and thrive in the next 10 to 50 years. I heard Robert talk about thinking about longer term horizons. And I think even though we have to implement in shorter segments, it's really important to think longer term as well and try to mesh those things together, as well as understand things are changing faster than they ever have. So all that is really hard to get your arms around, but that's what we're going to try and do. In modernization, I want us to keep in mind modernization for the seafood industry is more than just about technology. I think a lot of people think about technology when they think about modernization, but it's really about modernizing our fisheries management and our social structures and systems, marketing, community resilience, product development, and policy. So a lot of different areas are connected to modernization when we think about that term. And so briefly, I just want to go down the line. We've got Linda Bankin here from Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association, or ALPHA. Christy Clement is next to her. She's CEO of Alaska Fisheries Development Foundation. We have Commissioner Doug Vincent-Lang from the Department of Fish and Game, Mayor Alvin Smith here from Metlakatla, and Greg Smith from Alaska Seafood Marketing Institute, or better known as ASME. Okay, moving right along. We're going to start off with Commissioner Vincent-Lang. Your department's been working to defend Alaska's interests with regard to fisheries on a couple of fronts that are of particular interest to Southeast Alaska. We have thousands of resident fishermen who depend on access to Alaska salmon, from trollers, gillnetters, seiners, sport fishermen, charter fishermen, subsistence fishermen, you name it. Can you please update us on the Wild Fish Conservancy's petition to list Chinook salmon under the Endangered Species Act? Oh, Mike.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So Wild Fish Conservancy filed a petition with National Marine Fisheries Service to list Chinook salmon in the Gulf of Alaska as either a threatened or endangered species. NMFS evaluated that petition and they found that it had merit to start what they call a 12-month status review. They did this despite, in their announcement, finding that the petition, and I'm going to quote this, contained numerous factual errors, omissions, factual errors, incomplete references, and unsupported assertions and conclusions. Yet, despite all that, they initiated a 12-month status review. The Department of Fish and Game suspected this was coming, so we spent a lot of time in putting files into their files so that they had information, the most current information on Chinook salmon in their files to do this status review. We became a member of the status review team, but we only became a member to explain our data. We did not become a member to actually be involved in the decision whether or not a listing is warranted or not at the end of the 12-month status review. Let me be clear. This is our data. We evaluated the data. We simply do not believe a listing is warranted whatsoever. We've informed Noel about that. We've informed the public about that. Yeah, we've missed some escapement goals, but our escapement goals are MSY based. They're not, missing an escapement goal doesn't mean that a stock is at risk of extinction. So we do not believe it's warranted, yet we're precluded from the process from informing that decision. So what I did is I met recently with the new National Marine Fisheries Service NMFS administrator in Washington, D.C. And we agreed to go down and provide the state perspective in addition to what may come out of the 12-month status review to allow that person who actually makes this decision a more complete information from which a set of recommendations from which to make their decision. That status review was due about 2 or 3 months ago. And of course, Wild Fish Conservancy immediately sued over missing the 12-month deadline. My understanding is NMFS has now worked with Wild Fish Conservancy to have that status review done sometime late this winter, early next spring. And again, we will be offering to provide a different perspective on that if necessary to the Secretary to inform those decisions.
Okay, thank you. And to follow up, there's one other process that you are very highly involved in. But the Pacific Salmon Treaty, it's renegotiated every 10 years. And can you update us on where that is in the process?
Yeah, so the current treaty expires in 2028. It typically takes about 2 to 3 years to renegotiate a new one, and it's a multi-step process. First, Alaska needs to come together and define what its negotiation priorities are. We're in that process right now. We have a 58-team panel that helps inform our negotiation principles and priorities moving forward. After that, we'll begin the process of defining a U.S. position. And in that position, the U.S. has to come to consensus of what its negotiation priorities are. We're going to start that process later this month, and that process will continue for about 8 to 9 months. And in that process, we have to be consensus driven. Any single entity can say no to a U.S. position. So we have to come together on a U.S. position. That's why it takes about 8 months, 9 months to get there. And let me be clear, Alaska will not be afraid to use its veto authority to not accept positions that are extremely damaging or unfavorable to our state. We have that ability in this process. It's written into the law. After that, then there'll be another process where the U.S. and Canada negotiate to come up with a treaty. And again, the U.S. has to have consensus on any kind of negotiated solution with Canada. So we maintain that veto authority. We should get to a finalization of what the treaty looks like sometime in late 2027 in time for the 2028 season.
Okay, lots of work ahead of you. We are going to move to, thank you for that. We're going to move to Mayor Smith. Metlakatla is ground zero for Southeast Alaska as far as the invasive green crab making its march toward Alaska as it spreads up the West Coast. Can you give us an update on your local efforts and partnerships to stave off this invasion? So we shall speak.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll try my best to give I'll call it the Reader's Digest version. Some of you have been coming to Southeast Conference, and I've taken the opportunity to update you at each conference over the last few years. Some of you are new to the conference, so I'll back up a little bit and say that we've been monitoring the European green crab for some time now, and we watched them migrate north from Washington through Canada and ultimately hitting Haida Gwaii in big numbers, and then Rupert, and then the very next summer we discovered them on Annette Islands Reserve. It was July of 2022. So there's this perspective out there that green crab in Alaska are coming from Annette Island Reserve, and I guarantee you that is not the case. We watched them migrate north. Very good team at home, and working with Alaska's invasive species coordinator Tammy Davis, and she's great. I really recommend everybody who's got a big concern and should be concerned to encourage the state and the feds to help support Tammy Davis's department and help mitigate the invasive green crab. So now starting then from 2022 to 2024, we have caught on Annette Island 4,771 green crab. So that's an alarming number, and that really, being a lifelong commercial fisherman, subsistence gatherer, living off the land, is something that we should all be very concerned about. So since then up to date, so from April through August of this year, 2025, Metlakatla Indian Communities Department of Fishing and Wildlife, I'm calling it their green crab team, just in that short amount of time collected over 33,000 green crab, checking over 9,500 traps with 5 dedicated staff members. Now, that first number was alarming enough. So just this year alone to catch 33,000, granted, we have increased the amount of traps. We've dialed in how to catch them. And I can't encourage you guys enough to talk to your leaderships, your tribal leaderships, your community leadership, to take a look at this problem a little deeper. We put on a few workshops. We're willing to do more. We got a lot of information, a lot of trial and error that we could share with everybody. And just reach out. And again, moving down, so sorry. So again, I keep bringing up Tammy Davis's. That's the Alaska's defense on invasive species. So please encourage everybody to help support the funding around that department. I see some legislators around here. I talk to them, see if you can encourage them to help fund the monitoring and also mitigation. So mitigation, we were winning the battle for a little while, and then we discovered them in some more bays and our salt chuck and habitat that we've learned that they like. So there is a lot of information that we could share. We've also went over to one of our neighboring islands over on Gravina. What some of you flew out of coming here from Ketchikan. Our numbers on Gravina, sorry, I'm trying to find them here. So nearly 300 green crab from Gravina and Prince of Wales Island. So we've got a total of 7 new locations of green crab that were previously undetected. So we stopped over, we went over on the Clarence Straits shoreline of Prince of Wales. And I believe it was 5 out of the 7 bays that we went in and checked, we discovered green crab. So they've migrated north, and I've said this before. The alarming numbers that we're seeing in Haida Gwaii and moving up through Canada, Prince of Wales Island is so much closer to that than Annette Island is. So I'm very concerned about the numbers that have reached there, and the rate that they could migrate is also an alarming rate. So they, like most shellfish, they'll spawn and float and drift with the tides, and once they get heavy enough, then they sink down, and then that becomes home. So it's definitely a problem. It's not going away unless we try our best to mitigate. And there's some of these flyers out in I'll call it the dining area, where all the information's out. Looks like this. Please grab it, check it out. There's a lot of information on it and how to spot them. Not all European green crab are green. There's certain ways to look at it, and the flyer does a great job telling you how.
Right.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for that update. It's not necessarily good news, but it's good to share the news with others. And it sounds like there's a combination of local state and federal efforts underway and that we all can help support and learn more about this as it's already moved beyond you. Yeah, thanks for that. Next, we're going to move to Linda. Linda, you and your organization, Alpha, have been active leaders in the nexus of issues related to the seafood industry and community sustainability in Southeast Alaska. Can you tell us more about the results of the USDA RFS planning project that you're involved in, the next steps, and including in that the study that Alpha supported regarding USDA funding for seafood projects nationwide?
Sure, I'm happy to talk about that. I wanted to just take 2 seconds, if I could, before diving into that, just to remind people of the value of the seafood industry in Southeast Alaska, because we heard a lot this morning of the value of the tourist industry, value of other, and they are all valuable. But I feel like because so much of what fishermen do happens on the periphery of most people's world, out on the ocean, down on the waterfront, that it often gets missed. So I just wanted to remind people there's over $1 billion annual economic impact from the seafood industry in Southeast Alaska. There's 8,000 jobs generated by the seafood industry. Salmon alone, 1 in 10 people in Southeast are earning some role of their living from the salmon fisheries. So it's a really important industry. Modernizing this industry, helping to increase the competitiveness of this industry is really important to this region. And that really was a big part of what inspired us to start first a marketing program called Alaskan Zone that brings value-added seafood to people across the state. And then when COVID hit, we started a seafood distribution program, first locally, then regionally, and then statewide, as we started hearing from people that they needed seafood. And our application to USDA came about because even though we provided over 640,000 seafood meals to people across the state, relying on that network we had set up through our marketing programs, we couldn't meet the need. We couldn't meet the request for people in the state that wanted seafood. And our expectation is that as climate change continues to have an impact on our state and on our region, that we're going to see more of this, where there are areas of scarcity, like along the Yukon. There are areas of abundance, Bristol Bay and right now Southeast, but those could change over time, and that we're going to need to be nimble and able to respond to that. So with our Regional Food System Partnership Planning Project, we brought together experts in the food and seafood industry from all across the state to look at how we could set up a scalable and sustainable distribution and marketing system throughout our region and throughout our state. And what we found was that really there is a need for a comprehensive and collaborative coordination of that effort to provide seafood where it's needed. But also that even though in the state where neighbors want to help neighbors, communities that have seafood wanted to help communities where there was need, that the infrastructure is really lacking in a lot of our rural communities to keep that seafood in state, to process it, freeze it, move it to other rural areas where there is that need, whether that's to meet hunger need or to meet marketing opportunity, and that there's opportunity for a whole lot of investment in that infrastructure to try and grow out what we can do. And just to throw another number at you, 99% of the seafood that's harvested off Alaska leaves Alaska. So we're operating, keeping about 1% of our amazing seafood that's commercially harvested in state. There's a lot of room, I think, to do better than that and make sure all Alaskans have access to the really amazing seafood that Alaska produces, catches, harvests, and can provide. So we then took the information, and I should say, we have a pamphlet that's in the information room across the hallway that reflects what we learned from that study, and I would really welcome people to pick that up. We took that information along with a 2-year resiliency, fishing community resiliency effort that we've been working on for NOAA, and then wrap that into a proposal for an implementation grant from the USDA. And that implementation grant includes a huge number of partners, many of which are in this room with Southeast Conference, AFDF, Central Council Clean Cut Hiatus, the Alaska Spruce Route, Alaska Sustainable Fisheries Trust, Seafood Producers Cooperative. I'm sure I'm missing a few totemic solutions, but to look at ways that we can invest in the infrastructure here, we can invest in more value-added processing, better utilization, getting more money per pound out of what comes out of the water, and new systems for making sure that we're capturing more of the value of that seafood and keeping it here in our fishing communities. So increasing the access of people who live here to catching the fish, harvesting the fish, marketing the fish, and enjoying the fish, sort of that whole ecosystem of ways that we can build resilience in our fisheries and in our communities. And of course, underlying that, and always the most important, is making sure we're taking care of the habitat that our fisheries depend on, whether that's in the ocean, in the rivers, or in the forests. And if I could take one more minute, I want to talk about a study that we did looking at our food systems at a national level and how much of the investment that USDA is making available for marketing, development, and new products through grants to our food systems is actually coming to the seafood sector. So we worked with Josh Stoll, who's at the University of Maine. His paper was, or his research project and paper was recently published in Frontier magazine, if you want to look for that. But what it showed was that of the $30 billion that USDA invests every year in America's food systems, 0.52% goes to seafood. And of that 0.52%, only 3% goes to wild capture fisheries. So 3% of 0.52% is being invested in our fisheries to modernize them, to help make them competitive, to help them achieve the potential of all that they could be contributing back to our communities and to the resilience of our economy here. So that's something we are also really working to change. We have another piece of information in the other room that we've shared widely around the seafood industry to help make those programs through the USDA accessible to more seafood related industries. And we're also working with the senators, Senator Murkowski and Senator Sullivan, to help the USDA be more aware of seafood and make more of those investments. And thanks, I'll wrap up there. I hope that wasn't too long.
No, that was all excellent and really good work. And I'll say there is even a larger effort in the seafood industry nationwide to break into more of those USDA programs you talked about. And I think it's interesting that 30 billion, that's not even all of their programs, right? And so it's a significant support mechanism for the rest of food producers in the United States that has not been open to and accessible to the seafood industry, yet we compete with those folks, right? So anyway, thank you for your work on that. And I'll also say there was an op-ed actually in the ADN yesterday written by the secretaries of Agriculture and Commerce together, Secretary Rollins and Lutnick, about Alaska's seafood industry. They had met with some representatives of the Alaska seafood industry, along with our senators who have been huge champions on this one. And Senator Murkowski, I think, even mentioned that the secretary said, yeah, our farmers of the sea, fishermen are our farmers of the sea. So like there is some recognition there, and it's been slow coming, but hopefully we're breaking down some doors, and let's all keep working together on that. Next, Christy, I know you have a really important event coming up soon, next month, the Alaska Symphony of Seafood. Can you tell us more about this event, its purpose, its importance to the seafood industry, any changes, partnerships, areas of emphasis, all of these things?
Certainly. Well, the Alaska Symphony of Seafood is an annual competition that AFDF has hosted for over 30 years. And it was created really as a way to spark innovation and value-added Alaska seafood products. And so we do a call for product, and as long as a company, whether it's small and local or one of the larger companies that are well-known, we do a call for product. Anybody who has a new development in the last couple of years that has Alaska seafood ingredients in it, we have them enter and have this fun competition. For Southeast Alaska, we've had several local companies. Barnacle Foods is one that has come through, and it's awesome to see their product on the shelves, not just in Alaska, but down in the lower 48 as well. Last year, we had a kelp vodka made out of Ketchikan, and it won the most innovative award. And I got to tell you, that was a hit last year. A couple of success stories that have come through the symphony are Fable Fish. Megan Luck has now launched nationally across the nation in Sprouts. And you may have seen Alaskan Leader come out with their miso black cod, which is now in Costco across the nation. So a couple of success stories. It's one of those programs that is on the marketing supply chain of supporting industry. And so we really just want to, it's really about bridging the gap between industry and consumer or buyer, and trying to support companies and bring value to them. As far as new changes go, last year we actually rebranded the Symphony. And so this year we're planning to continue on that momentum and to continue to build it and just find new ways to bring value to all of industry. Our judging panel that we've recruited this year, we've got a food influencer from the Pacific Northwest. We have a chef, Shato, let's see, his last name is Nakajimi. He has a very popular sushi restaurant downtown Seattle. We also have the seafood procurement lead for Whole Foods joining us, and a chef from Holland America. So we're really trying to find ways to bring products and bridge that gap to the actual buyers. We don't stop at the awards ceremony or just the tasting. So what AFDF does is we support the winners of the competition to go on to the Seafood Expo of North America, one of the largest trade shows that's over in Boston every year. And so we are able to try to push out their products and get them global recognition. But we're also looking at new pathways, because not every company can or wants to produce massively. And so we're looking at pathways to better match and align companies with their needs. Traditionally, the Symphony is held, the main one in Seattle during Pacific Marine Expo, but this year we're going to pivot and we're going to hold it on October 23rd during One Ocean Week. And this is another way to try to reach new audiences. So I hope everybody here will come and join us, and including Commissioner here next to me, so he could taste the fruits of his labors in stock management and all that he and his team do for our fisheries and for our state.
Excellent. Great. Thank you.
What's on the menu?
Oh,
Seafood.
we have quite a few products that are entered that I think you would love.
Okay.
Okay, Greg, we are going to move right along to you. ASME is the marketing arm for Alaska Seafood in the United States and all around the world. And starting in 2023, Alaska Seafood has experienced an economic downturn due to geopolitics, inflation, softening demand, and global competition, particularly from Russia. In response, the U.S. banned imports of seafood from Russia, and that began in May of 2024. Can you tell us how ASME has responded to this hole in the seafood supply in the domestic market?
Sure, Julie. Thank you for the question. Good to be here and good to see you all, and appreciate this panel. I'm learning a lot already. The domestic market for seafood has been something ASME has been working on for a long time. The Russian seafood ban definitely opened a new opportunity. But, Americans don't eat as much seafood as we should. There's a lot of opportunity there. It is the largest market for Alaska seafood, the largest single market, but a lot of room to grow. Obviously, a fair bit of wealth, and again, a delta in how much. Also, a lot of people want to eat more seafood. They're just maybe not doing it. So again, a lot of opportunity. Need to diversify away from other market, diversify markets, as well as, when the dollar is strong, keeping things domestically is a good play. And then also now with the, trade and tariffs, all these things leading to continue to focus on the U.S. domestic market. And ASME is, we are continuing to keep our domestic budgets at like record levels. We've gotten support from the legislature and the governor to with that as a main focus. So we appreciate that. And that's allowing us to keep our budgets in focus there. So yeah, what are we doing? Focusing, of course, on some like high volume things that move a lot of tonnage, promotions in the US market. We work with about 30,000 retail units, so think stores, and about 20,000 food service units, so think 20,000 restaurants. And again, doing things that move product, and ASME does that in a bunch of different ways. Some of times we are, pay to play, like we will give an operator money to do a promotion, and oftentimes they'll do advertising on their own, so we can get some, bang for the buck, extra bang for the buck. Sometimes people just are wanting to promote Alaska seafood because they know it helps move product and gets people into stores and gets people who come into stores who want to spend more money. And, from some of our more established relationships and promotions, we'll see moving from, a pay to play to, just kind of a homegrown type of promotion. We don't have to pay. As we do those, we are focusing on key species. Our board identifies species that, our team should put extra focus on. We're of course doing all species, but we do have priority ones. And a lot of those, due to the Russian seafood ban, align with direct competitors that come from Russia: salmon, pollock, cod, and crab. And so a lot of efforts to focus on those species in the US market. We're always highlighting Alaska. It's something we hear from our partners as well as customers and others that we just have an excellent story. Alaska does. People, and the Alaska fishing story as well as just Alaska. So that's something we always highlight. We always call out Alaska. That helps us differentiate from Russian product. One thing we don't do, due to budget and capacity and just some of the consumer research, we don't ever go negative on another, source. Sometimes people say, oh, we should, go negative on farm salmon or something. We don't do that because our research shows that it kind of instills this doubt amongst consumers about seafood. They go out of the category entirely. So anyway, we play up Alaska's strengths, and also probably Russia has its own PR issues that it's dealing with every day that war keeps on going on. Yeah, and another area we're focusing on is seafood certification. There was a certification label and standard that actually kind of was homegrown in Alaska. It's now spread and is growing across the U.S. market, and also, certifying other fisheries internationally. It has a chain of custody, a globally recognized standard, and unlike some other certifications, seafood certifications, it has not certified Russian fisheries. So those are the main ways that we're really trying to, take advantage of this opportunity with the ban. We know it likely won't go on forever, but focusing on the key species that are competitors, always highlighting origin, the certification, telling the Alaska seafood story, are how we're trying to, make the most and gain the market share in the US market. Thanks.
Great. It's really an opportunity. So I'm glad to hear you're doing all you can to make the most of it. And it's true, like if you get customers, using Alaska seafood, enjoying Alaska seafood, hopefully they'll stick with Alaska seafood, even if Russia comes back in sometime in the future. But let's be clear, US seafood has not been allowed in Russia since 2014. So that ban has been in place for 11 years. So I think we got at least 11 years to go to make up. Anyway, okay, we are going to shift now and focus on modernization. I'm going to start with a kind of a fast question here amongst our panelists to kind of shake things up. So please, panelists, keep your questions or your answers, really short, 30 seconds or less. So briefly, when you think about modernizing the Alaska seafood industry, what does a vibrant future look like to you? And you can be looking 10 years out, 50 years out, or 100 years out, but what does that vibrant future look like to you? I'll start with Greg, and we'll go just down in a row all the way down to Linda.
Yeah, thanks, Julie. For me, it would be, a system and an industry where like quality is just pinnacle and, anyway, excellent quality. I think it'd also be where the industry has the capital and ability to continue to reinvest in, efficiencies in plants and processing, as well as just ability to invest in new product forms and products desired by the marketplace.
Mayor Smith?
30 seconds, huh?
Please.
That's a tall order. As I reiterate what he said, spot on with premium quality needs to be what we go after. There's a lot of times that my fish plant manager is telling me that when he's on these trips and they look at US fish and it just doesn't look very good at all. And I think we need to focus on quality. That'll bring up the value in the end.
Great answer. Commissioner.
So Alaska's fisheries have been the cornerstone of our state since statehood. It's why we became a state. And we right now have strong fisheries. In a decade from now, I hope those fisheries are as strong and resilient as they and competitive as they are today, and they remain a cornerstone of our economy and our culture.
Well, I would say I think of thriving communities here in Southeast and across the state of Alaska, where our children's children can make a healthy living from fisheries, seafood, or the broader blue economy. And I would love to see Alaska become the global center of excellence, that other countries are looking upon us, admiring us for our innovation, our sustainability, and our stewardship.
Yeah, I would echo pretty much everything everybody said. I think it really are modernizing, maintaining the health of our fisheries. It so depends on keeping our resource healthy, pristine. That's really what our reputation is built on, and that our fisheries are managed sustainably. And then on the industry side, that we do all we can to increase efficiencies, lower operating costs, and be more creative about value and getting the most per pound out of every fish harvested and making sure the most value from that resource returns to our fishing communities here in Southeast.
That was a great framing. Thank you, all of you. Those are all very, very spot on answers in a really quick way. So we'll dig deeper a little bit now. Thank you for that. And Christy, I'm going to go to you right now, since AFDF has really been about innovation and research and development since the organization was founded in 1978. What current initiatives is AFDF focused on to help modernize the seafood industry?
Thank you for the question. So modernization of all of industry is actually a main focus area for AFDF right now. Last year, the board of directors adopted what we call the Alaska Seafood Modernization Initiative. Imagine that, huh? And so we have been making efforts to basically implement the vision. And you've heard the panelists talk about what that vision looks like, and that's very much what the AFDF board intends to do. So we've got 6 main components within this initiative, and they really revolve around workforce development, enhancing infrastructure, value added product, as Linda has mentioned, the whole gamut. And so a few things that we've been working on, we submitted a proposal through the EDA last year, and it has been in the curing process since, but there is a silver lining. Since that time, President Trump has come out with an executive order, which many of you probably know, on restoring American seafood competitiveness. And the EDA has also come out with a new funding opportunity. And when I look at both of these, the executive order and the notice of funding opportunity, it's amazing how the AFDF initiative directly maps or is in alignment. So it's almost like last year, the board wrote this initiative for this opportunity. So we're going to go for it. We got to get to work. We're in the process. We've had the pleasure of working with Southeast Conference. You'll notice in the 2030 strategic plan, there is a priority in there, an objective on seafood modernization. It's been a pleasure to work with the great team on that. And we hope to continue that work, spread it across the state to basically build a coalition across the state and get some momentum going so we can go after some pretty significant federal funds. We're also, just a quick note, restructuring some of our programs and trying to position AFDF just in the best position to be ready to support a transformation of the industry.
Thank you. I'm glad you mentioned the president's executive order on seafood competitiveness and some of the other things you talked about. There's so many things going on. I can't remember all of the things. So the panelists are really helping me build out this whole topic. I did want you to touch though a little bit on AFDF also recently completed a study, right? And tell us more about that. You know what I'm talking about, the reshoring one.
Yes, so AFDF worked with McKinley Research Group, and they have recently completed their study. It's basically an analysis on the reshoring that takes place. And so there was a comparison of 3 sites across Alaska. There was one in Bristol Bay, the Southeast region and Southwest region, and a comparison to a site in China as well as Washington State. And so the data and the stats that came back is that it's a comparison of the cost, the transportation, the electricity, the processing. It's in a nutshell, it basically just says why we need to modernize and why we need significant investment in our industry, because it's a wonder why we've been reshoring to China, and I think it's time to make some significant changes so we can bring our processing back to our state.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's really important information, right, to feed into things like the EDA grant proposal, because you actually have data now to show. I mean, we all kind of intuitively, I think, know why things have gone offshore for secondary processing, and not just in the seafood industry, right? Many other industries, because it costs less, because the economics drive it that way. But where you can show those things very clearly, labor costs, all these other things, then you know the places you need to work in, right? In order to modernize and make reshoring that secondary processing possible for either Alaska or the lower 48. So I think that was a critical piece of work that will be used in the future around this topic. Commissioner, up to you again. Alaska is recognized for science-based fisheries management. Looking forward, what do you think is needed in order to modernize regulatory systems or management tools in order to continue to this responsible fisheries management in a world that's facing ever increasing pace of change?
That's a loaded question. So first off, I think we all need to work together on development of a shared vision to ensure our fisheries remain, as I said earlier, strong, resilient, and competitive. I think the partnership described by Mayor Smith on addressing the emerging threat of green crabs is kind of emphasizes that necessity of having that shared vision and that partnership moving forward to address emerging threats. So what do I see as an elements of strategy? First, surveys. We need National Marine Fisheries Service to deploy their ships and count and sample fish. Someday we may get to a point where we can model our fishery resources out there with artificial intelligence, but that day's not quite here yet. We need to get our hands on fish and we need to sample them. We need to focus on the next decade, not the next century. If we curtail our fisheries today because of environmental impacts that may occur towards the end of the century, we're going to put fishermen out of business needlessly and jeopardize our competitiveness on the world market. Yes, we need conservation, but let's not switch to preservation to address environmental change. We need to update the regulatory structures of the Council and the National Marine Fisheries Service to make them more timely and flexible. We simply cannot take 2 years to adjust our fisheries if we're to remain competitive in an evolving world. We need fair and equitable seafood certification processes. Unlike ASME over there, I'm not as shy to criticize the Russian certification of their seafoods. It's not fair to hold our fishermen to higher standards and have a certification process out there that certifies those seafood industries in another country that are simply not fulfilling those same commitments. We need reasonable changes to the Endangered Species Act and MMPA. These acts are being used to unnecessarily restrain fisheries, making them uncompetitive in worldwide markets. We need more state involvement in the Endangered Species Act and BIOP and MMPA regulatory actions. States should not be surprised when these actions are released. This is not good for our fishermen. Yes, it might increase litigation risk, but wouldn't it be nice to be co-defendants with the federal government to protect our fisheries? We need to become partners in litigation to protect our fisheries. Too often we're forced to litigate our federal partners to protect our fisheries. It's time to start working together in the interest of our fisheries. And we need faster delivery of disaster funds. It's ludicrous that it takes 3 years or longer to get needed disaster money to our fishermen if they're going to remain competitive and make it through times of rough periods. And then finally, we need to be involved in decisions to alter the collection of our fisheries dependent sampling data and our data collections in our jointly managed fisheries. In a partnership, you describe actions before making those decisions. We need to return to this model of part relationship. And if we do all this stuff right, and we have a shared vision and we implement it, our fisheries are going to remain strong. And I can tell you, hopefully we're all going to be sitting around the table eating miso black cod and having a dram of kelp vodka in the future.
I like the conclusion to your answer. Mayor Smith, modernization often focuses on technology. I mentioned that earlier, but for communities like Metlakatla and others in Southeast, it's also about sustaining local economies. I kind of have a two-part question here. First, what new seafood processing occurred in Metlakatla recently, and how did that help support the fleet and the community? And then secondarily, what does modernization mean from your community's perspective?
Okay, I meant to start with this earlier, and I'd like to thank Southeast Conference for the opportunity to sit on such a great panel and talk about things. I'm happy to say that some of the things I'm hearing, we're spot on with where we're going, and I'll get into that right now. And as far as the 30-second time limit earlier, Robert must have warned you about me, and he gave me a mic. Seafood modernization and technology. So part of it, yeah, technology. I'll get into that in the second part, but what does it mean to the community? Right. Well, right now, as I mentioned at conference when we were in Ketchikan, that we had a soft opening of our Net Island Packing Company, which was the longest native-run business in the country until its closure in shut down in 2018, but to see it back on a soft style opening right now where we're buying our troll fish and our halibut and longline fish and our Net Island packing manager went over to the Boston Seafood Expo, which I heard earlier, and connected with some folks over there. So that's a big part of networking and getting out there and getting our product, which we're holding a standard of premium to our fleet, which is another a learning curve to the fleet to take care of the fish right from the time it hits the deck of the boat. As a lifelong fisherman, I know that's a little bit of an adjustment for some folks, but it's going to pay off in the end. So by keeping that high premium quality fish, we're able to pay the fishers a little bit more, which historically the fishermen are always the last ones to get the crumbs off the cookie. So we need to see the price of everything, and inflation is going up, except for how much the fishermen get paid for their fish. So our model of keeping a premium quality fish out there is what we're going to hold our standard to, and we let the fishermen know, like, hey, that fish you just delivered last delivery is in a restaurant in New York. It's in a restaurant in LA, and they see that and they feel a sense of pride in that, and that's something that we were never shared when I was growing up in the fishing business. So that's exciting for us. Part two to the question, technology in modernization. So there's a trend out there. Many of you probably know of freeze-dried candy, freeze-drying everything these days. So amongst travel from some of our people, they noticed this freeze-dried pet food. How many in the room have dogs or pets, right? So, yeah, everybody. We came out with this, and it came out really quick. It was an idea that started in June, and we already have a sample product, and it's called Casson. So it's a freeze-dried pet product, but it's premium. It's not made out of the head and the guts and everything. It's premium quality stuff. So taking value added, as I heard down here. So that's what I'm excited, because the things that we're working on right now at a Net Island Packing in Metlakatla is right in line with some of the stuff that we're hearing from the panelists. So that excites me that we're on track. This product is being made right now. It's being made right at home. The design work, this is a package of it. If you guys want to check it out later or something, it's pretty neat product. It's all native caught, native processed. It's going to be done right in Metlakatla, and we're real close to getting it out the door. There's a couple. We just recently got one of the permits that we were hearing about earlier done. So that's exciting stuff. But again, I can't stress enough about keeping everything premium quality. Try to get the fishermen price to come up as I mentioned. It never moves. It's always just in that real under $1 range for most everything, and for pinks under 50 cents for as long as I could remember. And I think that's, see, did I get both of your questions in one there?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's really this issue of everybody getting squeezed. And so profitability is going out, you know, for fishermen, for processors. But a way that you can increase value for everyone is through better quality. And that's really important. I love that you said you're connecting back to your fishermen, explaining where their fish is going so they have a sense of pride. That, you know, is, I think, very important thing, because I think about a lot of times working for the processors now, when I've come from a fishing family, how do you connect fishermen and processors on this issue of quality improvements so they can work together, trust each other, and sometimes have like a leap of faith that they are going to get paid more if they do better quality seafood. And part of that is like better communication about things like where your fish is going. So I'm sure there's other connections that make your situation unique and you know, important to work, but that's really cool.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I can continue to go on about fishing forever, but I do want to thank you. And I can't, you know, I say it again, you know, the fishermen always get the last little crumbs of the cookie, and for them to see, I believe we led, you know, we got a small market, so that's, but we are, to my knowledge, leading the price to our fishers right now. Thank you.
Great. And it looks like we might have a new Alaska Symphony of Seafood product right there for maybe for next year.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yes, the packaging was beautiful too. Okay, moving to Greg. So we have talked about quality. So this is, we'll try to maybe drill down on this a little bit. Alaska Seafood competes in a very crowded global marketplace. Given that environment, and from your experience on the marketing side, how important is improving the quality of Alaska seafood relative to modernization efforts, but also relative to what you do to try to market and sell Alaska seafood?
Yeah, thanks, Julie. A few weeks ago, we met with a group, we call them a customer advisory panel, and their executives are, you know, people from large companies, both domestic and international. So 7-Eleven in Japan, Whole Foods, Walmart. Anyway, you know, big names, big customers. A few interesting themes during those a couple of days of conversations. One, modernization and innovation is key. I mean, they're, you know, ASME has maybe a role in there to play, but they identified it and as something that the industry needs. We're fortunate to have our legislative delegation and, you know, our legislature. They're aware. They were doing things through the Seafood Task Force. Our federal delegation is aware and taking action. Senator Murkowski during that meeting with the cabinet secretaries mentioned modernization. Anyway, modernization was something they definitely mentioned. Another one I talked about already is that, you know, Alaska has a great story to tell. And then, but one thing they really emphasized was without quality, some of the other pieces, you know, don't matter. If, you know, people are excited about the Alaska story, excited to get a piece of Alaska seafood, and then they get home and the quality's poor, like we've potentially lost them as a customer forever. So quality is paramount, really. So.
Number one. Okay. It's the reason why people come back to us. Or it could be the reason why they leave. Yeah. Okay. Linda, the topic I'm going to ask you about hasn't come up yet. So yet I think it's super important, and we have some past history on this. You've been a leader in connecting fishermen with policy and sustainability efforts, particularly in the area of energy efficiency and hybrid or renewable energy systems. Can you tell us more about your recent work on energy transitions for both vessels, fishing vessels, and processing plants?
Yeah, thanks. I would love to. Did work over the past probably decade almost now with AFDF to figure out how vessels in the Alaska fleet were using energy. What were some of the ways they could reduce their energy consumption, increase efficiency, and then shared that information back to the fleet. And some of those changes are operational. Some are structural changes and helping fishermen understand if you invested in this change in your boat, a bowl bow, variable speed prop, what would that cost and how long would it take you to recoup those costs? Something that we learned from that work was that fuel costs can be as high as 40% of the operating costs for our commercial fishing boats. And it ranges. It can depend on the fishery. It can depend on how a vessel is operating, but it's a really significant cost for everybody. So after working on efficiency, we had a lot of fishermen that were interested in next generation fuels or next steps of moving away from dependence on diesel and the possibility of supply chain disruptions, huge increases in prices, things that we've seen in the past, and wanting to find ways to lower those operating costs. So we are implementing this winter with support from a Department of Energy grant, the first hybrid commercial fishing boats in Alaska. That's going to be happening out at the Sitka boatyard. We're taking some people out there this afternoon if you're interested in coming out. We're waiting till after people's fishing season is over, so we'll be starting that project in November. One boat is a freezer trawler longliner. That boat will have both electric propulsion and diesel propulsion, where that diesel will kick in when they're charging or if battery gets low, but pretty much through the day when you're fishing, you're at relatively low RPM, that boat will be running off an electric motor, so silent, which is another huge benefit. Most fishermen can't hear anything anymore. So nice to have a quiet engine. The second boat that we're doing a transition on, it's a different system, but that boat will be entirely electric propelled. They will have a relatively small 25 kilowatt generator on board that will kick in to charge batteries to keep that engine going, that motor going if needed. For the most part, that vessel is going to be able to operate just fine off the battery capacity they have because they are back in town every day or every couple days. Then our last project on the vessel side will be an electric outboard and recharge system for a mariculture boat. So in working on that, we also started talking to processors. I think it was really, I guess hit home for me that fishermen often get the last crumbs from the cookie. And that's true, but we have watched processors in Alaska really struggle in the last couple of years, and quite a few of them have had to close. So clearly some stress in the processing sector. And we started talking to processors about ways to lower the operating costs and to do that through energy efficiency or energy transition. We recently received a grant that's a congressionally directed spending award for Senator Murkowski. Wanted to sing her praises one more time through the Department of Energy to conduct a full feasibility analysis of decarbonizing energy efficiency savings in our seafood industry broadly. So looking at fish hatcheries, looking at the seafood processing sector. And some of the projects that we've already identified as some really doable, affordable changes is waste heat recapture from the backside of freezers. We have something like 150 processors across Alaska that are freezing fish and piping that heat right up through the roof or ceiling of the building. Ways to recapture that heat and use it. Some transition to solar in some of our communities like Yakutat that are still 100% dependent on diesel, or ways to use solar to preheat water that's then used in the plant and to replace some of the electricity or diesel that they're using for that purpose at at this point. So we're looking at that along with the need to improve quality and get more value out of every pound of seafood for our communities. Also, how do we reduce the operating costs for the industry as a whole? Both the harvesters, the processors, and then we hope to look at transportation and ways we can move fish out of here more affordably. I was really perked up by the conversation about being reminded that there's rail service out of Prince Rupert, and that maybe that's a way for us to move fish to new markets and do it in ways that are more affordable than what we're doing already. So thank you. It's really been interesting hearing what Matt LaCatla's doing, what everybody else on the panel has contributed.
Yes, thank you. That's energy is such a huge issue for everybody, and it's needed for everything. I do know a processor in Alaska, Unisea, named Unisea. They have done that waste heat collection off of their freezing and are starting to see, cost savings. So again, kind of long-term visions, investment, you got to have money to invest, all of the things, all of the pieces. But this has been a very great panel. And I'm looking forward to the partnership with all of us, including Southeast Conference and all of you, in our efforts to move down this path of modernization. I think we have seen things like, a successful $49 million grant from EDA around mariculture development when the pieces were in place, right? When the planning had been done, when all the partners were coming together and working together in all the different ways. And so I kind of feel good. I feel like we're on that path. So, hopefully we'll continue the next few years and be successful in moving some of these balls down the road. Before the panelists leave, though, we have one more fisheries related topic. I'm going to ask, we have a sponsor called the Alaska Pollock Fishery Alliance. They're a new group of from the industry that's working together related to the pollock fishery. And their spokesperson, they sponsored the breakfast tomorrow, but their spokesperson, who's Andrea Kikala, she can't be here tomorrow. So she's going to come up today to address you all about the Alaska Pollock Fishery Alliance. Please give a welcome to Andrea Kikala.
Thank you, Julie. And good afternoon, everyone. It is great to be back in Sitka. For me, this isn't a conference destination. It's a return to a place that helped shape my early career. I served as the executive director of the Sitka Chamber of Commerce. And last time I was here was 2 years ago on a port tour as the assistant director of the International Pacific Halibut Commission. So being here today feels a bit like coming home. In my new role, just 10 months in, as the executive director of the United Catcher Boats, I'm learning about the Alaska pollock fishery from the inside out. I'm also proud to serve on the steering committee for the Alaska Pollock Fisheries Alliance, which is a sponsor of Southeast Conference. On behalf of APFA, I'd like to spend a few minutes on something critically important to all Alaskans, the economic footprint of the Alaska pollock fishery and how it supports coastal infrastructure. Pollock is often talked about as just a fishery, but the truth is it's a backbone. It represents nearly 60% of all Alaska's seafood harvest volume, almost half the statewide seafood production, and more than 40% of the seafood exports. In Southwest Alaska, pollock makes up more than half of all seafood processed. That scale matters because it keeps our shoreside processing plants open, our marine cargo routes running, our fuel distribution affordable, and our passenger flights viable. Without pollock, the math changes fast. Marine cargo in Southwest Alaska would be cut back, making it harder and more expensive to get groceries, vehicles, and building materials to our communities. Fuel prices would rise as distributors lose volume, and passenger flights, already weather challenged, would become less frequent, impacting not just workers, but residents. Shoreside processing plants, even for other species such as cod, halibut, and crab, could close without the pollock volume to sustain them. Now, I know I'm here at Southeast Conference, not Southwest Conference. But as island communities that rely on this infrastructure, I know you understand what a future without Pollock looks like. While the impacts would be devastating to Southwest Alaska, Southeast would not be immune to the trickle-down economic effects of the Pollock fishery shutdown. That's why conversations about the Pollock fishery need to be grounded in facts. There's a lot of misinformation out there about bycatch and management. And while bycatch minimization is absolutely part of our ongoing work, and there is more innovation coming, Alaskans deserve the full picture so they can develop their own informed opinions. I'll be here throughout the day and would welcome conversations about these issues. And I'm always happy to follow up and connect you with others in the industry who can answer questions that I can't yet. Unfortunately, I do have to leave town this evening, but until then, I'm looking forward to continuing to listen, learn, and make connections that strengthen Alaska's communities. Thank you for the excellent panel conversation on fisheries, and thank you to Southeast Conference for providing the forum to have all these important discussions. Back to you, Julie.
Thank you, Andrea. Salmon and pollock are the two largest fisheries by both value and volume in the state. So the pollock fishery is an important fishery to the state. The seafood industry is very interconnected across the state. So it is actually important and connected to all of us. The Pollock Fishery Alliance, it has a website called www.alaskapollockfisheryalliance.com. And they have a lot of good factual information there about their fishery. So go ahead and go there if you have questions, and or you can talk to Andrea or myself. I want to thank the panelists one more time. Excellent, excellent discussion. I could do it all day long. So thank you for your time and all you're doing for us.
Thank you, Robin.
We're going to take a short break. Is Samson Tug and Barge in the room? There they are right there. They're sponsoring our break today. So thank you. Thank all of our sponsors. We'll be back in just a few minutes for our last panel of the day.